Hello. Hopefully everyone can hear us. Is it off? Are you there?
People hear us.
I think well, we'll see. Can people hear us? We always have to do the usual tech check at the beginning. I see from the silence in chat that everything's fine. Well, if we're too loud, that one at least is better because that one you can fix by adjusting the volume.
That is true. Than too quiet. This match is probably the worst.
Yeah, it's where one of us is loud and one of us is quiet that it's a real problem.
Yeah.
So, good. Whoops. Okay, well, here we go. What's new in Perfect Team? We can start with that if you want. Since I happen to have clicked on it. No, I didn't intend to click.
Some more audio feedback here.
Hold on.
No pun intended. Okay.
All right, one sec. I can fix that. I feel like this is okay. Try talking again. Isidafo?
Talking again. Is it better now?
This is just the usual thing where it seems to like move around from week to week. So I just end up changing it back and forth depending on what it is that particular week.
Right. Yeah.
Something.
Good.
Is this better?
Hopefully that's better.
Well, either that or we stunned him into silence.
could be that one. Always a possibility.
All right. Well, I'm going to assume it's working well until Isidafo's mic is terrible.
My mic is terrible. Am I using the wrong mic or something already?
You know, I wonder if that's why we end up changing volume week to week. Is it that you have two different mics and like each one needs a different volume setting?
No, I have a microphone, like a separate one, and then there's also one that's on my headphones. With all my headphones is awful. So if it uses that one, it sounds miserable. Hold on. I think it should be the right one.
Mine, I can't blame the mic. I just have an awful voice.
Input device.
You know.
Oh, okay, did that help anything? Did that change anything?
It's tough for me to tell. You'll have to ask chat.
Better? Okay. Yeah, it's probably using the wrong microphone. All right.
Okay. Do I need to go back to the other volume setting, or is this volume setting still good?
Not really better. Okay. Not really. Then I don't know what to do. If that didn't fix it, I'm not quite sure.
All right. Why don't you stop talking with a potato in your mouth? How about that?
Yeah, that would be the solution if that was the problem.
Let's see.
I wonder why. I haven't changed anything.
All right. You know what? Let's try one other thing. So if I need to go down a little, okay, I can do that too. Hold on. Let's turn it up. Okay, let's try this. This is somewhere in between. Why don't you reconnect the Discord call? Let's just see if maybe it's like a server issue.
Try that.
So,
hey, I'm back. Better?
Is this any better? Feel like, going to the optometrist, right? Which is better, A or B?
Yeah.
Anyway, good. So, welcome everyone.
Hey, is it better? Is it better? Talking again? I'm going to keep talking until people tell me it's better or worse. But I'm not quite sure what the issue is, so...
No, and it's tough for me to tell on my end the way I've got the stream set up.
Okay. Better now. All right, maybe it's a Discord problem.
All right, well, whatever it is, if it's solved, we're not going to touch it. I think we got a plan.
I'm not touching anything. So,
good. Well, we had a bunch of things to mention. I guess, as usual, maybe we can start with like a little bit of the news of the week. So, I don't know what you've got to bring up. I've always got a few things.
Well, I'm noticing actually right now on your screen something a bit strange. I mean, there was a new patch that was put out, I think it was Tuesday, maybe?
Yes, there was.
And it fixed this latest content drops, except it seems like it didn't quite fix it entirely, because it's saying the cards got released on Friday, except for Xavier Nady, who got apparently released on Thursday alone. according to this. But my
But Pasquale actually and G Walker did get released Thursday. Yeah.
They all got released Thursday except for Key and Miles. But my game says that only Walker and Pasquale are released on Thursday and every other card Friday. So
that's my recollection as well, actually, is that they were all released Thursday. Pasquale and Walker, I think, were released kind of either during TWIPed or right before, and the others got released after TWIPed. And Key and Miles were supposed to be today, and I haven't seen one yet. Are they now in the?
They are now in the shop.
They must be available because they're now in the list, right?
Yes, unfortunately, Miles is available. I wish Miles were not available because it really decreases the value of every standard pack by quite a lot.
Wait, I thought this was totally your shape. Look at this. It's a contact heavy guy with no eye and no power. Sorry, we're not doing card ratings yet. Right. Not doing card ratings yet.
Yeah. I think the grade might be guessable for this one.
Well, speaking of whether the grade's guessable, do you want to give people the link for this week's?
I suppose I could make one.
Just clone last week's, right?
I'll just duplicate last week's.
Just clone it and give it a different title.
Yeah. And I suspect this might be the answer to one of the questions.
Yeah. Best card in the set?
Exactly.
Anyway.
I think it scrolled off your screen slightly. Though. You probably should just scroll up a little bit on the list.
Did it?
Unless I just didn't add it, but I thought I.
No. You did. It's just. I've got a stupid offset thing the way it screen captures, where I have some number of blank rows at the top.
Uh-huh.
So in fact, what I can do, see if I make this a little bigger, now it'll do that. So I think the answer is, now I understand. So I think the answer is that I'm used to making it a little bigger so it's more readable. And now that I've done that, this will be the correct setting. Okay, problem solved. See, we're totally working out our tech issues. Speaking of working out our tech issues, so we got it. We did get this new patch this week, right?
Yes.
I guess we got it twice, which is interesting, right? So they released a patch 52 as a beta, and then 53 as the full patch.
Yeah, there was like some little change. I think I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, but I think it's not a bad way to do it, so that if it turns out that you didn't fix something with a patch, you get to make sure.
That's in theory what betas are for, as far as I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it was a patch in particular had a number of fixes for issues with the roster builder, which was good to see. It's still not perfect, but definitely those the things they added were helpful. That was good.
Yeah, I think we'll try using that maybe later in the stream.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull up actually the patch notes in case I forgot anything, which was they were also no longer get like blinded by the pack opening.
Oh, did they switch that?
Yeah, there's an option now you can turn the thing off that doesn't blind you anymore.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I mean, actually, I think there are several things that I've liked a lot better with the server stuff this year. I know we kind of had the weird flood thing, but that's not something you really expect to be in their control.
No,
like generally, if you put a colo together, you're kind of paying them to make sure the server room doesn't flood.
Yeah,
and you're intentionally doing it so that you don't have to. So that one's not their fault. But in general, actually, the servers not only have been much more reliable, but I think much quicker this year. So whatever they've done on the back end feels like a real success. Like in
Yeah,
yeah.
there was a small issue, I guess. Was it the first TWIP? Maybe it was related to the flood stuff, where it was a bit, bit slow to log in and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, definitely,
Yeah.
I've been noticing like Sims for tournaments come in
Yeah, that's right.
much faster
Sims
than they
come in
used
a
to.
lot quicker, but also, in general, I would say in PT24, maybe 1 out of every 4 or 5 Sims, something would get stale and it would just get stuck on simulating and like the push notification wouldn't work. And you'd actually end up having to log out and re-log in.
Yeah, I mean that little like download new sim thing is very nice. Like there's been a lot of actually nice features in this game that were added from 24-25 that just for
Yeah,
whatever reason
I
didn't
think
get advertised.
well,
Um,
it makes sense that, you generally advertise the front end stuff instead of the back end stuff. And look, when we talk about stuff on this stream, most of what we talk about on stream is generally front end stuff, right? We're interested in the front end. We're interested in, hold on, the form is not accepting submissions.
that's my fault. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
Okay. Oh yeah, you should share. If you share it with me, I can also.
It is now. It is now fixed.
And we're assuming 21 cards, so we may talk about some additional cards on stream later on.
Yeah, but we're just going just for the list that's currently on the screen.
Correct. Yeah, see, like this was on simulating for a bit, and you see I got a push notification. That's something that was not working reliably in 24, and I think in general, yeah, so, we focus on the content, we focus on, the choices of tournaments and a lot of the, like, shiny front-end stuff. But at least since I've been playing, this is by far the best back-end development that they've had.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, there's some weirdness. I mean, in particular, I think, the decision to implement combinators as just sort of like a separate like subclass of a regular card is a bit strange, and I think has led to a lot of
yeah, I think so
substandard behavior. But
yeah, I mean, look, I know it's funny because we get this reputation for being like the negative stream, and we definitely don't give them a pass for things that we disagree with, but. But I think a lot of the quality of life stuff, there have been really good changes for 25, and that's gone absolutely in the right direction.
Yeah, sure.
So you wish you could quick sell your combo card. Yeah, that's an example of one that we should definitely talk. I'm happy to talk about kind of the way combinators have been done there. I'm not completely sure you're going to wish you could quick sell them. My guess is you're going to want to own those combinator cards in a few months, actually.
Well, I mean, I agree, but I don't see the harm in giving people the option to quick sell.
No, I agree with that. Well, I think the question is, what would you be quick selling for? Because I think the point is they probably don't want to give 10K for like quick selling a silver combinator.
No, I don't mind. I mean, give the minimum. They're rare enough that like it's not going to really change the value of the packs much to allow the quick sells. Like, it's not really any, but it's.
Well, actually, for the iron, it does actually change the value, right? Because you're getting like 1,000 X.
But I mean, you're not pulling an iron combinator all that much less often than a perfect, and you're quick selling it for, a quarter. Like it's not really gonna. I don't think it's really gonna change all that much for all the quick sells.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think anyway. I think the server stuff has been much more reliable and just generally a better setup. So I think that I do think that's noticed. I'm not losing connection as much. There's still one or two little quality of life things that I think I'd like to see them do. Like maybe the biggest one is best I can tell, when you load into like any tournament update, it actually downloads all of the player card images fresh. And I realize why they do that, because they do change occasionally, right? We had a few examples last year where the image didn't match the overall for the card because there was a stale image and the card got updated and the image was cached, right? But I'd actually love to have the option to turn those off. And I think especially for Go when they put it out, you spend a lot of time over mobile networks downloading all of these card images. And just having a setting to turn that off would be really useful.
Yeah, I'm not sure it downloads them. I think it checks if they're all downloaded, but I don't think it actually re-downloads them every time.
No, I mean, it may be doing some checksum thing, but the point is, I'd love to have an option that actually just says, like, turn off card images. I don't care what the card looks like, but I want to just quickly load into my tournament.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, some of this, weirdness in tournaments in particular comes from implementing tournaments as a sort of a standalone league that's playoffs only, because it has a lot of bloat that's kind of not doing anything. We've seen kind of the same thing in the roster build, right, with these sort of bizarre DFA and wave options.
Yeah.
Where it's basically just a regular game that's been sort of modified and had options ripped out of it, but it leaves bloat for kind of no reason.
So I do think there's a general problem here, and this is why I was saying the back end I think has worked a lot better than the front end changes. I'll catch up on chat in a sec. Has worked a lot better than the front end changes. A lot of the places that we've run into trouble are places where it's kind of clear that the developers of a feature have never played the game in a way that used the feature. Because so for example, things like the roster builder, it reminds me, because I've done this before actually, where I outsource development, and I don't think they're outsourcing here, but it's a similar idea. If people don't use it, you basically say, here are the specs of what I want, and someone builds to those specs.
Right.
And it kind of doesn't work if they're not using it. Like the roster builder had all of these functional parts on launch, but anybody that actually tried to use the roster builder to play the game immediately could see that things were not quite working, because the initial specs that were written, didn't quite match what you really needed it to do. They matched like 90% of what you needed it to do, but the missing 10% gets in the way. Right?
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of this sort of strange, reset the leaf roster issue, which I'm not sure if it's been resolved or not, to be honest.
Yeah, so there are two of those things you'll always miss, but the point is a lot of this, and I think it's a lot of the same issues we have. Like the biggest problems that we have in tournaments are, and I'll show you a couple of examples, are formats where the moment you try to build a roster for them, you realize it just doesn't make any sense. And so what it's telling you is that in designing the tournament format, the step of, well, let me actually try constructing a roster for this and seeing what it looks like kind of got skipped. I'll do a quick while we're doing it. So it sort of got skipped, right? So I'll give you an example, right? Perfect drafts, right? Do we have anything we have to draft? Because if so, no, we don't. Okay. So look at you've seen this rocking chair format. Now, I'll admit that the rocking chair is not my favorite format for other reasons, but let's put that aside. It's a unique format. There are enough people that enjoy it that there are a lot of different daily drafts. I don't have to enjoy every daily draft in order to have fun playing drafts, right?
Yeah.
I want there to be some formats I enjoy, but as long as everyone has some formats they enjoy, there are plenty of options. I don't have to feel like I should play every one of these. But
sure.
Having said that,
and also now you can't, because they all fill like 22 hours ahead of time. So,
well, I couldn't play every one in a given day, but it is the case. Look, it is the case that for most drafts, if there's a draft format that I really strongly want to play, I can just save up a slot and play it.
Yes. I wish they didn't fill quite so far in advance, but
yeah, well, but that's the consequence of giving people more slots, is that people are going to do something with them, right? When we separated the quick and daily slots and gave everybody 4 daily and weekly slots, people felt like they might as well use them. So more people are jumping into daily and weekly tournaments, which means there's more pressure to fill them. There's a supply and demand thing, right? But like this rocking chair is an example. So look at this daily rocking chair evening. So to remind everyone, the idea of the rocking chair is that you're alternating between historical and live rounds. I think this is a standard one, so it's the one with 5 historicals at the end, right? So that means in the end you're running 12 lives?
It's one. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the end
Yeah.
you're running 12 lives. And a lot of the strategy in a rocking chair draft is, what do I do to use 12 lives in a way that are still going to like give benefits to my roster, understanding that the lives are weaker than the historicals, right?
Yep.
I
mean, then later on in the cycle, of course, but
yeah, right now they're weaker, but not as much. I agree.
Right. Later
so
on in the
now,
cycle, they'll be like 2 tiers low, and now they're like 1 tier low or something.
So now here's my question: why would you then run a rocking chair draft in an era where you don't use all 26 players on your roster? In 1966, if you can get away with 5 starters and a really short bullpen, so probably 8 pitchers is going to be fine. Maybe 9 is safer, but I mean, I've done it with 7, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's I'd like to have some relievers that aren't going to completely blow up if they have to come in that era. But yeah, I mean, your diamond lives or gold lives will do that, so it's fine.
Yeah, so the idea is you've basically taken a format where the really interesting part of the format is that you have to find a way to take 12 players, that are weaker, and maybe 5 or so that are really substantially weaker, because, I guess 6 of them are going to be live silvers and bronzes. So 6 of them in principle should be substantially weaker. But you've now taken a format where you can basically just staple 5 players to the bench and it doesn't hurt you, which means you've made that format a lot less interesting. So like in general, if you're going to run a rocking chair draft, it should be a format where there's a good reason that you need all the players on your roster.
Yeah, but it's funny because I mean, there's sort of there is one example where the opposite thing happened. This I forget what it's called, the 1919 weekly draft.
Yeah. Where is it? Here it is. Actually, okay. It didn't have the plus next to it. That's kind of funny.
But it got updated so that now you only see 12 starters and 40 starters and 12 relievers, because you don't use 12 pitchers, and before in dead ball era drafts you just get flooded with pitchers that you couldn't use. So that's a great improvement,
right? And which is funny because actually we probably have both thought about strategies in 1919 where you do sort of try to invent a bullpen, but
yes,
but I agree it's.
But in draft it wasn't a viable strategy.
Yeah, I agree.
So I mean, this is great. I mean, this makes this draft much better because you no longer get flooded with pitchers you can't use, and you get cards that actually you can use.
I think that's the key point, is basically for any tournament format, for any of these formats, if you're putting something out for people to play with, you should play test it, not just sort of say this sounds fun, because there are a lot of things that sound fun and then you try to build them and you discover they don't work. I'll give you an example. If I were designing a fun tournament format, one of the things that I could imagine being a fun one-off thing would basically be the IRS Memorial 1040 cap. Just run 40 overall players.
Right.
They're all accessible. They're players that you'll be pretty familiar with actually if you're running open caps anyway, or anything with an open floor.
So what we're saying is it's combinator time.
Maybe. But anyway, the point is that might have sounded like a really fun thing to do, okay? Or maybe make it like a 1042 or 1043 cap, so you get to run a couple of 41s, or but an extremely, extremely low cap, okay? And that would sound fun, but what would happen if I put that tournament out without play testing it? I would discover there are no 40 overall catchers.
A small issue. It is a small issue.
A small issue that just would entirely break that format. And so the point is that no matter how fun something seems, you can't skip the step of actually trying it. And it feels like a lot of the places that we end up being critical are just places where that's the step that's skipped. But that's why I do also want to, praise the stuff they're doing with the back end that really has made the game much more reliable. Even just like the card shop. So there was this weird bug when you update stuff, like that, that was with the release version. But I gotta say, now that it's fixed, the update on the card shop, when you update a price, is lightning quick. You don't have the 1 to 2 second lag where you have to go ping a server anymore. It's updating it kind of immediately. And that's like a big quality of life issue for anybody, like I'm not the rip 500 packs and sell them type. But for anyone who is, and is, I know some people who are free to play and then they try to make their points, sort of day trading in the market effectively. Anybody like that, that's a huge quality of life improvement. It's a really big upgrade to the game, even if not one that, you come out and advertise features. So I think there are a lot of really good things they've done. And so I do want to make sure that's not getting lost in the fact that, we're willing to mention the not so good things they've done as well. The other thing is, there is a reason, just because it's come up, that there is a reason that I mentioned this stuff on stream. Because I've mentioned some of these in other places, and like Fishnet said, if you have any bugs, send us a list of bugs. Okay, well, as people are probably aware, we don't have the ability to do that. We've offered, if anyone reaches out to us, we've got a list of bugs, but this is often kind of a good way of getting the awareness out there. Anyway, what was next on our list? I know we wanted to talk about the sheet stuff.
Well, a few questions. Sheffield is the line reject if you don't roster a catcher. No, there's actually nothing which rejects your roster for position players. You can have a completely empty position player depth chart, and it will take the roster.
And hi to Michael Ram. Great. Well, good to see you. So I guess we do want an avenue for Tony Suck for sure. I absolutely approve of that. So I'm not complaining that there are no 40 overall catchers. In fact, I suspect that this is something that was done intentionally to create an avenue for a player like that.
So you think we might see Mr. Suck in a few days?
I could imagine that, yeah. But the point is, if I didn't take the time to just put the format out there, I'd run into trouble.
Yeah. It would be sort of funny if you make it 1042 and you have to choose between rostering 2 catchers or rostering Curry Foley. It's actually not such an easy decision, I guess.
That would actually be really tough. By the way, did you share the thing with me so I can see the form?
I did not, but I will do so.
Thanks. Here, we can put the form up. Or did you pin it? Or I can.
I did not pin it.
Let me see if I can pin it. I think I can pin it. All right. So if you want to predict kind of our card grades for this week. So I think there was another discussion that we had wanted to have with the community here as well. So as you know, Kidney's frequent contributor to the stream. He's sort of taking a little bit of a back seat this week. This cycle, potentially, maybe we'll see him back.
Well, this week,
what?
This week as well. He's not here. He's not here right now.
He is also not here right now. But one of the things that he's done in the past is he's put out kind of a sheet where a lot of people that don't have their own models and aren't collecting their own data can kind of get a quick guide to which players are good. It's a little more complicated than that. Players are not really one size fits all in OOTP. It's all situational. So the best player to put on your Perfect League roster might be different than the best player to put in an open tournament, and might be different than the best player to put in an open cap and beat up on a lot of weak pitching. But still, it's been kind of a guide that a lot of people have used for getting a start on the game. and with kidneys stepping back this year, that's been a little bit of a void. And we've had a bunch of people kind of come up and say, in particular in his Discord, that that basically this is making it a lot less. So we kind of wanted to throw it at our chat. Obviously, Isidafo and I have models. We don't use somebody else's sheet. In fact, although we discussed this, and you can actually see on stream, our models are not identical, right? We generally agree on a lot of players, but you've probably noticed that there are some players that we debate instead because our models are giving different answers. So we at least, I think, enjoy playing the game, kind of, doing our own evaluation, but we understand that's not for everybody. So the question is, would it be a good idea to put out a sheet like that or not? And there are several reasons not to. Also, Isidafo, why don't you step in here?
Yeah,
we can do the good cop bad cop thing, except I don't know which one of us is which.
Yeah, no, I mean, so I think, like Joe's, I mean, there's kind of, there's two sides to it. I mean, on the one hand, I think the reason to have this kind of thing and why it was so helpful that Kidneys did that for so long was that, the game really doesn't do a very good job of telling you how well your players are doing.
Right.
And sheet, no sheet. My preferred solution in any case would be that the game actually gives you a good understanding of how your players are doing, because then this problem sort of goes away. But we don't have that. So the advantage is, and the reason to have one of these things is that yes, the game is difficult to understand at times, and if you don't spend a lot of time sort of going through a large amount of data, it can be very difficult to know which players are good and which players aren't good. And it feels like you're guessing and you don't understand why you're winning and losing, and that's pretty frustrating. I mean, it feels really bad when you just kind of lose and you don't know why and you don't know how to improve and there's nothing to do, right? I mean, that's a pretty bad experience. On the other hand, I don't think it's great either to just sort of say, like, these are the best cards, this is the best roster, everyone go copy it. You can win that way, but once the meta changes, it doesn't really give an understanding of what's happening. It just sort of, a cheat sheet, right? It's not doing anything more than that. This stage in the cycle, in many ways a new engine. There's still a lot of experimentation that's going on. Everyone's trying different and things and trying to figure out what works and doesn't work, and giving a cheat sheet at this point in the cycle probably is more detrimental than once there's people have time to do all this experimentation.
Yeah, I think there's also is the case that rosters start to look a lot more homogeneous very quickly, right?
Yeah. And we were definitely that already. I now almost every successful roster in Iron, for example, is running Jack Warhop and Curry Foley. The first week of the cycle, those cards weren't being seen at nearly the same rates.
Yeah, so, I guess we were running them because the model popped them up, but if you didn't have a model, then you had to wait to see them in data. Another thing to consider is you are always allowed to copy rosters. Here I'm in a tournament. Here's my opponent. I can look at their roster. I can see everybody on their roster. I can't see their sliders, but I can see almost everything else about who they're running, what are their lineups each way. I can look at their chemistry. Right. There's a live. I was gonna say that's a lot of chemistry they're running, and then remembering it's a live tournament, so I guess I must be similar, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Lower, actually.
so one of the differences I think with the sort of look at the rosters as opposed to the sheet is that the look at the rosters gives an incomplete. It's sort of an incomplete version of what a sheet would give you, right? It's saying like this is what I think the best collection of 26 cards is, but it's not exactly saying is why, and some kind of sheet would tell you to some extent, maybe why you think these are the best 26 cards. So that, there's more room to sort of try to have some ability to figure out what's happening just by looking at the rosters, and it just sort of gives you the answer in some sense.
Right. That sounds reasonable. So yeah, Alsarna, that's a good point. So I think even if we put a sheet out, I would not try to do anything fancy in Excel. I'm just not an Excel person. I use other tools. I can output stuff to an Excel sheet if people want to grab something from that. Kidney's put a lot of effort into like spreadsheet magic and kind of different ways to like match it up with your card shop. And there's a lot of really cool stuff in there that at least I wouldn't want to try to support.
Yeah.
So I think if we did something like that, it would be much more bare bones, like here are our top ranked players at each position.
Right. I mean, yeah, I think in many ways it would be kind of a CSV that says, like, here are the best pitchers, here's what we project their ERAs to be or whatever, here are the best hitters, here's what we think, their WOBAs are going to be, that kind of thing.
Right.
And not really much more than that, because, yeah, like Charles said, I have a little bit more experience with Excel, but I still have really no interest in maintaining something like that. It's a lot of work, and things break all the time, and Excel has all kinds of bizarre compatibility and other issues.
And the model's outdated. I mean, I actually made a significant update this week based on kind of a couple of things I learned about PT25 that I had not realized were different than 24, for example.
Yeah, that definitely happens. That happens. I mean, even last year we had that, sort of that bunting situation, right? I mean, that was something which was not on my radar. I don't know.
And I'm still not quite sure how to handle it, but it's something that I know to look for at least.
Yeah.
I know has to be dealt with somehow.
Right. Yeah, you have to think about it when you're thinking about league for sure. So yeah, every year as it goes along, there are changes to that thing, and yeah. So I don't think we're trying to say that we're thinking of releasing something like what Kidneys did, because what Kidneys did, yeah, I mean, it took a tremendous amount of time and effort on his part, which was I think the committee really appreciated, but it's not something that we're interested in doing. So, that's, yeah, I guess that's
right. I think it's also a little bit tricky because if you release something, and we should talk about this in a bit, because I get a lot of questions about the right shape, and I have trouble answering it this year because the best shape in iron is actually just different than the best shape in diamond. And we can talk a little bit about why, but it means if we were to just give out, say, an iron sheet and people just say, oh, that's the good shape, people will actually not be running the right things. We'll be misleading them and actually stopping them from making good discoveries, potentially, at other levels of the game.
I saw that a couple of weeks ago in Kidney's Discord. People were discussing, how do I update the sheet from last year to work with the new card shop, because there were some new fields added to the card list and whatnot.
Yeah,
and so you have to
you really don't want
minor changes. Right. The answer is that you just shouldn't use it. It's actually gonna be worse than using nothing.
Right.
Not because what Kidneys did worked pretty well.
Are we allowed to admit that? He's definitely not in the chat. He's definitely not in chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously,
if you're listening, mute for a moment. Sorry, go ahead.
But what Kidneys did was designed for a different engine, and it just won't work anymore.
Yeah.
So.
No, the first thing Isidafo and I did in PT25 was to sit down and have a nice long call where we kind of shared what we had seen about the new engine and talked about, how to take a PT24 model and use it for, turn it into a PT25 model, because we realized you couldn't just stick stuff in directly.
Yes, it just won't work at all. I mean, you'll get completely, I meant, someone, shared something the sheet they had made, I think yesterday, 2 days ago, and, something which is the case, if you just converted a PT24 model to PT25 and was the case with that sort of thing, is Bronze Johnny Vandermeer is going to show up as your best bronze starter. No matter what you do, because he's ridiculously overstated, right? Yeah. He has 100 plus everything except 10 control. And the control just kills the card. You probably could print a bronze with 10 control that worked if you made the other ratings really giant. But Vandermeer doesn't work. I mean, Vandermeer's actually pretty terrible. And so one of the first things I did in PT25 was to play Johnny Vandermeer to see exactly how terrible he was going to be. Because that's kind of something which would tell me how different 25 and 24 were.
Why don't we put up a poll and kind of, while we're doing this, get a sense. How long should we put the poll up for? 5 minutes
I don't know.
enough?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let's see what people would think. Yes, it comes to 23 CV. I mean, it is in some sense trying to improve the competition, but look, if our goal were simply to hoard knowledge and avoid, we wouldn't do a stream like this either, right? So it's a kind of thing to say, and I appreciate that. It is part of what we're doing on the stream, though, right?
Yeah.
I only read the sheet for the articles.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, the reason for me at least to consider doing something like that is not so much to try to improve competition or whatever, because, there's a lot of competition that needs no help from Charles or I. Right. There are lots and lots of good managers out there. That's and
Hamlet if he ever gets done with PT24.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be so optimistic on that front, but
we the cycle's not over yet.
But yeah, I mean, I think the main reason to put something like that out is because, like we said, it's just very, very difficult without doing that kind of thing to understand why you're doing well or not doing well.
Yeah.
Because there is really no feedback in the game that doesn't take a few weeks to stabilize something that tells you, right? I mean, we see people saying, oh, I'm playing this card in bronze tournaments and, it's doing well in 5 tournaments, whatever, but that doesn't really tell you whether or not it's a good card. That tells you that it did well in 5 tournaments. You need to have a large number of tournaments to extract all data from the game, to do something to aggregate all this data, then to do some analysis. It's not particularly challenging work, the basic part of it at least, and anyone can do it really. It's just sort of clicking a bunch of buttons and then adding some numbers together. But it is time-consuming work. And not everyone has the time to do that work, or is interested in spending time to do that work.
That's also part of why I decided to go the model making route. Is I don't feel like pulling data for every single format. It's a pain. It takes a lot of time.
Right.
I love the fact that I now don't have to pull data. I also have seen, as we've seen in the past, that occasionally means we miss something. I would literally never have discovered the problem with BABIP and Bunt stuff last year, because I literally pull 0 data. So no matter how strong the effect is, I wouldn't have noticed.
Right. I mean, as I remember, I do pull some, but I've drastically scaled down the amount I pull over the years, because I found other ways to sort of, make up for, the data I don't have. Pulling data is a pain. I mean, there's a reason people want interns to do it for them.
Yes. I see what GT is saying, and it's a bit of a cheat, but yeah. So I realize a list of cards is a good way to do it, and so I think there's an intermediate thing we could do, which is what we could do is we could on each of these streams spend some time and build a roster at a particular level, but maybe not then release a full sheet. So you can always watch the stream if you want to get a sense of kind of the sorts of thing the two of us are running at a given level at the moment.
Right, and yeah, sort of have it, like a format of the week or something, and have sort of discussion about format, build a roster or two for it, kind of think about where the meta is for it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so I'd be open to that as well. Maybe that's an intermediate solution, so that you're still kind of doing your own work a bit. So instead of saying here are the top 10 players at a given thing, well, here's the one we're doing, but of course, if we go and build a roster, knowing our two models and the way we discuss stuff, we'll probably discuss more than one card.
Right.
We'll discuss a few of the ones we're thinking about.
Yes, some places we won't, of course, because there's sort of a dominant card and everyone's supposed to play it. But yeah, for the most part, we had a long discussion last week about
G-Man. You're running Chase Utley at second, huh?
Yeah, we had a long discussion last week, about G-Man Choi and Dolph Camilli, right? I mean, we sort of thought these are two. I think we both agree those are the two best options at bronze for space VR.
Yeah.
And we had a long discussion about which ones you might like for certain things, in particular formats, for different reasons. I think that's kind of the thing that's, to me, is helpful to people, and will be a useful resource, but doesn't just sort of, sort of short circuit the experimentation process, I guess.
So it looks like we got mixed results in the poll. Yes, won, but it was not overwhelming. So that seems to be the current thinking. Yeah. So let me ask, if we were to try that idea, maybe just build a roster on stream and see how that goes. What is the format people would be most interested in doing that for right now? I guess we could put up another poll, maybe.
Yes, I could do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Iron, bronze. Oh, I only get 5 options. So you want to give me 5 options?
Okay. Yeah, I think probably maybe just iron, bronze, silver, maybe some kind of a live format we could throw in there. I don't know if people are going to care, but at least it's accessible. Maybe iron, bronze, silver, gold. I think diamond is mostly just play all the mission cards. There really is not a lot else there. So that one's probably not super interesting.
I'm now increasingly playing other pitchers, especially.
Pitchers, maybe, yes. But the hit, I mean...
But you're right. It's mostly a lot of mission cards.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe iron, bronze, silver, gold, and then one other, like a cap thing or something like that.
Or league, maybe.
Or, well, league I'm not even trying to do anything for. I don't
have the cards to really build a big league roster, but we could discuss them, Yeah,
we could discuss it. I mean, I'm guessing probably not going to be super interesting to most people at this point. Yeah, I think the Gold Cap we could do. I've played that one a few times. That's a decent format.
All right. Let's put up one more poll, and maybe we'll try building one on stream and see how that goes.
Yeah.
T-Chuck wants kind of the daily... See, something like the daily 1910 to 1959, I think a lot of that is that it's a more limited card pool. And so it's almost just run the overstated cards.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these open formats, it's more about did you buy a lot of cards or are you missing several cards? Then, there will be a stage maybe later in the cycle when, most people kind of have a lot of cards, and so you're deciding which are the good upgrades. But right now, it's just often, like, I'm trying to think I can see how many perfects I have on my team, but I think it's only, I actually know how many it is, because I've only pulled a total of 2. And those were in the 2 perfect packs I had. So I have a total of 2 perfects. which means I'm not like I could talk about what cards I would put on my ideal open roster, but if I try to build it from this account, it's not going to look very strong because I don't have a very strong league team.
Yeah, I guess also one thing that's a bit weird. This format is just kind of a bit strange anyway because, for whatever reason, to launch it this year, a lot of the perfects are either from Dead Ball era, or from the modern era.
Yeah.
So there's this format is just sort of in this weird like hole in the card pool at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's true as well. By the way, I saw like Michael Rama's here. There are a few people here that are really new to the game. So can I ask if you're in the chat and you're kind of new this year or feel you're really new to the game, if you're willing to tell us, we're not going to make fun of you or anything, right? If you're willing to tell us you're a bit new and there's a particular format that you'd really like to get some help with, then we're happy to kind of give some extra weight to that in thinking about what to show. Because I think this is aimed a lot at, like a little bit newer players. Yeah, talking about the different formats, by the way, I guess bronze, you're mostly going to be looking at packable cards, right? Well, you're basically always looking at packable cards, right? There are no mission ones.
Yeah, no missions yet.
Silver, a lot of the cards you're going to be looking at are going to be mission cards. So you're going to be starting to think about which of the live missions are worth doing. Gold or gold cap, probably the same is going to be true. So the lower, the lower tier cards
gold
are
even more than
packable.
I think gold even more than silver probably.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, especially if there's someone that's kind of new to the game this cycle and, just getting started, then definitely, tell us if there's something that'd be particularly helpful. And while we leave that up, just also a quick reminder, hopefully the other thing is still pinned. Or does it get unpinned when we do a poll?
I don't know how that works. Maybe someone who understands this stuff better.
All right, you want to put the link back in the chat, maybe?
Sure. That's the wrong link.
One of these times we will totally figure this out.
The right link. This is the right link. There we go.
I'm going to rename this if that's all right.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Oh no, I've got actually view only. I cannot rename it. Can you rename it? Just put 329 in the title or something.
Sure. Okay, it has been renamed.
Thank you. I will try to pin this again, just because we are going to start. We are going to start up with card grades pretty soon as well.
Oh, those see cannibals. Maybe it just expired. All right, yeah. Should we get into some cards? I guess.
Sure. All right. Then if anyone's filling out the form, let us know because we'll close that off pretty soon as we start to give some card grades. But otherwise, yeah, we can get into some cards and then we'll at some point sort of stop and think about building something on stream. Is that a good plan?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right. What do we got here? We got Aaron Miles, which currently has no last 10, right? Because this was just released, I think, in the last few minutes.
Yeah, it was released an hour or so maybe ago, yeah. It looks like there's one up for sale for 10K. Probably that's a little bit much. Though I have to say, I think the buy order is also probably a bit much.
Okay. Just to be safe, because he wasn't in the card shop before, I'm going to go ahead and grab a fresh copy of the card list. And I'm going to run the model because, you don't want to be wrong about this stuff. And, it's really important whether this is an F- or an F-. So I think we better check.
Yeah. I do want to mention something about this card, which for this card is okay because it's we'll just cut to the chase. This is a horrendous card. Probably one of the worst cards in the game, probably. I really am not a fan of showing cards and then not releasing them. basically because let's say Miles was actually good, right?
Right.
So what can happen then is that it can sort of effectively freeze the market between the time that the card is shown and the card is released. Because like, if Miles is really good and everyone wants him, right? I'm not going to rip any packs. I'm not going to do anything that will reduce my chances of getting this really good, limited edition card.
On the other hand, if
So
Miles is bad, it makes you want to
if
rip all your
Miles,
packs before he's in.
yes, but I think it is dangerous to do that because it can really have a fairly detrimental impact on the market. It was mentioned, I think last year, one of the ideas for the for a PT Plus reward was to sort of give people a packable in advance. And with some limited exceptions, like with big rewards for tournaments or whatnot, I think that's okay. But yeah, I think it's very dangerous to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think with PT Plus, at least the thinking was that there were enough copies out there. So kind of in the same way that actually there are currently 10 LEs in the game. Well, plus the new ones, right? There are the throwback cards are essentially LEs.
Yes.
They're LEs with a potentially large number of copies, but you cannot get those cards in packs. There are as many of them as got pulled, and that's it, right? But it didn't really freeze the market because there are sort of enough copies out there that people who wanted them would be able to kind of get the ones they wanted. But if you wanted all 10, of course, you have to spend.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't very expensive because there were a lot of them, and people at that time were really desperate for points and just trying to, collect a few thousand since it was 2 days after launch or whatever.
Well, fortunately, I think there was only about one of the 10 that actually, you know what? I got to ask you this. I had a long discussion with somebody this week about Doc Ellis. So my model doesn't like Doc Ellis. And it was pointed out to me that, in some sense, everybody's playing Doc Ellis. Now, part of that could be availability. Because it's, a card that was in the throwback set, there are a lot of copies of Doc floating out there compared with a lot of the gold packables.
Yeah.
Do you have Doc as a really strong card?
Not a really strong card. He's in my open gold bullpen, kind of towards the worst part of it. I think it's an okay card. But yeah, not a big.
Wow, 100. It's 125,000 if you want to buy a Doc Ellis.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay that. No, I mean, I think
also
out of those cards, I mean, Hugh Duffy is really good. I think we can agree on that.
That's the one I wanted, and Rodney is the one that I thought was closest. But I
think Rodney's
didn't
also
quite want to play
okay.
Rodney. But he's probably the second card I should have picked. I think I picked, was it Stalker? I'm trying to remember now.
I'm playing Versailles. I think Versailles is okay.
Zoilo is the one I picked that I decided was closest to playing because of all of that gap power. And then I've never actually yet put on a roster, so I'm not sure who I would have picked instead, but I've never actually put him on a roster, so he's probably not the one I should have picked.
Yeah, I have him on my gold roster. He's platooning at shortstop with I think with Nicky Lopez.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think I'm running either Gruber or I'm running kind of some card that I wanted somewhere else and also play shortstop. Is what I decided to do because there just aren't enough lefties to really run a verse lefty option.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I think basically Duffy's really great. Everyone should play Duffy, and then Versailles, Sturker, Ellis, and Rodney are all sort of okay, but not important.
Consensus card was sort of a tie between bronze and silver, it looked like. So we should do either bronze or silver is what the community's asking.
Okay. Either of those are good, I think. I mean, if we're going to talk, maybe if we're going to talk about the live missions at all, maybe silver would be the better way to go then.
Could do that. I may not own all the cards we need to build a roster for silver yet, but I own the mission rewards.
Well, there you go. You own all the cards you need to build a roster. Sort of.
And Quisenberry.
You own most of them.
Actually, still don't own Adam Dunn, which is kind of funny.
I don't think I'm playing in silver, but it is a very good card.
Yeah, I'm somehow not even playing him in. Well, if I wanted to play him in bronze, I guess I would have got him. But I found a build which actually doesn't play him, which is kind of funny because in PT24 I would have been playing that card for like the first 5 months.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I did play that card for the first 5 months.
Well, yeah, they had a bit better defense in the 24 version, but
yeah, but this one has a little bit better bat even.
Yeah, it does.
Anyway, we can. Let's then maybe we should get through the bronze or silver and then do it. Is the way
Sure.
Since we're talking about the cards anyway.
Sure. So Miles, how many minuses?
Aaron Miles. Oh boy. So now that I have successfully downloaded this, I can tell you that he is not a card that my model is particularly interested in either. Shocking.
Yeah, he seems awful. I mean, really, really awful.
I mean, I don't think I'd play this card as a 40, but I mean, actually, I'll tell you what this card reminds me of is. Let me find it.
Okay, maybe if this were a 40, maybe there's some silver cap build where you're running Spillbore as an Ionetta, and there's chemistry for it.
No, but the problem is this is like Keston Hiura, except without the bad.
No, it's really bad.
Right?
It's really bad.
Like, if you're going to run a card as a backup, he's got to be able to play defense somewhere on your roster. You can't just run like a 40 overall DH.
Yeah. No, it's a terrible. A lot of cards that we even give F minus, I can sort of come up with a format that's like tortured enough to get the card to play.
Well, you could pick his era, except wait a minute, you want power in his era.
Yeah, I don't think I could come up with any like Ellie only, except there's only 9 of them, so or whatever it is now, so you can't actually play them. You can't play the form. I don't know.
He is probably better than a Gym Unknown.
Probably.
Speaking of which, the Rockies might want to try submitting a full roster.
Yeah, that was not a great game. I am curious to see what Anthony Molina's live is going to look like. I will say. I don't think he's in yet. That could be a fun one.
Oh boy, yes.
So that was not a good appearance he made last night.
I gotta find the box score line now. Let me see if I can find the box score line. I know it was impressively not excellent.
It was a little bit not great.
So let me see if we can find it.
It was a lot of runs in 1/3 of an inning.
Well, that's good. So he doesn't even get the benefit of like having the 0.00 ERA because he doesn't look like he has any innings yet.
Yeah.
He has an ERA of 162.
It's a little bit of a high ERA.
14 in the third, which would actually be a pretty good output for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would be very happy with that if I were a Cardinals fan. 14 points in 1 quarter.
Hi to Sparks. Welcome. Anyway, so we can. We're going to give 60 more seconds, and then we're closing off the prediction form if anyone wants it. This Aaron Miles is. Okay. I will say actually we should have a discussion about card shape, and maybe it's better to do that when we, when we pull up some of these rosters, right? Like if we do a roster building thing. But
yeah,
I do get the sense. So at the beginning of last cycle, we really didn't like a lot of the content for a while. It was sort of hit and miss, right? There were weeks where everything was unplayable, and then there were one or two sets, like the first Future Legends one, where everything was like off the charts meta, right?
Yep.
And I think that was because the content creation side kind of hadn't quite learned enough about how the game engine worked to figure out the right shape. I think this is an example. Like, this is a card which I don't think was intended to be like an S tier card, but I don't think there was an intent to release a completely unplayable, F minus 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 LE either. And I
don't know. I mean, this one's, I think, pretty clearly going to be bad. Like, there's no format in which avoid Ks is a very powerful rating.
I mean,
and the defense is atrocious. So
this is a bad enough card that, my like tinfoil conspiracy theory is that 3 days from now we're going to discover that suddenly his ratings change. And this was just like an elaborate early April Fool's Day joke.
That's true. It's early April Fool's. I that seems more possible than any other option we've come up with so far.
So, are we giving this an F minus, or do we give it our first F double minus of the year? Where are you at on this?
I think it can get 2 minuses. I mean, this card is really not very good.
I think let's do that. Let's do that. All right, we're going to close off the prediction for him then, I guess.
No, F minus minus is E, I guess.
It's F
G?
minus one, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure which way it goes.
F minus minus might be generous, Leo. I agree. Yeah. This is not a good card.
No.
For completeness, I guess we can mention he's listed as a second baseman. Who are some of the second basemen you are running at the moment in Iron?
So, Steve Hunt's, because Steve Hunt's is great. Ian Happ, but he can play also a bunch of other positions. Woody Held, I'm running a little bit. I was running. So, actually, I bought a combinator at second base, not really for Iron, but I ended up playing in Iron.
Which one did you, the Woody Held? Which combinator?
No, Pedro Garcia.
Pedro Garcia?
Because there's this, I found that I was running this 40, 41, 42, Bill Travers, Pedro Garcia, and Gary Ryerson at like every single cap format because they're all 70s Brewers.
I see. So you just figured, okay, if I'm going to be going for the big chemistry, I might as well try to make this card playable by boosting it because I'm going to use it for chemistry anyway.
Yeah, it was priced at $5K.
And a lot of the food for it's going to be cheap because he has a ton of overlap with the 70s Brewers.
Yeah, I can. There are silvers that cost a few hundred points that have like 400 chemistry, 400 combinator boost points.
It's an interesting idea.
But actually, with the boost, I have him as playable.
So the ones I'm running, well, if I didn't have to worry about other positions, I would be willing to run this Rodney Scott at second because the bat's so good. You know me, of course. I also like the idea of just running the goat. Is this not a Warbot? Is this not a Warbot card? I mean,
this is. I mean, yeah, it is definitely a
Chacon, Greg Garcia, but the other way, VL, and there just aren't a lot of lefties right now. But VL, I have this Hal Luby like very far above any other option.
Yeah, a bunch of these cards you mentioned, I want to play at other positions. Mostly third base.
I might play him at third instead, but so I think Hunts. I also might prefer to play at short. So I think I'm playing maybe Hunts at short, Luby at third. Yeah. Okay. Should we go on? What do we got?
Sure.
We got Dan McGinn. Not Dan McGann, but actually Dan McGinn.
Right. Do we have a Dan McGann yet?
There is a Dan McGann as well. There's a bronze Dan McGann. There is an iron Dan McGinn.
Okay. Well, that's not confusing at all.
Yeah, they're 70
So,
years apart. I mean,
amazingly, there are two different players named Rasty Wright. I mean, like, what? Like,
well,
that's
Rasty
pretty
was a popular
incredible.
name back then, right?
Apparently,
All right. Now, okay, here's all right. Without looking it up, I'm gonna look it up, but I'm gonna make my guess first. I think we need to. I want to guess out of everyone. We'll get into the chat too. Okay, so Rasty is surely a nickname for something, right?
I guess I don't know for what.
So, what do you think Rasty would be a nickname for back,
I
around
oh
1900?
yeah, Rasty. I
I'm
have no
gonna
idea.
predict like Richard, Robert, Randall. I like Randall. That's a good call from Leo Remus. All right, I got to pick something other than Randall. Let's see. Could be like Raphael, but I'm guessing I don't think Raphael would have been a really popular turn of the century name, right?
Yeah, I can't. I'm not having. I'm not able to think of any names right away with have an R and then an S T like
Ras,
later. It's got to be something
Rashad,
very
but like
different.
a Rashad, but
No,
that's not a popular one.
I mean maybe it's like Dutch Leonard, where the one Raster was named after the other Rasty, right?
Okay, but then the first one. All right, all right, all
No,
right, all right. I got to pick someone different from the chat. I'm gonna go Raymond.
Raymond.
No, 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 no. Actually, I think I no, I think I got it actually because a lot of these players come from the Midwest, right?
Yeah, I have no idea where they came from with this place.
It's that it's like it's a lot of like immigrant communities that come to the Midwest. I'm gonna go with a Scandinavian name. I'm gonna say it was Rasmus.
Rasmus.
Yeah, Rasmus. I'm gonna say that's what it's short for.
Well, that seems possible. I mean, at least it's got the right consonants in it, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Although it could also be like a Ralph with a weird British pronunciation or something, right?
It's a strange. It doesn't. It's not like it's a pleasant sounding nickname. Somehow, I don't know. It's
No. Okay. So you think it's just like Slim or something.
yeah, it could be. I don't know what it would mean like as a word.
I wonder if it's the same as Rusty.
I don't know where that name comes from, Rusty.
Is Rusty short for something?
I don't think so.
Anyway, I went with Rasmus. That was my answer.
I'm guessing it means something, but I don't know what it would mean.
So it's probably the
Like
kind of
it's a
thing that if we knew what
word.
it meant, we would decide we shouldn't discuss it on stream.
It's possible.
All
It's quite
right, all
possible.
right. I'm looking it up. Here we go. Okay, well, that's not very useful. So the two Rasties' real names, Wayne Bromley, right?
Okay.
The other is William.
Well, that was not very useful.
All right. So you're less wrong than I was because I at least picked an answer.
Hold on, there's a Saber article for I think for one or both maybe.
How did Rasty get his name? And he's another Buffalo Bison. See, so he's gonna have all of that with Tony Suck. Um, all right, well here you go. This is my favorite quote about Rasty Wright because this just says he's a Warbot style player. Quote: Wright is not a great fielder, but gets his bases on balls as often as any man in the association. Aside from this, he's a hard hitter.
Oh yeah.
So they hate the
Oh,
fact that he walks a lot.
there's something in this article. Apparently, there's actually a third Rasty Wright. It says, right picked the name Rasty at some point in his professional career. Although the exact timing is not clear, there are at least 3 rights who bore the moniker before Wayne. So there's 4 Rasty rights, in fact.
Okay, and apparently this one actually skipped town after an illegal poker game.
Okay, where Rasty comes from. That's who knows.
So maybe Rasty's like he's about to be arrested, and it's.
Yes, in fact, the URLs of the Saber bios are Rasty Right, and Vanilla is Rasty Right 2. So there's no Rasty Right 3. No, there's not. Oh, that's very sad. Okay.
Oh, we should send out. We should put up the snailman signal. I'll ping him really quickly just to see if he happens to know anything about.
Baseball reference is only giving Wayne Bromley and William Smith, but it seems like according to the Saber article, at least there are 2 other unknown Rasty rights.
That's wonderful. That's incredible.
All right.
Wow, I'm actually still alive in this series. Anyway,
that's
point is Rasty Right is one of the cards we look at, but
well,
we should probably go on back to Dan McGinn, right?
Yeah.
So he's got 104 on the homer suppression. Extreme ground ball pitcher. So it's kind of this weird thing where they've still done something really weird with the ratings here, where as best I can tell, they're actually rating him on movement still. And then they're separating it into home run prevention and BABIP. Based on something about the pitcher type and the ground ball, fly ball. And now see P BABIP is more heavily weighted in movement than last year.
Yes, that's for sure. It's much more heavily weighted. I think it's almost 50-50 probably. Last year it was 4-1 or something.
Maybe 40% to me by eye, but something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's definitely, the thing I wonder actually in the same line is, I think it's quite possible, one of the things we've seen a lot, or I've noticed a lot this year, at least at the start, is that the automated, ratings to overall thing seems to be valuing avoid Ks a lot more than it did even last year, where it already sort of overvalued them. And I wonder if that's because it's still using contact, and now since power was taken out of contact, avoid Ks are having more impact on contact than they were before.
That's interesting. Maybe. Okay, 42 stamina is not bad for a reliever, but I've just got this shape as kind of nowhere close so that it doesn't end up mattering.
No, it probably doesn't even have enough rating points even if they were distributed well, but they're also distributed in a really bad way for iron.
Yeah. It actually might be another F- now that I look at it. It's close. Yes, he has a little bit of a bat, and there's a nice story there, but that's not going to help you if you can't pitch.
Yeah, this isn't going to play low iron. As a 40, I think there would be a use for this, right? Like in some big ceiling caps where you're going to care about home run a lot, you might put it in. If it's a 40,
maybe. So even there, a lot of the time, I'm going chemistry instead.
Yeah, that's possible.
And it's a lefty that walks all the lefties he faces.
Yeah, it's probably just another F-.
Yeah, but not enough minus, so we're getting better.
No, it's a probably a playable-ish 40, but not. I don't think low iron it would play.
Is this the point that we wanted to discuss shape a little bit, or do you want to wait till we do some roster building?
Maybe it's some roster building, I guess. I think it's going to be more. It's going to be more. We can give more better examples there, probably.
Okay. When we talk about Feller, I've got a good example to bring up actually for that discussion. All right. Hey, we're on to bronze. We're in record time today. Corey Patterson. I should scroll down because that's important here. The fact that he is blind.
Yeah, the defense is decent. The low avoid Ks is always, this year in particular, is a very good sign, at the moment at least, when most of the cards are still sort of it looks like
Yeah, because normally without the avoid Ks,
better.
it means it's something else they're good at. And then this card just lost the ratings points.
Well, I mean, it's good at BABIP, but BABIP is, I don't think really enough to get this card to, the point where we actually want to.
So being good at BABIP with low avoid Ks is a good shape because of the pitchers people are running right now. People are running a lot of low stuff pitchers.
Yeah.
And so that means you can get away with low avoid Ks, and the BABIP will just help you. So like this BABIP shape is better than you might have thought it would be.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't have this as like a completely unplayable card in Bronze. I have it sort of, in like the second or third tier of Bronze outfield or left field. I guess doesn't play right, but
doesn't play right. The question is, does he play center? Because like I'm doing some really weird stuff in center in Bronze right now because there just are no good defensive center fielders. So like I've been running Bresnahan actually in center a little bit.
Yeah, I've been playing Vince DiMaggio mostly.
Just because you want like something that looks like a glove.
Yeah, it's a good glove, and the bat is kind of not like.
The bat's awful.
Pretty bad.
The bat's awful, but there are no combinations of good bat and decent glove, or like decent bat and good glove right now. So you're sort of forced to choose.
I think the 64 Enrique Hernandez is maybe another option you could think about in center.
Yeah. So here's bits for comparison. Yeah, you're getting 99 range. This bat I think is even worse than it appears at first.
No, it's not a good bat. It's really not a good bat.
But this is probably your best glove that at least has some semblance of a bat. So if you're looking to get a glove in center, there's a completely reasonable choice.
Yeah, I think even live Brett Phillips is kind of reasonable, probably.
Let's see some cards that my model likes in Bronze. Algie McBride I can put up. So Algie, the idea here is, this is not a center fielder with the 71 range and the bad shape, but I just like the bat so much that that I'm willing to try it. It reminds me of the early cycle Shin-Soo Choo last time, where it's just like, all right, if I can't find a good defensive center fielder with any sort of bat, I'm just going to run a bat there and hope. Right?
Yeah. That's an option. So
that Jerry Brown that I showed before. I showed him last week, I guess. This Jerry Brown is another card that, is listed at third base, but at least VL, I'm using this as a center fielder despite this huge avoid K. I hate that shape, but I'm still using him because even though the avoid K is being wasted right now, and he has low BABIP, he's got real defense and he's got a little bit of a bat.
Yeah, I guess another one you can go for if you just want to sort of go for the bat is, I like him better in a corner, but Gary Beneke, who is really just eye power and nothing else, but that's a pretty good thing right now.
Yeah. So this is so there's a big difference between the 78 range and the 81 range. With 81 range, I would definitely prefer him to Brown.
Yeah. No, I'm Reneke
with
on most of my
range,
Bronze rosters.
It's another of these like, you can completely reasonably do it, but you're picking the one or the other.
Right. No, I like Reneke quite a lot in the corners, but in center it's probably is a bit stretching it.
The other thing about Reneke is it doesn't look it by eye just because the way the colors are done. But sorry, I don't want to get into that debate. There's actually a big difference between the verse left and verse right profile.
Yeah, it's a splitty card. You probably want to platoon him.
Yeah, it doesn't look splitty necessarily, but this is actually a splitty card, and you want to treat it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, but as for where that takes us, wait, did we somehow made round 5 of this? All right, I feel bad for Mark then, because Mark actually has a real live roster here. We don't.
Yeah.
But apparently you can fluke your way to victory in a best of 7.
Yep. Best of 9. That's the answer, right?
There you go. Absolutely, that's the solution. So, all right, where were we? As for Corey Patterson, I've got him nowhere close. I agree he's not an F minus. Like there's at least a useful thing that the card does here. And the other thing to think about Corey Patterson is I think right now this is closest to as well as a card like this will play, because there are a lot of these very low stuff cards that people are running in bronze.
Yeah.
And as power creep comes in, the easiest power creep is going to be for the stuff to creep up on those cards, and then this shape becomes even more unplayable.
Yeah, I think it's probably right at this moment. I might give it a D, but it's gonna get worse more quickly than other similar cards. So
I mean, I've still got an F because I'm running Burt Daniels types ahead of it too, when he's 41.
No, I mean I have it like sort of like in the second, third tier, like platoon left field. It's like it's not great, but I don't think it's gonna kill you right now. But in some not so distant future, it will kill you.
I think it's probably an F then.
Probably an F, yeah.
All right. Jim Presley. Our main goal today, of course, is just to not mispronounce anyone, so we don't end up on Music Lessons theme team, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we scrolled down on this card. Before scrolling down, this looks kind of interesting with a weird shape. After scrolling down, it just isn't that much of a bat.
No,
a position where you want a bat, and it's also not that much of a glove.
Yeah, I agree. It's just not a useful card. Doesn't feel down.
I'm a big Steve Braun fan, though.
Yeah, Braun is a decent card, I think. Tom Tresh, I think, is the card I've been usually running at third in bronze. But yeah, I like Braun. Dick McAuliffe, if you're not playing with second, as a platoon. The Jeff Blouse is a nice platoon card.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I've got
Bowser
VL and Braun VR, except that Braun I'm sometimes playing in outfield too.
Yeah, that's easy.
All right, so I think this one's a pretty
easy
F then.
Yep.
All right. So are we still going with George Bell? I remember there was a whole discussion, and I had never known that George Bell wasn't a George. So
I had no idea.
Interesting to find out. I did not know he was actually Jorge Bell.
No, I did not either.
Does Music Lessons clip it? I don't know. I don't know if he's in chat. You'll have to ask him. But in any event, our goal is not to add to the list. And I'm claiming George is fine here for pronunciation. We're not getting put on the list for saying George. That is the way it reads.
Yeah, George is fine. That's what it says.
Yeah.
No.
This is just so it's a similar idea to Patterson in the sense that like what you've done is you've sort of changed the flaw. Now the flaw is this has to be a DH, but now the power is just not close.
Well, there's no. If you switch the I and avoid K, this card might be interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
But as it is, it's not very good.
This actually might be another F minus. I'm trying to think where you play him because
no, I think this is an F minus. This card is
yeah. I actually don't see what you do with this. Yeah, all right. We'll call that one an F minus. All right, Dimitri Young. We got a tiger. We can scroll down a little, I guess, but not as much as we'd like. So this card's listed at first base. We've been talking about a few of the big first basemen in bronze, and the bat's not really close, right?
No, I mean guys like Stahl, Camilli, Choi, Milligan as a platoon, just sort of run this over.
Yeah. So I think the question is, corner outfield's a little tougher. Is there any way to make this work in a corner? But then I think the glove's just not good enough.
Yeah,
this is really sort of a DH, except again the bat's not even close, right?
No, I mean even a card like Adam Dunn just way out hits this. and has better defense. And even that Rennick you mentioned probably outhits this. Well, it does outhit this. It's just not as obvious as done.
Right. But then anyone you're talking about DHing is going to out-hit this by a ton.
Yes. Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, probably you will have two out of three at least of Camille, Stahl, and Choi in your roster. All of them hit way better than this.
Yeah.
That's the end of it, basically.
Does this play an iron? I mean, I'm certainly not going to play it in iron if I play a platoon.
I mean, Curry Foley is better, so it has to play in the field now.
So Kusik is better, though, right?
Yeah, one way at
least. Imagine you just play Kusik.
Maybe this is... I mean, the VR first base options are not super amazing in iron, except for Foley.
I still think you're playing this card instead, aren't you?
Both ways? I mean, I don't want to play this
VR for sure. VL, this card.
Yeah, VR for sure. Yeah, I guess it is probably better VR
if you're doing it,
Probably it is still better VR. Yeah, okay.
I think it's not
minus. It is.
Yeah. All right, we're not off to a great start. Should we take a break before Silver and see if it gets better? And what would be a fun one to do? We could do an imperfect draft.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I don't know if we want to try to get through this to have some time to build the rosters, but either way.
I could do either. Let me see. Do I have a... I don't think I have a slot here. All right, let me see if I have a slot on my alt. If not, then we cannot do an imperfect draft until it gets freed up.
Well, yeah, that is true.
I did a really bad 5-minute draft, which... Okay, how is this draft still alive?
I don't know.
I gotta take a look. I'll show you the draft. It is not a... Wow, it is not... This is... Okay. This is not a good draft. Frank Chance is fine.
Frank Chance is a good card.
Carl Mays is fine.
But no, it's fine. Like, so, that's what Carlos I like. That's a decent card. The Stanton is okay.
Yeah, all right, okay. You know what? This wasn't as bad as I remembered, because this was like a speed draft, so...
Yeah, Averill is also playable in gold.
The bottom 10 cards on this roster are horrendous.
Choi, yeah, the irons look awful.
The irons are awful, and other than Choi, the bronzes are awful.
The silvers are also pretty bad, but the golds and above are decent.
Okay, I guess that's the answer then. All right, so let's not do an imperfect draft until we get a slot.
I agree with that.
That's true, GG said down. We did actually win the quick draft where we just picked the top left card.
Yeah, that is... Yeah,
all right, we could do a twip draft, actually. We could do that.
Oh, I actually don't even know what the twip format is this year. We could do that. Sure.
Do you want to do that, or do we do that at the end? Is the finale? What's the better way to do it?
Yeah. Whatever you want.
We can do a twip draft, sure. We've got to do something to change our luck. We're getting all these F minuses. Okay, so we're actually still at Comerica, but it's 2023 Comerica, which is a little even more righty-splitty than the Comerica last time, right?
But we're now in the modern era.
It's modern era.
It's not going to be as home run dominant.
Correct.
All right,
let's do it. Here we go. This is not a great start. Castillo, by the way, would not be a perfect after yesterday. I got to get my one shot in as a Red Sox fan while I can, right?
I guess so.
Okay, so we've got Carew, which is completely the wrong shape this year, but at least is like a decent second baseman, and it's scarce.
I mean, Bruthers I think is okay.
Bruthers is... Wish he had eye?
He's not great, but he doesn't have eye, but he's got everything else.
Here, if I put up this comparison, you get a lot more gap with Bruthers, you get more power. You get more singles with Carew. I think maybe it's Carew then of the two.
We get to pick two. We have to pick two, but yeah.
Oh gosh, we got to pick two because the other problem is we'd like some righties in this park.
Yeah, Jack Myers is right-handed, I think.
Myers is right-handed. Not a great card.
Better than I remembered it being, I guess, but yeah, not great.
Better than Hartnett. Maybe it's Myers and Carew.
Yeah, I guess probably Carew. At least because of flexibility, Carew, we can always move him to first or whatever.
All right, Myers Carew.
Sure.
Although if we go Carew Bruthers, we do get the Hardware Heroes bonus.
I'm not
It's
so
only
worried
two,
about that
it's only
one.
2 points, yeah.
Yeah. I'm happy to pass that one.
Okay, well, it's Yachty and Grote just by default, right? Because no one else is really playable.
I honestly don't know what that Jeff Heath card even is. Or I'm not sure I've even seen Molina or Grote either.
Here's Heath. There's not much there.
It looks like a nice gold.
Yeah. Yachty actually at least comes up in my screens as a catcher I want VL.
Yeah, we probably should take him just for defense.
I want to platoon him with somebody VR.
Yeah.
Raditz is no, and yeah. So I think it's Grote by default. All right.
Okay.
Well, if we had rated the live stuff, we would have realized the flaws with some of these. Okay, so Danny Green is a little better than he looks just because it's so hard to find like non-mission cards that have any range in center.
I mean, we're probably taking Drebeck. He's not great. But
well, we're taking one of Drebeck and McNally unless we take both, right?
Yeah, Drebeck is definitely going to be better here, I would think.
Right. So McNally last year with the big P-Bavic would have been better. This year, Drebeck's shape is a lot better.
Yeah, McNally, maybe even we're still taking him, but I definitely Drebeck seems like a
It's funny. Last week I would have taken McNally. With the stuff we were just discussing before we came on stream, I no longer want to take McNally. Although we do get the Mission Edition chemistry bonus.
Oh, we were stupid and took 2 catches already because we weren't paying attention. That was probably not a good decision. So I guess Myers is going to have to DH, which is fine.
Technically, Yachty plays first.
Okay, so Myers is DHing.
Yes. Yep. All right. Drebeck then?
Yeah, I guess Drebeck is fine.
Was this really the Astros logo in '94? I could have sworn this was more modern.
Not sure.
Am I hold on. I got to check this now.
They may have had it for some years.
I don't even remember that logo is the thing. Okay, wow. They brought in that logo literally for 1 year in 1994.
Oh, there you go.
And then they switched it again.
I will say, the logo knowledge actually has become useful because there's no other good way to tell which team the card played for.
I know.
The abbreviation is not always the same.
Except for the ones like Fred Lewis that just have the MLB logo.
Yes.
And then if you right-click, you also can't see what team he played for, except that it was SL4.
Correct, which of course could mean that it's different as other SL4s. That's another abbreviation of the same name as him. So it doesn't help.
Okay, what do we got here?
Probably John.
Tommy John is fine.
He gives us a lot of chemistry potential, right? He played for a long time and had many teammates.
It's true. Chorek is going to give you 0 chemistry potential, but is probably the least bad.
Yeah, the live Correa is pretty good live.
Yeah.
But I don't think we really need him. I
he helps Carew a little bit.
I guess.
All right, let's just do this.
Yeah.
Well, I love Blankenship.
Yeah, I like Blankenship. Here's Blankenship. He's probably playing third. That's fine.
This Candy Nelson is a card that never ends up on any of my screens, but looks like he should be a Warbot card.
Yeah, I thought he should be good too, and my model also thinks he's horrible.
I agree. So. By eye, I really want to play that card, though.
Yeah.
Johnny Grubb has some power.
We just
Tigers bonus with all the Tigers later. Molitor gets you the Mission Edition bonus, I guess, but is not very good.
Yeah, I mean, he's an okay DHVL, but we already have Myers who's better, so...
Do we just go with Candy because, we think he should be good?
Maybe even one of these relievers. I mean, I don't know any of them, but... Oh, actually, Chuck McElroy I think is okay. I think that Chuck McElroy is okay.
Oh, yeah, actually, he's fine. I thought it was McElroy. So now one of us is
McElroy.
we're
I don't
gonna get music lessons on our case now.
know. Yeah, I guess so. No,
Uh,
Shane Collins is awful.
okay, Batista's actually good.
Batista's amazing.
By the way, I
And Dick
love
Hyde
I
is
love that we
awful.
actually have a catcher named Klutz.
Yeah. Oh, Hop. Hop is good. We should take Hop.
Yes, we should. Now we talked about the. Now, okay, hold on. If we take Rodney, do we actually somehow manage to have gotten a chemistry bonus with Pachorik?
Is he the right? Is he also 21? Oh yeah. Look at that.
You know, we could do that just because like it's impossible to ever get that chemistry bonus.
Yeah, except Johnny Hop is actually a good card.
All right, then let's do this. Let's do this. I still love that there's a catcher named Klutz though.
Yeah.
I like GT Sundown's claim. She mispronounced all the F- cards.
Yeah, Georgie Bell.
Yeah. Leon Waggy.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. I don't like any of these cards in silver. That's a bad sign.
If we give Messerschmitt some control, he'd be good. His other ratings are nice.
Yeah, but the control's a little bit of a problem. Wow.
Yeah, I don't really.
Awful.
I don't know any of these cards really. It's not a good sign.
No. Is it
Our
still
Nolan-
Messerschmitt? Okay, Dustin Hermanson looks the least horrendous of these
What does
profiles.
Purple Marbury look like? I don't know that card.
Maybe better
Okay.
than Hermanson, actually. But,
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's bad, but
No, I think it's Hermanson, and it's one of Furpo and Messerschmitt.
I guess probably Messerschmitt then. I mean, just in case we happen to need a starter.
All right, let's do it.
Messerschmitt is bad, but
He aspires to be bad. Okay, well, then this Magadan is at least a better shape.
Travis Jackson has a lot of defense.
Yeah, what do we got right now? Grote is probably fine defensively at short. So Jackson would end up at third, where I don't like him as much, but he could be a fine backup.
Yeah, it's a decent card at least. I mean, it's semi-playable.
Another giant. Did he overlap with Jack Myers, I wonder? Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
But see, he was back in the early 20s, so it's possible. Let me see how long Myers played. No, I missed by a few years.
No, and Myers changed teams too, I guess.
Browning is maybe the least
I guess he's
horrendous.
fine. Yeah, he looks okay.
Yeah. It's our usual not so good draft. It's Joe McEwen. Now that's a lousy card.
We might just take it anyway because it plays every position, but yeah, it's not great.
We might actually, because I'm guessing Ralph Judd has no P. Babbitt with no.
Well, Ralph Judd is good. Ralph Judd is good. Ralph Judd is good. Yeah, it's a good card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Candiotti, Valverde. I'm just looking. Well, Pasqua is like the right profile.
Yeah, I mean his defense is really not amazing, but maybe it's better than just taking McEwen for defense.
I think let's do that. Yeah, let's just do that. We'll find something good.
We don't really have a lot of mission cards actually, so
yeah, we'll find something playable, right?
Okay,
thank you to Fire North for the follow, by the way.
You said we were going to find something playable. I think you were mistaken.
Yes. Well, I didn't mean this round.
I guess it's whichever two of these live pitchers are the least awful, but
Mike
Jean,
John.
I don't know.
Zimmerman. What do we got here?
The Orioles cards usually have good PVAP, but he doesn't. Okay.
Brock Burke is maybe flat enough to be okay.
Looks decent. Sure.
I like running lefties that can't get righties out in. Comerica.
I guess we could, if we're gonna DH Myers, we could just take Frankie Hughes just to make sure we don't run out of fatigue at catcher.
All right, go Frankie.
I mean, it's not a good card, but
wait, is he actually a catcher?
technically,
He's not a catcher is the problem. Oh, he's our last catcher. All right.
Yeah.
We'll do it. Why not?
Matt Dice also is catcher, but he's even worse. So
Skrilla could be. No, he's not what I want.
that Sammy Bird, I think, has a lot of defense and no bat. Oh, Dane Dunning is decent. Dane Dunning's actually a decent live. That we should take.
No,
that
Sammy
probably.
Bird has a bat. Oh, we're going Bird. You want Dunning? We'll go.
Oh, Sammy
Bird
Bird's a
Dunning.
bat.
All right, we'll go Bird Dunning.
Yeah. Wait, Sammy Bird's nickname is Babe Ruth's legs. What kind of nickname is that?
Oh, I think I know the story there because Babe Ruth, like late in his career, just like would get on base and you'd immediately run for him.
Oh, no, he was like a designated pinch runner.
Yeah.
I saw a funny suggestion at some point when the Reds had Billy Hamilton.
Yeah.
That they should basically just like at the start of the lineup put like some decent, not great guys who walked a lot, and as soon as one of them got on base, immediately pinch run Hamilton.
Yeah.
Like in the second inning or whatever.
Oh yeah. Sammy Bird, by the way, also played on the PGA Tour.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well,
The Yankees sold him to the Reds, and he retired from baseball to go pursue a career in golf instead.
nice.
And won 6 PGA events, so there you go.
Well, if it's a golf competition, we're going to win it, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess we need to take 2 pitchers here because we only have 8, and it's only 2 irons, so we just have to take 4 pitchers.
We don't really need 12 pitchers because we're not going to go more than 1 or 2 games in this tournament.
I guess, yeah, we should at least get to 11 though.
Halama and what?
Fine. I don't know these lives, but I think Grix is not the worst.
Well, I know Garrett because I was just starting him yesterday.
That's true. I did play him in PT Live. I don't know what the card looks like, but I know he's a starter that's actually listed as a reliever.
Yes.
So that's useful.
Okay, actually, this Mark Leiter looks fine.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Derek Dietrich is legitimately good. Okay, I did my part.
Yeah.
Can you find 4 other playable cards here?
We only picked 2 cards here because it was a double perfect.
Well, that makes it easier. So Coleman is one of the less horrendous 40s, actually.
Bucky Brandon, I think, is okay.
This Coleman profile is one that I like better this week than I did last week.
Yeah, it's still
awful. Yeah.
Yeah. Bucky. So the higher chemistry iron teams. I think his name was Bronze. Was a bunch of like 50s and 60s Red Sox, and Bucky Brandon was one of them. And
we could run Murray We could run Murray Dixon in this like big home run park.
Yeah.
Or not.
I don't know that card.
All right, you want to go Bucky Brandon?
Coleman could hit. I don't know how helpful that's going to be, unfortunately, because.
All right, we can go. Oh yeah. Coleman actually can hit a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't. So it turns him from an F into an F, but
Kruko can't pitch. I mean, Coleman. I don't hate Coleman. Actually, I mean, it's just
Well, yeah, you're never gonna. I mean, there's a lot better. Some of the 40 hitters act like there's Roger Maris, Maxwell for 41. There's Juan Francisco for 40. Like they're real hunts. There's real hitters at 40.
So there is an advantage of Coleman. Hold on, which is that he's a peak card.
I don't think we have any good peak cards.
Yeah, well, we have Danny Green.
We have 1.
I think that might be our best use of a 40 here, though, is to bump Danny Green a little bit.
Do we have any? Do we have any other? We have a lot of Cardinals, right? We have Grote, Molina.
Cardinals. We have some Yankees.
Yankees.
I mean, Coleman's fine. I mean, we're not
really
gonna.
It doesn't matter much, I guess.
We're not getting very far. All right, let's do it.
Sure.
I think this is we did our draft on stream. We reset our our luck and all that.
Some things haven't changed.
Yep. See if we can get some non F minuses now that we took our time out, stepped out of the box, reset. See if we can get some better rating, and we're still in this speed draft.
Yeah.
I figured there was no way we were still going to be in that on stream. All right. Should we do some silver cards then that we're up to?
Yeah, let's do it. I guess we have one low silver and a few silvers.
All right. Joe Judge, can we finally break our F- streak? I'm trying to remember if there is a low silver right now.
There is. There's a weekly, and I think maybe a daily. I'm not 100% sure if there's a daily. There's definitely a weekly.
Okay. So, Joe Judge.
No, it's just the one weekly. It's no daily, but there is a silver floor cap.
Okay. But actually, I'm not sure it matters so much in this case. Here's the funny thing, is I like this card even better VL than VR, weirdly enough.
I have them about the same both ways.
No, but I'm saying by comparison, because VR. So I have this easily the best just plain bat in. Actually, I have this just the best bat in silver. If you have to run him both ways, he's not the best bat either way individually. But I have the best two-way bat.
I have Sano a bit better. This is the bat. You mean as first place? Yes, I have
just as a bat.
I have Judge Slowbores and Sano. I have Judge Slowbores and Sano basically all about the same as the top two-way hitters for silver. But obviously, those are very different cards.
Yeah, now you can run Judge at first, and I like him even better VL simply because Will Clark, kind of exists as a mission card, and I want to run Will Clark at first VR.
I guess you're playing Berkman somewhere else then.
I'm playing Berkman in the outfield, and I'm playing Berkman and Spielborgs in the outfield. My outfield's bad, okay?
Yeah, it's not great.
We're going to give up a lot of extra base hits, but you know what? We're also going to get a lot of extra base hits.
Another hitter which I quite like for full silver is the Curtis Granderson, who's technically a center fielder, but not really. Unfortunately, he can't play the corners, otherwise he'd be a really good card.
Yeah.
But yeah, even at the DH, he's okay.
I've got him I've got Judge, Spielborgs, Clark, and Virtue, and then like a pretty big gap. Well, there's a big gap before Virtue, but a pretty big gap after Virtue. And then I've got Granderson in the next pack.
Yeah.
Kingery's up there too, actually, although he really doesn't play defense.
There's a theme here.
Yes.
But no, I mean, certainly for low silver, Judge, I think that's a card that definitely should be in the roster. For full silver, probably still, but he's a bit more borderline, I guess.
I just have him as the best two-way bat, so what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to run Judge VL at first, even though it's kind of the wrong side, and then I'm probably going to just find ways to get him in the lineup sometimes VR. So I think he even plays up. Fair. I mean, I've got this as at least an A, but this might be an S.
I mean, he's certainly not playing up like low gold. He's certainly not playing.
He's not playing low gold, but I think he might play. I think he definitely plays full silver. Okay, so maybe more like an A plus or something. What do you have?
I'm somewhere between an A and a B probably. I think for low silver is really good. I'm not sure there's a huge use for him there yet. For full silver, he seems a bit more borderline. So, but I think an A is. Yeah, I think an A is probably decent.
Will Clark makes it a little tougher because silver is still pretty right-handed right now.
Yeah.
If silver were more left-handed, the card gets even better. Because like the big advantage of this is there are a lot of splitty options, and this is not a splitty card.
Right.
At least
I mean it's certainly I certainly have it as a playable full silver. I don't know that's a necessary one, but certainly a playable card.
Okay, you just want to give an A then? Is that your thinking?
Yeah, I think an A is about right. Yeah.
All right, let's give an A. All right, we broke our streak. It was a good job backing out of the box there.
And back in we go.
Raul Mondesi. Raul Mondesi. One of us has to say something good about this card.
It it's an okay VL bat. I think I'd play it in bronze VL.
Maybe.
It's close, at least.
No, actually, I think I'd play Brago Roth.
I mean,
Maybe I'd play Swanson.
He's in the picture. He's in the picture.
Actually, I'd play Burt Daniels, but
Yeah, well, you and Burt Daniels are,
I'm just playing Burt Daniels.
very good friends.
If Daniels and Quisenberry had any chemistry, I'd be running them all cycle.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, it's another F.
All right. Well, it was looking better for a moment. Camilo Pascual, one of the LEs. So we had 4 LEs this week, huh?
Yes.
That's a bad sign.
Well, I'm not. These particular LAs, I'm not too worried about. I will say.
No, but the point is that the reason you release LEs is you're trying to get people to want to rip packs. So presumably, if they've released LEs that people aren't playing, they're going to keep trying till they do. I worry a little bit what happens when you miss in the other direction. GSG, the cops would disagree with that stealing ability. Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, he got caught, so it can't have been all that good. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. That's the point. The aggressiveness should have been higher.
Yes, it's true. He should have had more aggressiveness and less ability. That's fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a fair point.
Was that why his Adalberto decided to go by Adalberto? Was it as a result of that, or is there some other reason?
It's possible, right? Because he is Raul Jr., right?
Yeah. Or I'm not sure which is the given name and which is the nickname, but
his given name is Raul. I mean,
Raul is a given. Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it could be. It's not the kind of thing I would want to be associated with, so I can understand that.
Okay, he went by Raul Mondesi or Raul A. Mondesi from 2015 to 2018.
Yeah, and then he changed.
So was that when his father was arrested then? Maybe, so that probably is what happened.
Yeah, it could have been.
But I don't know. I mean, it could just be that, like, once he was making the majors, he wanted, you can understand that, right?
Yeah. It doesn't say particularly why, but yeah, I know.
Let's see.
Okay, yeah, in 2017 was when Raul Mondesi was imprisoned.
Okay, so probably it's related then.
Probably, yeah.
All right, Camilo Pascual. So he's a righty with, moderate splits. I just don't think there's enough there in the card, though.
No, I don't mind the splits
and the control.
No, I don't mind these splits, but it's just there's not enough ratings. So,
it's funny because this is the kind of flattish profile that would have worked better in PT24. And that's kind of what I meant when I said that I think this is a card that was intended to be a lot better than it is.
Well, the one in 24 was decent. The Ellie Pascual.
Yeah, I think this was intended to be a very good card, and I think that I haven't had this discussion with Spore, so I'm speculating here, but there are a lot of things. We've mentioned there are things we've tried to communicate that we haven't had a way to communicate, right? One of them is that the scaling is not going to work in PT25 the way it's planned, and I think this is something where the changes they've made on the game engine development side maybe haven't gotten to the card creation side. And so we're kind of getting these shapes that don't fit yet.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, one thing I think is pretty constant even across all levels is that it is very hard for flat shapes to work this year. They need to be
Right
pretty
now, there
significantly
will be a point.
overstated.
There will no. Actually, I guess there's no real point that it's going to work. Is
Yeah,
there?
I think I mean maybe at the very very top. Um,
No. But then you just rather have more power.
no, I'm saying once you run out of power.
I don't know. I think you just
But
go all Tim Allen.
yeah, maybe I don't know. But yeah,
Uh,
flat shapes have to be pretty substantially overstated to work, which of course is very it's going to be a bit nerve wracking to print those kinds of cards. When you're printing
right.
cards with a bunch of hundreds in silver,
Well, no. But this is the
it's
problem I have is that when you're off on the shape, that's what leads to. So if you make a mistake in this direction, it's fine. People just ignore the card. If you make a
right.
mistake in the other direction, you've Jeff Mathis'd it for several months and broken the meta.
Right. I mean, well, I should say it's. I think it's fine to make a mistake in this direction on packables. When it's like a big mission avoiding to make a mistake in this direction, it's pretty bad.
It's bad, yeah. But
Yeah.
the point is, if you can make a mistake in this direction, you can make it in both directions.
Yes.
And that's where I would be concerned is, yeah.
But it's an F.
Yes, it's an F. It's an F. I don't mind. I don't mind it, but it's not one of the ones I will be going after. Gabby Hartnett. So this is our second Gabby then, right? Because there's a perfect that we just looked at in the draft. So
Yep.
here we've got our second Gabby from a year earlier. We've got an all-star. Similar shape, as you might imagine, to the next year, but just not as strong of a year. The 58 framing. So, it might be worth kind of mentioning your thinking on this blocking versus framing and what's important.
I want framing. Framing seems good. Arm, I think, is maybe even a little bit better than last year because it seems like stealing is slightly more doable.
Yeah.
Don't really care about blocking much.
So I'm almost in agreement, but I was thinking about it. Some of these early eras, I think blocking might actually become really important.
Yeah, maybe I haven't looked that much at early hours yet. There's like one tournament and I'm not playing it, so not totally sure. But that does seem possible that in early hours you will start to care about blocking more than framing. No, it's weird because at least the way it worked in 24 was that like framing sort of decreased in importance as you got earlier and earlier, and then at some point it became very important again.
Right. So yeah, that's true. So I don't know.
So I'm not totally sure, but I think at least in kind of a modern era thing, you want framing. Arm is good, but it's not must-have, and blocking you don't really care.
Right. And Caged Wisdom points out there are of course cards that have these things and also a much bigger bat.
Yeah, Delancey is good in other news.
Yeah, so Delancey, this is the guy I've got as my top catching option. It's funny because the position rating doesn't make him look good, but all the points are in that framing which we want, and of course the bat is great. You mentioned Walk and Fuss again. I can't show you the catcher rating here because it's showing you the infield one, but it's the same profile for the catcher rating, just not quite as good at framing. But again, all the points are in framing. Posada's up there. Dick Dietz, Ron Hassey's up there.
My model is actually also sort of okay with Jimmy Fox, even though his catching is actually bad, but the bat is just like so good for a catcher.
Big bat. We do like our big bats.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was running Ionetta until I learned a little bit more about what the framing and blocking thing was doing, and then I'm running kind of this set instead.
Yeah, Ionetta, I think you're probably only thinking about in low silver. Like in full silver, once you get Delancey, he's just Delancey just runs over everything. But
yeah. No, but Ionetta, I think my PT24 model liked him a lot more than like my revised 25 model.
I see. Yeah, that's possible.
I mean, you know me, I'll still play this Steve O'Neill. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you're still playing Bresnahan.
He's got 101 framing. He's got 126 I. Technically, there are other ratings on the card, but I'm going to pretend to ignore them.
Yeah.
I'll run this card over Gabby. Why not? Because you've got some arm.
Yeah. No, I mean I have Gabby a little closer than that, but
I mean, so there's
I'm not playing
something
it.
weird that's happened with a lot of these bad defense catchers, where I think this is actually another place that, like Spore needs to have a talk with the developers. So here's what I think is happening with this shape, because it's not a historically realistic shape, okay? There is absolutely no evidence that Steve O'Neill was a framing god.
Well, there's no evidence either way.
No, either,
I mean,
exactly. Okay, so here is what is happening. So they've made some decision about whether he's overall a good defensive catcher. And then you look at it, and he has a lot of passed balls. And so what they're doing is they're taking something like an overall catcher defense, and they're splitting it up between blocking and framing. And so people that have a ton of passed balls and therefore have a reputation as an awful defensive catcher end up with this enormous framing number. So, for example, you remember the Dick Dietz a couple cycles ago that had like one catcher ability?
yeah, he's a couple cards like that.
But look, this Dick Dietz can frame because he can't block and he can't throw, and the points had to go somewhere. So what's happened is they've basically taken the two ratings they can get, and they're making the third up to kind of match. And one of the things this means if they do it this way is Tony Suck is actually going to be an incredible card if they put one out. Because Tony Suck is going to have, like a 5 rating or something for blocking. But that means he's going to have like 150 framing.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually this concept may be just more true in general as it goes to composite ratings. Like
no, they've done it that way too. Because if you look at, can you pick an example? Just pick a random picture that's a good example of this. They've done the same thing with movement.
Yeah,
I bet we can find this from Pasquale, actually. Not that Pasquale. So what they've done with Pasquale is they start with this movement rating, and that's really what they're setting from his data. And then they're breaking it up into a distribution between home run and PBABIP based on the fact that he's a ground ball pitcher and he has this pitch mix. And so with this pitch mix, he should be particularly better at, avoiding giving up home runs. So he has to be bad at PBABIP.
I'm less certain that's what's happening in that case. So at least what you can set in the editor for pitchers is you can set a PBABIP number. You can't set a PBABIP split though. This is in the base editor. Maybe there's other tools for PT. I don't know. You can't set a PBABIP split. It seems like that's sort of determined by some combination of just like a preset number and the pitch mix. You can't set a home run against either. You can set a movement number, which is then sort of adjusted based on the ground ball percentage and some pitch related stuff. It seems to produce a home run number.
Yes.
So anytime there's any of these composite ratings, it seems like the thing which converts ratings to overall goes a bit haywire.
Yeah. But I do think that what's happening is it's setting the composite rating, and then it's figuring out, like this Pasquale Perez, same idea, right? The pitch mix here is not kind of the, big, like, sinker type pitch mix. And so it's more PBABIP heavy. And an example of somebody who's very PBABIP, the opposite, right? Like Quisenberry, for example, right? It's not that Quisenberry. So let me find his 1979 stats.
I don't think that's happening here actually. I mean, maybe it is to some extent, but I don't think entirely, because this one is actually set up. The reason I think it's much more likely to be true with catch ability is because PBABIP, it seems like, was built into the engine in a way that it seems like the catcher framing thing was just kind of tacked on as a sort of I wouldn't say an afterthought exactly, but just sort of like an extra, because really all that happened was catcher ability to convert the catcher blocking, and this extra thing just sort of got appended.
Right.
But
here I'll make the point here, because I think this actually shows it. So Quisenberry, they did a movement rating, okay? But then, so Quisenberry in 1979 gave up 1.1 homers per 9. Now that was more than a lot of the rest of his career.
No, that's a huge number. 2 home runs per 9 is a ton.
No, not 1.1.
Oh, 1.1. Okay,
1.1 per 9. So that's not a huge number. That's not a huge number. That's what, 2.5% or something, probably.
Yeah, it's probably about league average-ish, I would guess.
Yeah, so it's probably league average-ish, right? And was his PBABIP excellent? As this would imply. I'm going to look up the number, but I'm going to bet it was not. He had really good PBABIPs later in his career, but here it was. Where is it? Well, he allowed a 278 batting average, and he was striking out 9.5 per 9, so it can't have been that minuscule. But I'm trying to figure out where to find it now.
What's happening here? Because you're saying he's striking a lot of people and he's getting no stuff. So something is then even more broken with the pitch mix. So probably it's actually a pitch mix issue. Then it's not so much.
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is what they did is they used the pitch mix, right? And they're kind of saying, well, because he has this pitch mix.
Wait, no, this is okay. This is okay, right? This is fine. Hold on. I'm not sure this one is an issue. This is 19. Oh, this is 79. I was looking at 6. No, 79.
79. He struck out 9.5. Sorry, where is it? Oh, sorry.
No,
I'm looking at the wrong column. Sorry. Okay. Never mind. No, I'm not. It's not the stuff that I was really complaining about, right? The point I was making was that the homer suppression is not as good as it should be, and the PBABIP is much higher than it should be. And the reason is that the movement's a combination of the two. And the combination of the two at 73 movement is actually about the right level for his combination of PBABIP and movement. But instead of using the PBABIP to set PBABIP and the homer suppression, the homer's allowed to set the homer suppression, what I believe they've done in the rating is they've combined the two ratings to set movement. Then they've used the pitch mix to uncombine them and say with this pitch mix and the submarine arm slot, the movement has to be heavily weighted toward PBABIP because that's the way the card has to work.
Well, this extreme ground ball, I think, is also quite relevant because this makes a huge impact on right. Movement to home run allowed.
Yeah. So
it wasn't going to come from pitch mix.
Right. So the point is, the extreme ground ball is, yeah. So basically the idea is, I think what's happening is movement is still the thing that's being set. In the same way that when you look at the actual ratings for hitters, it's still really it's been a while, long ago. It's still contact, which seems to be fundamentally what the game engine is like working with in rating players, even though it's then making the composite ratings.
No, I agree.
So I think it's the same thing here. Movement is really what Quisenberry is being rated on in the ratings editor.
No,
the split.
Composite ratings are just a disaster. They need to stop using. The thing is that I think a large part of the problem is that in many ways, out of the park baseball still uses an engine which is based on an understanding of baseball from 2000.
Yeah.
And we now understand that was quite wrong in many ways. And while there have been some updates over the years, they're really just a bunch of band-aids and not actually what needs to happen, which is effectively to tear the engine down and rewrite it from scratch to update it to a modern understanding of baseball.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
And so all of these patches that get thrown on top of it just they solve one problem and they create two other ones. And what needs to happen is at some point the out of the park development team needs to just release no new features and actually rewrite their engine for a whole year to make it
either
work.
Rewrite the engine or you release no new features and you kind of learn to. You can also apply a band-aid of just kind of changing the way you rate players. Is the point?
Yeah, I just fixed the engine so it actually functions because the engine really is the core part of the game. And the game is supposed to be this great baseball simulator, and in 2000, I'm sure it was far and away ahead of everything else. At this point, to be honest, the engine is not there. It would not be substantially difficult to write an engine which simulates baseball better than this.
By the way, as a quick plug for Doc's stream, Doc has a giveaway going right now if anyone's...
Oh, yeah, definitely answer that.
Always nice to plug a fellow streamer, so...
Yes.
And Doc, especially one that actually has a good voice for this, because that,
Yeah, we have no voice and no microphone quality, so it's a bad combination.
No, but honestly, even if I had microphone quality, Doc just has a great voice for this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So anyway, yeah, it's
But anyway, I think that's part of the rating, and that's part of what happened with Pasquale as well, I think.
yeah, it could be.
But a lot of these shapes that end up weird, it's the same thing as the catchers, where it's making this composite rating. So what happened was they decided to break it up into blocking and framing this year, but they've rated the player based on a composite, and then they only have data for one of the two. And so
Right.
you get actually these players where by reputation they were horrendous catchers. And I mean, I think the thought process is the game engine is sort of like retconning framing in, and it's saying, look, everybody knows catchers like are really important, so nobody could really possibly have run an awful catcher back in the 20s and 30s either, right? Because we all know this is a stupid thing to do. So if you have a catcher that looks like he must be awful in the two of the three things we can measure, he must be really good in the third. That seems to be the idea.
Yeah, I mean, there's other issues too because the all these composite ratings are based on a particular range of ratings, and then as soon as you leave that range of ratings, the composite ratings just go up in smoke.
Yes.
To the extent they were good to begin with, but which is not really, they were never good to begin with, but
yeah,
certainly once you leave the rating range they're designed for, it's just a complete mess.
Anyway, as for Gabby, it's an F, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't mind having these discussions about shape. So
yeah, no.
We're not quite a straightforward just get through the list sort of stream.
It's easy to get sidetracked. So.
Well, especially because we only have 20 cards this week, and in the weeks where we have 100 cards, we try to be a little more efficient.
Yeah.
So we've learned to be efficient when we have to be, but Jimmy Rollins. We're up to gold.
Okay, now do we have a low gold? I'm not sure. So let's see.
Is there a gold floor? There is a gold floor something, right?
There's no low gold. There is. Well, there's a gold floor, but it's a non-cap
nice.
gold floor.
It's 15 for the semis and 25 if you win, right? It's now the extra 5 points just if you win the finals.
Yeah.
Because I may have forgotten. I haven't really been playing these different formats yet, so I'm trying to see if I can just qualify for all the PTCS stuff in 1 week, which is not going to work.
Yeah.
But
like one win and another decent result will probably get you into most of them.
I think actually one win might, because if you look at the ratings, so yeah, I'll show you where the rankings are.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, we've had one in a few bit weeks, and we have so it's not quite 2/3. It's like 60% or something.
Here, so here's the Open, right? So if you look at, let's say, the Open, 128.
Open maybe.
128th is 10 points right now. But I think that's true of most formats. Like, which one should I pick? I don't know. Silver?
Sure. I mean, the thing is that we've really, this is less than 1.5 weeks. So.
Right. But I'm saying, like, if you look at silver, similarly, I think generally 128th is right around 10 points for most of these formats. And as you say, it's been 1 and a bit weeks, so I don't think 15 points is enough. But I think
probably is. Yeah.
But I think 20. Yeah. I think 20 is probably enough in most formats, right?
Probably.
Given that 10 is the cutoff, virtually, is there something that's much different? I mean, the weeklies or something will work a little differently because it's not 4 a day.
Yeah, the weeklies will just get into.
I'll just look at iron as an example. Okay, yeah, iron 128th is exactly 10 again.
Okay, yeah. So
bronze.
So yeah, 20 probably makes it most of the time.
But yeah, look at it. Actually, it's literally exactly 10 in all the ones we've picked. So to me, 15 points probably isn't enough, but 25 I think gets you in everything.
Yeah, 25 should be safe. That's true. Yeah.
So in principle, even though I didn't really start till this week, except for like one or two formats I was playing because I actually had the cards. In principle, if I have a good enough week, I could qualify for everything, I guess, but I pretty much have to win one of each.
Yeah, I broke my previous fewest tournaments to cash in a category, so that was kind of fun last week.
Nice. Well, here I can give you mine. This is the one I'm happy with. So silver. Again, it's exactly 128. But here you go. I've got my 25 points, 1 tournament played. That is my silver qualification for the cycle.
Yeah, no. Last week in bronze, I qualified. I played 2 tournaments and won them both.
Won them both. All right. You know what? I'm gonna play one. I got to play one more silver now.
No. I played some other bronzes in the first week, so I don't have.
Okay, it doesn't look quite as impressive.
I don't know 100% win rate. It's last week I have 100% win rate in bronze.
That is still impressive though. Yeah.
Well, the mistake was I shouldn't have queued for a second one probably after winning the first one. It was just an error in the end.
Well, no, but the problem is you don't. Yeah, here you go. Look at that. 50 points, 2 played. Nice. No,
Yeah.
but the thing is you don't know because you have to queue 24 hours in advance basically for all these.
Well, that's true.
So you could
That's
easily
true.
have already queued, you know.
Yeah, I don't remember which order I queued them in. I may have queued that one before I won the first one. Yeah,
You just had to win the second one because you're already in it. So
yeah, why not?
why not?
Yeah, I had a cash on 3 last cycle, but never a cash on 2 before. So it's fun.
Well, technically I've got it on 1, although now I'm going to run 1 more silver now that you said it.
Yeah.
But if I can win the finals in this live open, which again, did I mention I don't have the cards for this?
Yeah, well, you have Shohei Ohtani, who's like not a good pitcher and a sort of okay hitter, but probably is not a full live roster.
Hey, it's the only perfect I pulled.
Yeah, I wonder. Ohtani every year his live is so bad at pitching. It's strange.
Well, he's injured this year.
Well, I mean, even last year his live was atrocious at pitching. Like it was a completely useless pitcher.
I don't hate the bat.
The bat's fine, but I don't understand like why the live formula hates him so much as a pitcher.
Well, here we can see he's not pitching. Well,
You can play him at second
better than a
base.
certain Rockies pitcher.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you can play him at second. That could be fun.
Yeah, actually, so my model, you'd appreciate this. My model says Ohtani is the best third baseman in live open.
I think I had Acuna, but yeah, same idea. It's weird though. In live silver, I mean, I like this idea with like making everything eligible everywhere, but it has produced some like strange things with lives. Like live to Brian Hayes, I have as like by far the best live silver shortstop. Not really close. Because it gives them defensive ratings at third. They're obviously great because Brian Hayes is, probably the best or second best third base defender in the game.
Yeah.
And then, okay, you put him at shortstop. He's now the best shortstop in the game.
Yeah.
Because that's how baseball works, right?
Hey, they tried it with Mookie Betts.
Yeah, Mookie Betts, maybe not quite the best defensive shortstop. I mean, he's better than Lux, I guess, but...
Well, I just thought they were moving him to shortstop so they could trade that contract to the Padres.
Oh, yeah. Who would want that contract? Yeah.
Actually, with all the extra, positional availability, we truly could do the Preller imperfect draft this time.
That's true, yeah.
Every player has to be shortstop eligible.
You find some pitchers. I bet you could find some pitchers who have it.
You could, yeah.
Oh, this is going to be an issue with Future Legends when they happen. That actually needs to be fixed before Future Legends come, because they're going to be eligible everywhere. It's going to ruin every tournament meta.
Yes, it will. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Future Legends can't be eligible everywhere this year. That's going to ruin everything.
That would absolutely Tony suck.
Yes.
Oh, where does Yoshi eligible?
The Future Legend?
He's eligible first, second, third, left.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needs to be fixed. It's just going to be future, and they're probably going to have chemistry with each other too. So every tournament is just going to be Future Legends. Like it's to be full Future Legend rosters.
Depending on the shape. Because if they're the wrong shape, then none of them play. But if they're the right shape, all of them.
Well, no, because they're all gonna have chemistry too. The chemistry is gonna stack like crazy because it's gonna be the same year too. It's gonna be same year, same decade, and same card type.
Right. So unless the shape is way off, they'll all play.
The shapes have to be miserably bad, though. I mean, like, yeah, that's concerning. Okay, well, that's a thing I wish I didn't realize.
And on that positive note, or something.
Yeah.
On that positive note, let's look at Jimmy Rollins, because that'll cheer everybody up.
Mm-hmm.
I got to scroll down on this card.
So there's no low gold. There is technically a gold floor, but it's not really a gold floor because it's a gold floor, gold ceiling, and a non-cap.
Yes.
So it's a gold floor in name, but not in practice.
Yeah. That's going to be a problem for this card, isn't it?
I don't know that it matters, though, because there's also a Kevin Stocker.
Who's 80 and just better.
Who's 80 and much better.
Well, that is true, and this card does only play short and doesn't play it very well.
Yeah, it's funny, you aren't going to even get chemistry because they're both Phillies, too, so, like...
And you're going to play Nicky Lopez and...
Yeah, Lopez, Knight, those guys. Versailles.
Okay, there's really just nothing you can do with this.
No, there's nothing here.
I don't think it's so understated as to be an F-, but I think it's an F.
No, it's probably close in silver, but yeah.
All right, who do we got next?
Xavier Nady.
Well, so this is kind of a funny bat profile. I actually really like this card VL with that eye.
I still don't have it all that great. I mean, if it were low gold, I think I might be interested.
No, I really consider him. So where I have this card just as a bat, I have this as the fourth best bat VL in gold, but nowhere close VR. And that's a bit of a problem because, well, what lefties are there in gold right now?
Justin Steele, Vito Tamoulis. I'm
not running either of those. Hank Robinson's my top lefty.
Hank Robinson's okay. I'm running Tamoulis because he has a huge overlap with Fitzsimmons.
Okay, but if you weren't running him for chemistry reasons, you wouldn't, right?
I think he's playable. He's not amazing.
And even with the relievers, actually, my top 6 relievers are righties as well.
Yeah, I don't have any lefty relievers.
I have Ostrowski and Lindblad.
Yeah, Lindblad.
And I'm pronouncing that the Scandinavian way. Music lessons.
Lindblad looks okay. Lindblad, I will note, does have a lot of chemistry with the 99 Fingers. They have 10 years or something overlap.
Yeah, so I think, but the point is there's nothing obvious left-handed. That does really hurt the card. But having said that, if you're in a situation where more lefties start to pop up, I actually do have it as the fourth best DH bat VL. Now the problem is, so it's behind for me. Duffy and Spielborgs are probably on your rosters anyway, but Spielborgs really should be a DH. So the advantage of this card is that he can play left and right, and especially right where it's tough to find something, because I'd rather probably put Duffy in left or center. The problem is the other card he's behind for me is Aoki. And Aoki does play right. And plays incredible right field.
Yeah, the card that for me, I mean, I don't have this all that close, but the one that I want to play in this role is Terry Shumpert. Yeah,
so Shumpert I could see working as well. Shumpert doesn't play right.
He doesn't play right.
He's laid
left.
Play right. Yeah, so Shumpert's the left fielder. So I don't think he's quite competing with Shumpert just because because I think for Nady it's the right field.
Well, I don't really mind playing Duffy and right, but also like I'd rather play Jimmy Wynn.
Could see that, yeah. But
So
this Aoki, this card actually reminds me a lot of the Tuck Turner people got interested in VL, except there's a lot more I. And there's enough I that like this almost works. The problem is this really, I know it says 72 in right field, but it's just a horrendous shape.
yeah, I don't really have the Aoki all that close.
So I think there's like fringy room for him if more lefties get in the meta, but there just aren't lefties right now, so I think he misses all the rosters, but I could see him ending up in the meta in a week if some lefties come out.
I still wouldn't play him if it was like all lefties, so I'm just giving it an F.
I kind of want to give him like a D- because I think there's a path for him to be useful.
I don't know. It seems generous. We're saying is, you have no lefties. You want to play him if like 3 lefties get printed in. I mean, it's a very like.
I mean, the only problem is, I mean, one way to say it is if I got to run a full platoon gold roster, he would be on it.
Yeah, he still wouldn't be for me.
But he'd be like the last man on it. All right, he is probably an F, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's an F. I mean, even like this Austin Kearns, I think, also does his job. Even though he's a left-handed hitter, he's a much more sort of split neutral card that's also solid. I don't know. I just didn't see a use for him.
Let's see.
All right. Oh, Kearns is right-handed hitter? Oh, I thought he was lefty for some reason. Okay. Well, he's pretty split neutral either way. So, but I think that card is.
I remember who the really weird splitty lefty was I was just looking at this week. By the way, who am I playing in the final? I'm curious if they also have a... Okay, actually, this is a roster closer to mine. So somehow all the good rosters just got knocked out because it's too random.
I guess. Or they just didn't enter.
Or they just didn't enter because they've got their points and live is... Because I guess that's fair. If you have like a full whale roster, like open live is probably not the place that you get the most value out of your slots.
Yeah, you're probably playing other open stuff instead.
Well, here we go. I'm 3 wins away from somehow qualifying for this thing and getting to... Oh god!
So you can play
how am I going to do iron? Yes, so I can play open PTCS because that's going to go oh so very well.
Yes.
No, it'll be fine. All they've got to do is they've got to pick a weird format that like you need to model because the shape of the cards is impossible to figure out, and I have perfect chemistry for it.
So and still gets run over. Still gets run over by Mike Griffin and such. Because he's good in every format.
Yeah, well, yeah. All right. Where were we?
E. Walker.
G. All right. What is G short for? Is it like George, or is it, or do you think it's?
It's for G, another tiger. No.
I'm gonna guess it's George.
Yeah, George makes sense.
All right, you don't want to make a different prediction?
I mean, I don't know what. I mean, it could be like. No, I don't know. George makes most sense.
Okay, I was wrong. Gerald.
Gerald.
But at least it begins with a G.
Where'd the other E come from?
What?
Where'd the other E come from? There's only one E in Gerald.
I don't know. Spelling's not their strong suit, okay?
Yeah, or counting apparently.
Oh, okay. Actually, if Mark in Mississippi's in chat, G. Walker was a football and baseball dual sports star at Ole Miss.
No.
Although apparently it was controversial, he lost a game for Ole Miss when he fumbled the ball as he was scoring a touchdown because he decided to take a swing at an opposing player instead.
Yeah, that's generally not a good idea.
Yeah. Oh well. To tell him he was just pinging me. I'll tell him. Oh well. Okay, as for the card, so if you switch like one of those ratings with the I would get more interested, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really see a use for this one.
I think this
is
the least bad of the LEs that we've looked at so far, but I think it's just not. There's just not enough there, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely better than the other ones, but still enough. Well, I haven't looked at Key, but I looked at the model. Looked at a low down model with Key, but I assume Key is decent.
Yeah. Well, we always do this live, right? Jeff Kent. Here we go. Now, I just want to point out, because this is the way the game engine works. If such a card were allowed in the game, this card would have wonderful chemistry with Barry Bonds.
That's true. That is true. Oh well.
And Barry Bonds can use all the chemistry he can get.
Yeah. Some say Jeff Kent also used chemistry, but
yeah, Jeff Kent also. So remember, there was one year we had like 5 really bad Jeff Kents. Last year we had 1 really bad Jeff Kent.
No, we had 2 last year. There was an iron at the end of the cycle that was really bad. Also,
oh, that's right. There were 2 really bad Jeff Kents. All right. So with that in mind, how bad is this Jeff Kent?
Pretty bad. Really pretty bad.
Do I have this card anywhere? Okay, what if I run a tournament for 88 and 89 overall cards only?
No, John Knight is better still. And like a bunch of other stuff probably. But that's at least the first one that came to mind.
Let me see. I'm trying to invent some format where... Okay, apparently Austin Barnes plays second. Plus, of course, Joe Panic and...
various other cards.
Okay, he ends up 8th VL out of second baseman in the 88 and 89 overall format. The 88 floor 89 max cap. He ends up 8th.
So we're saying if there was an 88 floor cap, we might consider playing Jeff Kent.
No. He ends up 8th. VL at second base.
Oh, VL only. Okay.
VL at second base.
Okay, so we're not playing.
But actually, my model says you can play Austin Barnes at second, technically.
You can. It is illegal. Probably not recommended, but legal.
No, but if you had to do it.
I mean, I like him at catcher.
I like him a lot more at catcher. All right, so we're gonna go with Barry Bonds on this one and F Jeff Kent.
I think we might F minus Jeff Kent.
Actually, I think we are. Yeah, you know, when you're right, you're right. Michael Brantley. I'm going to be honest. This is not the Astros card, but one of the only players on that Astros team I did not hate. This is actually a pretty big bat versus right. The glove is a kind of anything. So he's not a center fielder. I actually have him like the probably my in gold VR in left field.
I have him kind of in like the second tier of DH options VR, like similar to a card like Ray Grimes. I mean, it's a different shape, but
I mean, the problem is I was trying to run like Berkman or Floyd, and this is a better defender than those cards.
no, I mean, I have Berkman as the best VR hitter in Gold.
Stackgate is asking, do you like Barnes more at catcher than Chance?
No.
I like Barnes a little bit better VL. I like Chance much better VR, and remember we were saying it's mostly right-handed.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
However, if you're going to put both on the roster and those are your only two options, probably I'm still going to run Lavalier. Actually, I'm running Lavalier one way. So what I'd like to do is run Lavalier, Barnes at catcher and run Chance at first, probably.
So I mean, I have Chance as the best two-way first baseman, catcher, and DH.
Yeah.
I want to play him mostly at catcher because the other first base options are, I think, much more reasonable than the other catcher options. But actually, I have Bill Delancey as the second best Gold catcher.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, the problem is that... So I have the Lavalier-Barnes platoon. But if I have to run one both ways, then yeah, it's either Delancey or Pinch Thomas. But I'd rather run a platoon because the thing about catcher is, normally the cost to running a platoon is you're kind of like using up 2 roster spots. But for catcher, you're almost always using up 2 roster spots. So, I often just like to platoon.
Yeah, I mean, I have Chance as the best both ways. So I'm just playing Chance both ways, and just whatever backup is, pretty much a lot of them are similar. Whichever one is kind of chemistry or fits the format or whatever.
Yeah, I have him as the best bat. I have him as the best bat both ways, but only the best catcher VR. And it's close enough to Lavalier that I kind of like the idea of running Lavalier. Dietz, I've got Dietz. So VL, the ranking I've got is Barnes, Bresnahan, bit of a gap. Dietz, Posada, Chance, O'Neill, Thomas, Walkenfuss, kind of in a cluster.
Yeah, I like Dietz, VL, and Silver, but in Gold, I think it's probably a bit much.
And Bresnahan is, again, just I'm looking at 151i and saying why not, but
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like Bresnahan, but not that much.
But we also know that my model's a little bit wrong on Bresnahan with the 151i, for reasons.
Probably, but not that wrong. So.
Not that wrong, but but just enough that if Bresnahan's close with somebody, I'm overrating him.
Yeah, maybe a tiny bit.
I think we're estimating what half a war or something is probably the correction once I get that fixed.
I'm not even sure it's that much, but maybe. Yeah.
I actually want to run Bresnahan in center. In runs, I mean. Anyway, so yeah, Brantley though. So I actually do just want to start this card in left. And it's nice that he's at least credible against lefties as well. That's a plus. But, given how right-handed Gold is, I just want to mash righties, and this is a good defensive left fielder that mashes righties.
Yeah, I'm not super interested in this as a left fielder. I'd rather some more defensive guys like Earl Averill, that Johnny Hopp we picked in the draft. Or even, Duffy can play left. Duffy's really good. And if I'm playing battle, just stick Berkman there instead of Brantley. So I don't think I'm going to play Brantley. He seems like kind of second tier both in left and DHVR, but the first tier is big enough that I'm just going to play those cards. Reggie Jackson I like, but he only plays right field. So I'm pretty happy to put him in right field, but he's not really competing with Brantley, I guess. Exactly. I guess with Duffy, maybe he is a little bit.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So I'd probably give it like a C or something, I think.
I just want to run him. So I think if he's my starter, it's probably like an A for me, but I don't think he's the starter by a lot. So I think it is the card I probably want to play. But like you notice, I haven't bought him yet. I don't think he's worth 15K at a point when it's difficult to find perfect points.
Right. Yeah.
So maybe he's more like a B for me in that I have him as the best option, but it's close enough that I think he's skippable. And a lot of the cards he's competing with, you can make up for with mission rewards. Like if you just put both Berkman and Cliff Floyd in your lineup, one of them's probably got to try to be a left fielder, and you're not doing a lot worse than Brantley.
Yeah, even I think the Gold Badoo I think is, I mean, he's not great, but he's not a especially difficult mission, and he's kind of okay VR.
Yeah, I would have played Badoo, but I think if you have both Floyd and Berkman, you're doing that if you're really optimizing for your verse righty lineup.
If you're just going for hitting, yeah.
Does Berkman have more range than Brantley? I'll put Berkman up. I think he has more range.
He does. But he's a lot worse than the arm does. The arrow, I don't really care. The arm
does actually matter a bit.
Yeah. So I think I would.
But actually, the scary thing is I'm actually running Berkman in right. I'm running Berkman in right. I'm trying to hide green and left. Don't even ask what I'm trying to do in center. Our plan is to out-hit you. I'll put it that way.
No, I'm playing Willie Mays in center. I quite like that card actually.
Yeah, that's high on my list, and it's just the problem is I'm not at the point yet of trying to buy packables to build a gold roster. If I decided the gold do or die quicks are the ones I'm running, and those are the most efficient if you get a good team. If I decided to start doing that, I'd be buying all these cards we're talking about. But since it isn't, I'm just kind of going with whatever I happen to have packed, and I don't have Mays. I don't have like Ricky Henderson. You could even play there. Butler, Venati we looked at. So what I'm doing is I'm running like probably Blankenship, Bip Roberts, Hugh Duffy, like some combination of that.
Yeah, I mean, another issue is that right now the gold quicks are not firing all that fast. It's funny because the gold quicks are more efficient for people, even like if you're a 50% win rate in iron or bronze or silver quicks, you're going to be more efficient running a subpar team in gold quicks.
Maybe. I mean, the thing to consider, though, is that depends whether you're in front of a computer all day. Like, we both have jobs where we spend a lot of time sitting in front of a computer doing other things, so it's easy to just check something and click a button. Especially until Go comes out, that's not true for a lot of people, and then it's not more efficient. Plus, look, even if you're getting packs a little bit higher rate, it's not fun to just get clobbered and gold a lot.
No, it's not. But it's funny because what really should happen in theory is that everyone should just like make a pact not to enter anything but gold, because then it'll be more efficient for everybody because they'll fire at such a high rate.
Yeah.
But
maybe because I mean, this is a zero-sum game.
Well, not exactly, because I mean, if we can get if the gold quicks, because slots come back faster, like gold quicks.
No. I'm saying it's a zero-sum game in the sense that you're also my competition.
Yeah, but I mean, there's this other thing with this, so you can have these, external sources of points. In some ways, everyone grouping together, takes away some of the advantage of paying for points at the start of the cycle to do. It's sort of a weird.
That's true.
Yeah.
But like schooling in Omaha.
Sure.
Anyway, yeah. So, all right, we're giving a B then? Is that we?
Yeah, I think a B is fine for Brantley. It seems.
All right. Jimmy Key. So we are up to low diamond. I know, we got to stay on topic. We don't have time for tangents on these streams.
No, never.
Jimmy Key, who is now, right? We saw that
about
a couple hours ago.
Been released.
A lot of P. Babbitt. So this looks like a good card. And I just don't think it is. But I think in PT24, this would have been an excellent card.
Yeah, I have this one as okay, I guess. I mean, this is the first time looking at this model, so it thinks he's in kind of the sort of back end of the rotation consideration. There's like a group of a bunch of cards that it wants to think about playing. No, with Ojeda and such.
So I think I have a little bit better handle on pitching than I did now, and
Yeah,
no, I had this nowhere close actually.
Yeah, that was the thing I was gonna say. My pitching model in particular, and this is the case with Feller too, is still somewhat of a hybrid between 24 and 25, because I have not been able to get the results I expect to happening.
Okay, we should talk about that after the stream. Then I'm happy to show you kind of the changes I made, because I think I got it working pretty well now.
So I suspect that my model thinks this card is a good bit better than it is, and
because the 24 shape is good.
Yeah, it would end up thinking it's kind of in the 10 to 15 range, just looking at it compared to other cards in that area.
Let me see how far down I have it. I only print 10 by default because like you're never running pitcher 11, but yeah. Let me print a few more. So what holds it back? All right, is this the good time to have the shape discussion?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah.
There we go. This is the part people will want to clip because it'll get hidden in the rest of the stream then. All right. So maybe we should start by talking about PT24 and kind of what was making a good card shape, right?
Sure.
Hey, one win away. We totally got a shot at this. Most importantly, whoa, that's a lot of chemistry. Okay, so they went max chemistry build, it looks like. And that's why they did so well. And we just fluked our way to how we're doing.
Yeah, it's always good to be lucky.
Better to be lucky than good. Okay, so in PT24, okay. Why don't we pull up a picture while we talk about it? Okay, so the idea of what every rating controls is the same as in PT24. Let's start with that, right? You can think about stuff as strikeouts. You can think about homer prevention as, home run prevention. You can think about pitcher BABIP as BABIP, kind of as it implies, and you can think about control as walks, right?
Yeah.
In general, there are two things that determine what is a good shape. One actually is just what cards you're playing against. So if everybody is playing 3 true outcomes cards that have power I but very little BABIP and strike out a lot, then you're much more willing to kind of have a shape that puts balls in play, but you want to prevent the home runs and the walks.
Right. So of course, there's going to be some equilibrium there, right?
Right. So there'll be some equilibrium.
Yeah.
But what really determines good shape is essentially how efficient all of the ratings are. And the reason that a rough shorthand in PT24 for is this pitcher good was to look at PBABIP is because an increase of 30 points of PBABIP was giving you an increase of 4 or 5 points in movement and 1 or 2 points in overall. And since you're always kind of looking at cards at the same overall, this Jimmy Key at 92 is going to be roughly the same power level as other 92s that come out right now. So good shape just means he's got an efficient use of the ratings. And so in PT24, his best rating here is the pitcher BABIP, and that would have been the most efficient thing. Okay? The other thing is for most of the ratings in PT24, being better, was kind of about equally good. Yes, if you start modeling it, it's a more complicated formula. But generally the gap from 80 to 90 home run prevention was worth about as much as going from 50 to 60 in home run prevention if you looked at it in the right units. One that was a significant difference that I think a lot of people noticed last time was stuff, where going from 100 to 200 stuff didn't mean you strike out twice as many hitters. It meant you strike out 25 to 30% more hitters.
And in league even less than that.
Less than that in league, yeah, because the normalization. Does that make sense? So anyone in chat, feel free to jump in. Like if you're not following, tell us and we'll try to explain it differently.
I guess the other thing probably to mention with shape is that definitely be wary of just a straight comparison of numbers between 24 and 25 because the scale is different.
Yeah, so two things. Like, so one is the scale's different. So 100 stuff now does not mean the same thing as 100 stuff last time. In general, the high end of the scale goes a lot higher, which you can see in the base game in the editor. So
I'm thinking about the card like Yank Robinson, right?
Yeah, Yank Robinson has an eye that just wouldn't have existed in PT 24. But what that also means is, Yank Robinson doesn't have more eye than every PT 24 card. So they've changed the meaning of the scale.
Yeah, so I guess really his walk rate will not be higher than every.
That's a better way to say it. Yeah. The end game cards that have the same kind of walk rate as like a peak, end game card from last time will have ratings much higher than Yank Robinson's in eye.
Yes.
Okay. Having said that, the big difference here is it's very much nonlinear. So, I'm going to be kind of qualitative here because I think that's a better way to get your head around what's happening than kind of throwing spreadsheets at you. The change for PT25 is that basically two things are happening. One is like with stuff, there are somewhat diminishing returns for being really good at something as a pitcher. And by the way, to be clear, I'm talking specifically about pitchers here. We can talk about hitter shape at another point. What I'm saying applies to pitchers and applies differently to hitters.
And also applies differently to some ratings.
And applies differently to some ratings.
Yeah.
But what is the case is that in general, being really good at something as a pitcher has diminishing returns, kind of like stuff last year, but maybe more or less severe depending on the rating, but diminishing returns. So it is the case for all of the ratings that like going from 100 to 200 doesn't mean you're twice as good as being at 100, but by different amounts and in complicated ways. But the thing that's different is there's also a severe penalty now for being really bad at something. So with that in mind, it actually starts to become intuitive, I think, why the right shape changes from card to card. So let's start with iron as an example. Let's pick an example of an iron card that has a really extreme shape. Okay, this is Alex Reyes. Okay, this is a card a lot of people looked at launch because as a PT24 card, this would have been incredible.
Yeah, it's a very overstated iron card. I mean, even a card
iron card.
Card like Roberts or Stanhouse are the same shape.
Actually, I can put that up.
I mean, this is the same kind of card. Just there's more examples.
Sure, yeah. So here's some other extreme examples. If you have a better example than Reyes, I can.
No, I mean they're the same shape. But yeah.
So the idea is the reason he's iron is there's something he's really bad at. So now we can kind of ask the question if you think about shape. Okay, let's imagine you take a typical major league pitcher, but you make them really bad at one of four things. You can make them really bad at striking people out. You can make them really bad at allowing home runs. You can make them really bad at allowing hits on balls in play, or you can make them really bad at walking people. Which is, rank them from like least damaging, because that's the best shape, to most damaging, which is going to be like the worst shape. And I'm curious what everyone's answer would be in chat. Just intuitively as a baseball fan, if you take like a average major league pitcher, but you take away one of those four skills, what would be your ranking from like the one you're most okay losing to the one that is really a complete disaster if you lose?
I mean, I will say it's probably worth mentioning. Like they don't go to zero, right? Because obviously, if walks went to zero, you would never get an out, for example.
Right. But like, let's say, for example, so as an example, let's be concrete. So, average major league strikeout rate this point is what? Actually, I don't know, I'm guessing in the 20% range. I actually don't know.
I think even maybe more, but yeah, I'd say 20%. Close enough.
Yeah, for like, I mean, because you're not talking about a great pitcher, right?
Yeah, 20% is fine. It's
Okay.
It's just an example.
So option one is that you take someone that used to. So let's say you start with someone that would strike out. 20% of hitters would walk. I don't know, 8% of hitters, right? Gives up, like a 305 or so BABIP, and has a 2% home run rate, or 2.5%, I guess, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Which is least damaging? Okay, number one, you take the 20% strikeout rate and you make it like 5%. Just totally, you don't strike people out. You shut down your strikeouts. Okay. Option two, instead of allowing 2.5% homers, you allow like 6%. You have a ton of homers, right? Number three, the walk rate goes from like 8% to like 20% or something horrible, right? And number four, you go from like a 305 BABIP to like 330. I don't think you can. Hey, we won. I don't think you can do too much worse than like 330, right? Sustainably.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Especially
and in GT Sundown, as you say, the home runs allowed and the control seem particularly devastating, right? And so I think, and strikeouts would seem to be least devastating. I agree. I think that, to me, that's the ranking. Least devastating strikeouts, big gap, then probably BABIP, and then I'm thinking control followed by home runs allowed, but maybe it's even the opposite. Definitely something in that order, right?
Yeah, and also on defense a little bit with the BABIP, but sure. Yeah, something like that. Certainly, strikeouts are the least. I think that's the main takeaway.
Exactly, Backdog. Yeah, you can make a terrible K rate work much more easily than other things that you could make work. Right? I should clearly enter something with low iron. 2 spots in low iron if anyone wants it. Play a diamond cap. What do we want to play here? Actually, what I need is to qualify for a bronze. Is there a bronze about to fire?
The bronze is fill in like 10 minutes.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Is there a bronze about to fire that I'm saving my spot for? Is what I was wondering. No, the live bronze just loaded, so it's not going to fire for a while.
I mean, if you want to play late bronze, you're going to have to save the slot for 3 hours. Like, you will not be able to get it. The slot will fill before that tournament finishes the second round. So
if I want to play late bronze,
yeah,
because I'm playing one now. I can try something fun. What would be a fun one to sign up for?
Mm-hmm.
The Tournament Lab's not such an accessible format right now.
I've generally been going for the ones with the 3 diamond packs, the 2 historical packs. I think they're slightly better.
I was doing the 3 diamond packs until I finished the live missions, and I just finished the live missions, so now I'm happy to take either.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just play the diamond cap.
Yeah, sure. Diamond cap is pretty accessible. People I've done.
Yeah, I've been kind of buying some diamond cards.
Yeah, I mean, the live missions alone will give you a pretty far above average diamond team at this point.
Okay. Oh, and we got a perfect draft we got knocked out of, too. So I should clearly sign up for the one that's not the live cards, I think. Although the live cards is probably softer.
Yeah, it's hard to say. These things I just enter whichever one is the soonest, basically.
I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just play whatever I got. Anyway. Yeah, Beckdog, exactly. So I think that's the point. So, as you were kind of correctly saying, everyone, right? And I think everyone got this right intuitively. So that's a good way to think about what is the best shape here. I can show you what I'm running in iron. And I would run this slightly differently. So this is before I made a couple tweaks to the model. So, like, the shape I'm going to run is now very slightly different. But here's the pitching staff I'm currently running. And surprisingly enough, except I really had better show the PBAB up here as well.
Oh, look, it's Jack Warhop. Who would have guessed he would be there?
He did pop right out the top of my model last time, right?
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. Throw the PBAP in. Okay. So as you notice, I'm running a lot of cards like this Jack Warhop, which is exactly what we just discussed, right? The stuff is the one I'm punting on, but I'm trying to make sure that the control's good, the PBABIP's good, the home run prevention's good. And if I could have traded the PBABIP and home run prevention, I might even have done that for this card. It's just that card doesn't exist, right?
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
this Bueno, same idea, especially versus lefties. This is like the perfect profile versus lefties, right? Doesn't walk people, and I had to punt on a rating, so I punted on stuff, but I'm willing to punt on stuff because I had to punt on something, right?
Also, I'm noticing now there are a lot of cards with exactly 115 hold runners, which seems like probably some kind of database issue.
I think there are a bunch of issues like that, yeah. We just really love throwing over to first repeatedly.
Yeah.
I think it's this. Yeah, I think it's the same. Like not having. So yeah, it's actually GT Sundown. So this year you can take a lower PBABIP if you have great control and home run prevention. But if you have to punt a rating, you punt stuff. Okay. So that's the first thing. Okay, but now here's the trade-off. Okay, that's what happens if you have a really low rating. Now let's think about the opposite. Let's take our same pitcher, but let's say that pitcher is now allowed to have one really good rating. Okay? So now is no longer disastrously bad at any of the four things. So we're looking at like an open card now, right? Because if you look at, who's an example of like a good, well-rounded, like I know Maddox has solid ratings.
Yeah.
Okay. So Maddox still has 63 stuff, so he's not horrendous on the stuff, right? So
I mean, even the Kluber you could look at for just a mix. It's not a great card, but just as a mixed card everyone has.
Well, but actually we'll show you why the Kluber's not a great card. Okay?
Yeah.
So you notice Kluber, there's nothing he's awful at. So Kluber is not going to have, yes, the lowest thing is the home run prevention, but like that 81 is fine. He's not in the he's going to give up 6% home run range. He's just in the, this is mediocre now for, like a good league card, right? So he's going to give up the few percent home runs. So let's say you start with the card having all, green's the wrong way to say it, but let's say all green ratings, right? Now let's ask a different question. Now I'm still getting diminishing returns when I add to something, so that's still true, okay? But if you want to add to something to make the card better, now what is the ranking of like the four things you could add? So yeah, exactly, GT. So first off, well-rounded is more appealing simply because avoiding being really low in everything, in anything, stops you from having this like fatal flaw.
Yeah, I mean, except for the fact that basically the movement issues seem like they're preventing all the flat parts from working. Yeah. That's probably a separate problem.
Yeah. The way movement's broken up kind of stops cards from actually being flat. But so now the question is, if you took, so we said if you have to have a really low rating, the really low rating the one you want to punt is stuff. Okay? But now you could ask if you get to have a really high rating. So now you're going to take a pitcher that's already good, right? Or already even excellent, right? Let's take a pitcher that's good at everything. And now ask for a pitcher that's good at everything, what is the most valuable rating to max out? Would you rather take a really good pitcher and give up fewer walks, fewer homers, strike out more batters, or fewer singles on balls in play? So my thinking is if you're a bad pitcher, maybe the stuff works. If you're a good pitcher, you're actually kind of getting hitters out a lot anyway. And so the strikeouts, maybe aren't even as valuable. Like I feel like, like I'm thinking back to like peak Pedro. You'd watch peak Pedro, right? And I mean, the guy was just an artist. But the way he'd get touched up is that, someone would randomly walk into one and hit a solo home run.
Yeah, well, also, I mean, strikeouts are just more valuable the more runners there are on base.
Right. So if you don't have a lot of runners on base, you don't need the strikeouts as much. So I think if you have a good card, and then you want to take a good card and like make it a bit imbalanced, I think probably home run is the rating I'd be most interested in. Whereas if you have a bad card, it's actually control is the first one I would max. Like control and P BABIP, because for the bad card, he's going to give up runs anyway. But control and P BABIP maybe followed by home run prevention, like some combination of those, but especially control, like at least make them earn all the base runners. But for a really good card, they're not getting a ton of base runners anyway, so I just don't want them to hit the ball out of the park. I want them to have to earn the runs they get, right?
Yeah.
Especially because, if you're a good BABIP pitcher, you're going to get a lot of double plays, for example, right? So with that in mind, if you start thinking about, what's a good shape, I think that's where you kind of end up with...
Oh, hey, it's Greg Maddux.
Well, actually, yes, it is, right? The point is, if you compare like Kluber to Maddux, I think Maddux is still the right shape. But part of it is that if you took Maddux's stuff and made it a lot lower, it would actually start to be bad.
At some point, I mean, it definitely go down a decent bit probably because the other ratings are so high. But
other ratings are so high, yeah, but it would start to be bad, right? Like his strikeout rate is not low enough that he's just striking out nobody. Is my point.
Yes.
There's a point that you fall off a cliff, and so the idea is, it's you want to avoid falling off the cliff. Speaking of the cliff, actually, he has a pretty good shape.
So this is a good question, Monte Dunn. Can strikeouts be high enough to allow better hitters, lesser fielders? I mean, in theory, yes. The problem is that stuff doesn't really ramp up enough for that to be a real thing.
I mean, one of the ways to think about it is just that you don't get quite enough. Like free outs are good for sure, right? Strikeouts are basically extra free outs. But I guess the problem is that there's like no such thing as a pitcher that strikes out 60% of the players they're facing, right?
Yeah, the max strikeout rate is not going to be high enough to make that substantial consideration.
Although Edwin Diaz seems to come close.
Yeah, but I mean, in PT,
I don't mean the PT Edwin Diaz. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. No, certainly in real baseball, this can be a real thing.
Yeah.
But in PT, not so much. Probably.
And I think if you could, that's exactly right. I mean, at some level, you're like, that king in his court, the softball guy, right? Where you just tell all the fielders to like go away. I'll just get this guy out on my own.
Right.
Right. So you absolutely could. But I guess does that make sense though? That kind of the reason that the best shape is different. Is that with these imbalanced shapes, you're really falling off a cliff. And so you're kind of looking for, exactly the right balance. And so that's the other reason that we were reluctant to put a sheet out, by the way, is that the best shape at, low, the best shape in iron is going to be different than the best shape. Like as an example, like one of my favorite bronze cards is the Quisenberry. Right? I love this card in bronze. He's actually missing 2 ratings, but he's so good at the other 2 ratings for bronze that it still works. Right?
Yeah.
But this card cannot play open. If you just took this shape and added 10 to every rating, you wouldn't play him in open because he's missing too many things, right? Like he's missing as a low-level card, he's just so good at, he just doesn't allow any base runners. So, he doesn't allow any base runners. When he does allow base runners, he gets a lot of double plays. And occasionally, the sinker doesn't sink and he gives up a 500-foot bomb, but they're mostly solo shots.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is that this is also going to change as the cycle goes along because the bronze hitters will get better, for example, and then the shape that you want will change. And will
not
change.
Just the bronze hitters will get better, the pitchers will get better. So the point is,
Yeah, well,
if
that's
you
true,
took
but
this card with power creep and you add 10 points to every rating, it's no longer such a good shape. That's the
yeah.
weird thing, right? So this is the wrong shape in open, but it's the right shape for cards that have serious flaws. And so that's why it's more complicated this year. And the same, like if maybe we'll have that discussion next time on stream. But, like a card like Adam Dunn in PT24, you just look at it and you say like, yeah, P-BABIP's a problem, so Power and I just hit the ball over the P-BABIP, right? But you remember we talked about flaws being runaway things? Well, as much as, I, notably hate Avoid K and all that, I actually don't have this card as strong as a lot of people because of this Avoid K.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not sure it's as much on the hitter side, but yeah,
it's not as much, but it's a similar concept where being really bad at something is actually a runaway thing as well. And
um
so, you
in
know,
some cases it's less. I'm not sure of Void. I don't remember if Void K is in particular. Anyway, we can talk
no.
after.
We can talk about that later. But actually, the other thing is that with hitters, what I was going to say is with hitters, actually, the other thing that turns out to be true is just as you get diminishing returns for being really good at something as a pitcher, you actually get increasing returns for being really good at something as a hitter. And so the funny thing is that like this shape for Adam Dunn, if you had to pick like the VL shape or the VR shape, you might actually prefer the VL shape, which is less balanced. Which is again kind of a change from 24.
Yes,
I mean, I have to
roughly
think about
yes.
exactly those trade-offs. Like, I don't know about the numbers, but like, I'm thinking about shape.
Yeah, probably you would, but uh,
I mean, the fact that he's a lefty causes other issues. I agree, and the avoid Ks is a much bigger problem.
no, but
And,
even putting that aside, I think yes, but it's close.
it's
I'm
close, but
not
it
sure.
would not. But it would not have been close. Like if you think about the equivalent card in PT24, this shape looks a lot like Dave Kingman. So Dave Kingman, we're playing both ways, but was actually a fairly splitty card.
Yeah.
And he had similar looking splits to this, and he was much better on the side that looked like Dunn's VR profile.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be true with Dunn.
No, my guess is Dunn will be a fairly even hitter.
Yeah, so I think that's an example of where the shape has changed. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. So getting back to Jimmy Key, the place that kind of has most been diminished since PT24 is what happens when you have this runaway good P-BABIP. So this P-BABIP is not as good as it looks, but if you take away the P-BABIP, like there's just not that much else on the card for low diamond.
Yeah, so I guess
Right, like what makes Maddox work is not his P-BABIP, it's all the other stuff on the card.
yeah. My I don't know how to say this in a good way. I'm not sure that the particular amount of PBABIP Jimmy Key has is going to be as much of a problem there.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. It's tough because we're dealing with the same thing we had at the beginning of the stream of the like how much of this is you should discover for yourself, and so we're trying to like give general principles without saying like this is precisely how the game engine works. Here's a spreadsheet.
Yeah. So I would guess that Jimmy Key is somewhere between where my hybrid model thinks and where your model thinks, but he's still probably not great.
I have Jimmy Key. I just went and worked it out now. I have him 19th. but I still think it's like fifth out of lefties.
Yeah, I was gonna
So-
say I would guess he's somewhere in the 10, maybe a little further than 10 area. But
Yeah.
all fairly close between like
The model,
7 to
so the
15.
model the two of us talked about last week will have key higher than the one I was telling you about just before stream.
No, I understand that, but I'm not anyway. This is a longer discussion that we shouldn't have right now.
Yeah, that's fair. So the two of us disagree a little bit on it, but we both agree that the card's Neff, is what it sounds like.
I might give it a D just because I'm not entirely certain.
I'm gonna send you a figure, and then you're gonna be entirely certain.
Okay, but I mean, it's not the figure; it's the number. Like, I don't think we're going to disagree on the figure.
Okay. Okay, now I'm confused. Hold on. You mean specifically? I see.
I don't know how to say that.
Hold on. Then I do have to show you a figure.
Okay, and this sounds like this is a more.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, let's figure this one out after the stream.
Let's just give him an F and move on. This is not
the thing that I sent right before stream, I think, is a similar looking thing for that, which goes a little bit further to the right.
I agree with that thing you sent. I'm just not sure that there is another thing.
I see. All right, that's interesting.
But it's I can't script that.
This conversation sounds so much like, we're like mafia members trying to deal with a wiretap.
Yeah.
You know the thing. Did you hear the thing? Did you do the thing that with the guy?
Right. Yes. Yeah. The big problem, the reason I'm uncertain is because I can't copy the thing I need to copy.
Aha. Okay. I see. So it's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's the thing with the guy. And there's a copy of it, so if one of these cards were to fall off a truck.
Right.
Exactly. Forget it. Let's just give him a forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about Jimmy Key. Let's look at Walter Johnson. We have fun with this.
Walter Johnson's a much easier F.
Okay, so this is a similar idea with the shape to Key. So verse right, this card looks similar to Key with more stuff. But there are a lot of really splitty lefties that are going to be a problem here.
Well, this one also this is as many fewer rating points than Key does. I mean, it's only better and stuff. It's just
actually, this has many fewer rating points than like Live Logan Webb.
Well, it's probably like that's their second best low time starter. So yeah.
Exactly. I'm sorry. We're trying to figure out how to walk this line of like not being explicit but pointing in the right direction, and yeah, all right.
Yeah. Okay.
Forget about it. Yeah. All right. Forget about Walter Johnson. Okay, Frankie Frisch. Okay, now we have had two Frankie Frisches so bad that they were literally withdrawn from circulation. So the bar is not high here on making a good Frankie Frisch, right?
Yeah.
It's not a high bar we've got to clear. You want to give the bad news, or should I?
Actually, I'm going to say something that's a bit strange.
No. I kind of like this card.
Yeah, I don't know why. My model thinks this card is actually pretty good.
My model has this card as the best VR second baseman.
Yeah, when I looked at this card, it looked awful.
It does look awful.
My model said everyone wants to play this. I mean, it's not great.
No, I so I don't mind playing Panic. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time in Panic.
Yeah, it's weird. I somehow it's decent.
Missing on this card because both of us I would say this one, and yet We both have it as are. So I guess if you had to play a card both ways, you probably still play close.
I have Knight, Lopez, Frisch.
Sorry, I'm thinking of Lopez, the shortstop. Still.
Sure. Yeah.
But the thing is, there's this now really splitty.
Yes.
A really good second base for the
other.
Of course, Centron also, has a huge bat and can play second.
Yep.
So when you combine the two, I think I really like the idea of playing Frisch. I really wish that he played more just
I was
build
gonna say,
roster.
I might still, like, I'm not playing Lopez at shortstop, which I might prefer Lopez, even though I think he's slightly worse yard. But yeah, Frisch seems. I mean, who would have guessed it with this shape? But
we lost. All right, oh well. Quick. You know what? We won the one we wanted. Take the one pack and
yeah.
Should enter another one. Although, actually, what I could do is if we're going to build a bronze roster, I could leave to play against. Let me see if the other one's all almost finished, because I can leave a slot and we'll play against chat once we make a bronze roster.
Sure.
But it'll take us a little while to make a bronze
It'll take us
roster.
a while. You can enter another one, or just enter a gold through a die.
Okay, yeah, this is in round 3, so either I'm out round or.
Or you can build it in the roster builder and then it'll be done.
Yeah.
The roster builder is, kind of semi-functional.
Getting better.
Hold on. Why does it now say that Key and Miles were released on Saturday for you?
Wait, what?
Oh, is it using local time zone?
Well,
or
today is Saturday.
Weirdness?
Today is now Saturday for me.
No,
okay,
because
that looks like a bug. If only there were some place to report bugs.
Yeah, because now for me it says.
To.
No, I think it's some weird UTC thing, but then there's a bug.
But yeah, you're right. It says Key and Miles are now Saturday, and these cards are Friday. So I bet it's calculating a day, but then it's like figuring out what day it is today, and it's using a days ago thing like in SQL.
Oh, let's see. Why is Nady the only one on this day? He was okay. It's bugged. I mean, it's just bugged.
The order's right though, which is actually functionally all I care about.
Yes, that's fair.
So actually, I'm going to say of the various bugs you could have, this is not a damaging one.
It's not a terrible one. It's a weird one. I don't quite understand what is going wrong, but
yeah.
It's not a bad bug. Fix the Combinator card shop first.
It's the thing with the yeah. All right. So Frankie Frisch, I think because he's a platoon card, that downgrades him a bit, but he has such a good platoon partner in Nap.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I do want to play the card.
Well, I wonder actually if we're sort of already playing Nap.
Wait. What is this? What menu have I gotten myself into?
I've never had that happen before. This happens to me all the time. If you this happened. This is a 24 issue too. If you go into
oh, that's right. I clicked this and then that's right. It's actually inside.
Yes, because it thinks you're inside the tournament, but you're not. So the way you have to do it is you have to try to find where the main menu thing is. And no, that doesn't fix it. No, that can't fix it. It's nice. The way that I'd like to fix it is you have to try to click up in the top left where the main menu thing is, and then go back to the start screen.
I've done this and accidentally opened packs before, which is really annoying.
Yeah, you can do all kinds of weird stuff.
Because the click to the thing, to enter the league, is right where the packs are.
The way that I like to try to fix it, you see where that main is?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I just blindly guess where main is, and then go back to the start screen.
All right. So they didn't fix all the quality. I still think they get pretty good
credit for a
lot of the quality of life stuff.
It's not bad.
Yeah, we're doing fine.
And this one happens less often because it doesn't take as long to load a tournament now. So it did help it a little bit, even though it didn't actually fix it.
That's true. All right. As for Nap, the point is Nap, is a really good platoon partner, but I know he technically plays first, but he's also sort of second base only.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is that also, at some point, if you're running Nap and you're running like Halliday and some other mission cards, probably a card like Lopez or Knight is going to end up being just as good anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, GT Sundown, we do have a good record, but remember that we're in bronze right now. So we,
Yeah, I wouldn't put really any
know.
stock in league records at this point.
no, I only, because I started trying to just run iron and bronze tournaments and build up some points, which meant for entry pool, I didn't have the big cards. I ended up about a little over 500, which put me in iron. So,
But the other thing,
so
that
I'm
I
still
think
2 levels below the top teams right now. So this is not. I mean, it's better than not having a good record, but you know.
right. So the other thing I think I mentioned this at UVC stream yesterday, which is that once we get towards the perfect league and band league, we get much more like homogeneous diamond leagues. Like they all, except for really the theme team league is the only exception, but the other ones all look pretty similar. Right now, the variability in league quality within a level is enormous. Like one bronze league can have 3 teams with their live missions on, and the other one can have 0, and that makes a huge impact.
Let me see who the other good teams are. Let's see. Edinburgh has Kluber done, so that's at least one with a full set. Actually, it is the way to do it, right?
Just look for King Kelly's, probably.
3 Klubers. 2 King Kellys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can easily wind up by random chance in a bronze league with 4 King Kellys done, and then that league looks very different from this league with only 2. I mean, it's.
Oh, actually, that's unlucky. So there are 3 teams that have most of it done, but the other 2 are both in this AC West.
Right.
So I also got a really good draw. It looks like. But I don't think I'm really going to think about league until we get to the point of diamond. At this point, if you look at the promotion, we're still filling, right? So from bronze, 14 teams are going to get promoted. So you don't play offs in order to get promoted at this stage.
Oh, I guess with league, the thing maybe we should mention with that whole discussion about shape is that all of it is no longer true in league.
Yes, that's right. Normalization means that would be true once you finish normalizing. But it's after normalization that this all applies. So there are going to be all sorts of really what happen when things are compressed, and 5-point difference between the best and worst home run prevention in league. Really weird stuff is going to happen.
Yeah, probably. But also, there are going to be some cards with more extreme shapes that can do okay in league, I think. Like with very low ratings.
I think there will be extreme bats that will survive pretty well. Not as certain about extreme pitches.
No, I think there will be some pitchers with low ratings in particular.
Well, there's one actually. So I think I might be able to run Quisenberry in league. I'm at least trying it because why not?
Yeah, but we're not really at the point where we're talking about league yet. It's still just a mess. Yeah.
Here's negative war. What do we care about war on a war box?
Well, it's fit based anyway, so we definitely don't care.
Anyway, as for Frisch, so maybe he's not quite an A because he's splitty, but he's got to be somewhere up there, right?
Yeah, I believe about what I'd go for him.
Let's go B.
I mean, it's weird. The card looks atrocious, but
well, somehow, I mean, look at that pitch he's chasing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't strike out. He must have made contact with it.
It's true. How about a guy that does strike out? Is this Stanton?
Well, we like strikeouts.
We do.
This cycle in particular.
We don't like Yankees. But he's not a Yankee.
This is a Marlin. Actually, it'd be better if it was a Yankee because he'd have chemistry with the DiMaggio.
But this guy has chemistry with all of the legendary historical Marlins.
Right.
And that includes... Okay, he might have overlapped with Yelich for a year? I'm trying to remember.
Hanley Ramirez, maybe?
Did he overlap with Yelich?
Oh, with Yelich seasons.
But Yelich got traded pretty quickly, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, Yelich played with the Marlins for a bit, and then he got traded, and then he got really good, and then he got not great again.
All right, I'll see how many
So
seasons they overlapped.
they must have overlapped
Oh,
that.
no, Billy got 5 seasons with the Marlins
So that's 5 seasons.
until 2017. Okay, so actually I'll have a
Yeah,
good overlap with Yelich then.
it does make
So
a
5
good
full
chemistry
seasons
when
with Yelich.
when you trade away all your good players like a year or two after they are good, it makes it very hard to have overlaps for a long time.
By the way, something will be interesting in the live re-rates. You know how we get historical stats in the game?
Yeah,
Will we get a historical stat upgrade for the live cards?
never have before.
No, but the point is it now matters a lot, right? Because it would mean that you get an extra year of chemistry with all the lives.
What you're saying.
Because it's done based on, as best I can tell, it's done based on like the historical stats. So the question is, when we get like a month worth of live updates, do 2024 teammates have an extra year of teammate bonus with each other that they don't right now?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I guess we could check right now. What's the 2 players who are teammates for the first time this season?
We don't. No, we don't right now.
No. But I mean, I just want to check to make sure they have none right now.
Right now they do not.
Oh, they don't. You've already checked. Okay.
Right.
I checked.
Right now they do not. But I think the reason for that is that if you go to, like, I'll show you. If I go to like cards, right? Let me pick a live card. Just pick a random live card. Go to real live stats. He does not have a 4 listed.
No, that's never been updated. But I know it's based on that. It's probably based on what's on BRAF database, which will get updated.
I don't know, because the point is that, once that says 2024.
Well, I don't know I don't know if this is what's driving it or not. That's the thing.
Well, okay, actually, so one thing we could check. So they said there will be a live card update April 1st, right? They're not going to update. They're not going to re-rate cards, but they're going to add people.
I thought it was supposed to be a little bit after that, just to make sure.
Well, I mean, it's usually the Monday. It's usually the Monday after, right?
Yeah, I thought it was like 2 weeks into April or something, just so they had made sure everyone actually got in the game by that point.
Well, but, so the thing to check would be the next time they do the live update. That would be the first time to check, right? Because there would be some data on.
Yes, there will be some.
But that would actually really change the value of live cards potentially. I mean, for these big stacks, because like right now you can make a credible cap roster. Like the last 10 spots are just like a big chemistry.
Yes.
And so getting an extra
it would be a lot
year of everybody,
So if it's potentially actually a bad thing.
Well, actually, hold on. Yeah, wait. It's a ton of chemistry, right? Because it basically have a 26-man roster.
It may actually be bad because the chemistry might land on the whole. I'm not convinced it will actually be.
That's true.
Good to have that, but I'm also not entirely sure how chemistry works. So,
but if you were to run a live-only roster, let's say you tried to run a roster just like the live, Braves.
Sure. Then it'll be very helpful.
Then it'll be very helpful because just everybody gets more of everything. And it's actually a lot, right? Because it's essentially 26 times 25 times 10.
Yeah, so, okay.
Wait, that's an enormous amount, right?
There are very extreme diminishing returns on chemistry.
I know, but you max out at like 20. But you max out at 20,000 chemistry points, right?
Or thereabouts. Yeah, I'm not
sure. So exactly, one extra year, if you just run the live Braves, counting the 2024 stats is an extra 6,500 points.
It's 10 per time, so 250.
10 times 26 times 25, right?
No, it's 2 times 26. 2 times 26.
Yeah.
Plus occasionally extra team bonuses.
Yeah, I said 10 times 26 times 25. Yeah, same thing.
Oh, 10. Okay.
That's 6,500, right? Or am I doing the math wrong?
Yes.
So you're a third of the way to max chemistry. Just that. But that's the other one I wanted to check. Can anyone find me an example of this? And I would like to actually check this with the roster builder. I would like to find 2 players who were teammates on 2 different teams in the same season. and I want to see if they get 2 years of chemistry bonus
Oh,
for that
we
one.
certainly found two guys who were traded together.
That's
with
what
each
I
other,
mean.
right?
Two guys that were both the same side to trade. If anyone, I'm curious whether they get 2 years of chemistry or one for that.
Oh, there must have been one last year.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, we got a couple more before we get to that, right? So anyway, as for Stanton, big bat one way. I've got him as the second best bat VL in Diamond, but behind Kaline, who I have no problem running in the field. Stanton, I'm a little more reluctant to run in the field. I think I just will, because you know how much I like my big bats.
well, I have him behind Utley too, but of course you were playing Utley at second.
I'm sorry, VL.
No, VL I have him behind Utley also still.
Okay, VR I certainly have him behind Utley. Utley is
Utley
good.
Utley's good. But second, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Utley's also playing in the field.
Yeah, so Stanton, I mean, the thing is he's so bad on the other side. I just don't like getting enough by doing that.
Okay, so are there lefties in Diamond? Let's ask that question. I think you're going to see, well, right now you're not going to see a lot of lefties in Diamond for the simple reason that a lot of people are running mission cards instead of packables. And the mission cards are what? Halliday, Medlin, who are all righties.
Righetti's a lefty, but you're probably not playing him.
However, if you start including the packables, well, maybe Carl Weilman, but I think
I'm not convinced by those guys that much.
I have either of them top 5, but I have them both top 10.
I don't even have them that, but
I always like Cliff Lee more than you do.
Yeah,
it's a running thing on this.
It is.
And this isn't even the thing with the guy. That's just because I always like Cliff Lee more than you.
No, but I mean, I think you can see cards like Tam or something, for example, as people start getting packables. Just giant home
So there aren't a lot of lefties. If you have enough lefties, you want to run him. The other thing is, I think I still might prefer running DiMaggio if I had to have one of the two. DiMaggio gives you more options in the field.
And I like DiMaggio the other way.
Yeah, I agree.
Castillo, Winker.
I am Epic Win. Okay, that's how I pronounce that. Great.
Winker. Right. I don't. That may not be able to test, unfortunately, because I don't think Winker has a card right now, and Castillo's 100, and I don't own him.
All right, let's find. So, all right, yeah, I don't own him either. All right,
Winker
let's find somebody that we
own
then.
Winker has a historical. Hold on, I do.
Okay.
I can test it then.
I'll put it in the roster. You got it. Go ahead. I'll let you test it then.
You can put it up if you got the historical Winker. You can do it.
Let me see if I have the historical Winker. What level is it?
Silver.
Oh, all right. Do we pay 750? It's twice the last 10. See if we can find a different example. See if we can find a different example. Let's see. What do we got here? But thank you. Yeah. So for
I'll test it. I have the
for Stanton. I don't think the card's an F, just because I think they're definitely builds you want a big bat like this.
Yeah. It's
but
probably
the fact
like
that he kind of only plays right is a real problem. It's also a horrible defensive shape for right. Probably like a C or a D.
Yeah, something like that.
You say? Did
you
say
that's about what I was.
What you said?
I think maybe it's not a C or a D. I was kind of in the same place. I'm not sure which is.
D plus, C minus.
Yeah, sure.
D plus,
C minus, maybe
C minus. All right, C minus. Although I kind of want to dock him an extra grade for that horrible home run sculpture.
I don't think that's his fault.
What do you mean? They probably built it because of him.
And they have. That's true.
All right, but so I think now, based on our earlier discussion, people know what we're going to say about this guy because of the thing and the No, but I mean basically because he's missing a rating, and now you're at a level where missing a rating's really, really bad.
Yeah.
You know, so
This
as
is
an iron, you would have said like this is the wrong rating to be missing, but if you're good enough at everything else, maybe. But at diamond, you just can't be missing, or especially this rating. You just can't
right.
be.
I
You
mean,
just can't be walking the park, even if you're not doing anything else.
right. So this is one where my sort of hybrid model says it's kind of fine because it doesn't have this entirely in yet.
But as soon as you kind of really adjust it for 25, you're
I'm
gonna.
convinced it's wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's possible this card could work in some very specific, very tight cap formats.
Maybe, but the problem is a lot of the irons, the one rating they have is odd.
Yes, it depends which irons people play against it.
Anyway, I would definitely not be in the like pay 80,000 for this card range.
No, I would probably pay 10K to get data on it.
One other thing is that the extreme fly ball I think actually hurts him, because even though he's not giving up home runs, if he's going to walk the park, I'd like him to get some double plays in return.
Yeah, the issue with that, in theory, I would like to care a little bit about the tendency, but the tendency is really doesn't actually tell you what's happening. It just describes this other number that is the one you want.
But this does give me a chance to show a card that I had not noticed until I started like trying to do comparisons. Have you seen this card?
I've seen this card.
This is a fun card. Speaking of a card that is missing a rating.
If by fun you mean walks like 30% of the batters he faces.
I'm going to take the over.
I'm not sure. I made up a number. I'm not sure what it actually is. But yeah,
I'm going to predict closer to 40 in silver.
It's possible, yeah.
But he's not splitty in his lack of control. I mean, exactly. He's in the throat at the bull mission. That's the right way to say it.
Yep.
So I think Feller gets an F, but is that about right?
Yeah, I think an F is right. Though maybe there's a chance in some very specific thing he can overcome this issue, because obviously, I guess that's one case where if you can Combinator boost this to level 5,
that's
maybe
actually
it
a
becomes
good point.
decent.
So a Combinator Feller this is one of the cards that would benefit the most from being a Combinator because you're fixing the bad rating.
Yeah.
So if you could fix the bad rating, I think a Combinator Feller is actually a pretty good card.
It might be, yeah.
So that's actually a good point. Maybe that's a Combinator.
It probably gets, 8 to 10 extra points of control?
But also it's a Combinator that's easy to feed and easy to find chemistry for.
Yes.
So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yes.
All right, I like that. I like that idea.
So it could be weeks before someone actually pulls one. So.
And then we got Kershaw. I know we wanted lefties. This one is a little understated.
I mean,
maybe a little understated compared to being a little bit understated.
I think it's better than the Darvish Yamamoto from last week.
This is not an F minus.
That's not saying a lot, though someone did pay 1 million points for Darvish for some reason. Not quite sure what happened there, but
someone's paid 0 for this one.
Don't pay 1 million points for Clayton Kershaw. Not recommended.
Don't try to steal on Kershaw though. That's true.
Yeah, yeah. It's a lot of these cards.
115 hold runners.
A lot of cards, 115 hold runners. It's something is up with that.
Yeah. But it's an F. All right, so we made it through. Let's check our predictions.
We have to say what our best and worst cards were first.
What?
We have to say what our best and worst cards were.
Oh yes, that's right. All right. Well, I think the best is clearly Joe Judge because it's the only A.
Yeah.
Although I am tempted to give some credit to Frankie Frisch because we finally got a playable one. So I actually kind of want to make Frisch my card of the set, but it's probably Joe Judge.
It's probably Joe. Joe Judge is, I think, the best card, but sure, I want to say Frisch.
Going Joe Judge for the best. And which Aaron Miles do you think is the worst? I'm sorry, which card do you think is the worst?
Yeah. Or Aaron Miles. That honestly might be the worst card we've reviewed in however long we've been doing this for.
It's... How did we get 55 on that card?
I mean, there's Eddie Tomlinson. Eddie Tomlinson was pretty bad.
There were some awful ones, but...
Ari Eisenstadt, Greg Nettles.
That Aaron Miles... By the way, I don't know if anyone's ever tried this. Are you allowed to feed a locked card to a combinator?
Yes.
Yes?
I believe yes was the answer. I haven't tried it, but I believe that you are allowed to.
That's interesting.
So obviously, I mean, the thing, like, if there's a future mission, you need to acquire the card again to lock it, right? You don't get to...
Still, it's interesting.
But it is interesting. The one thing I do want to point out...
do you think that's intentional?
I don't know. I happen to pull a Combinator Hideki Matsui. If someone wants that, by the way, I'm happy to sell it. Hideki Matsui is in the Japan, one of the Japan missions.
Oh yeah, I finally pulled a Combinator. It's George Baumgartner. So
not a great one.
Look at this. The relationship with Baumgartner is same card.
Yes.
So I could select all, and I could probably boost him. That's the good news.
Oh, by the way, it seems like that only show duplicates button doesn't quite work exactly.
No, it works. Well, it works at least somewhat.
No. The only show duplicates button doesn't. It seems like sometimes it doesn't show only duplicates.
That's what I'm saying. It was at least doing something different, is what I was saying.
Yeah, it's doing something with, see, there's two burst shottens and there's still two burst shottens.
Oh.
So it sort of works.
Oh, you know what? I see what it's doing. No, look. It's only showing duplicates, but it's showing all copies of the duplicate.
Ah, that's a good behavior.
That's the bug. So... Yeah.
So what I was going to say about the Matsui is, so I could lock my Commodore Matsui for the mission. It does not give me any indication that is a Commodore Matsui, or that I get anything. It just shows regular Matsui. So if you own a Combinator card, be very, very careful when trying to do a mission that you don't lock the wrong one by mistake, because it doesn't give you an easy way to not do that.
As for Baumgartner, if anyone would like my Baumgartner Combinator, by the way, let me know. I'm not planning on boosting really any Combinators at this point, so I will happily sell it for the minimum if anyone wants one. I don't know why you'd want one, but if you'd like one, I will sell it for, what's the minimum? Is it 10K for bronzes?
10K for bronzes, yeah.
10K for bronzes. That's kind of funny.
It looks like one,
if I go to new sell order, I can only sell the... I don't know.
Yes, so that screen works now. This pop-up works, but many of the other things in the
No. But see, I'm in the regular... No, look, I'm in the regular card shop. If I try to sell Baumgartner, it still will only sell the Combinator.
Yeah, because you only have a... Oh, no, you don't have a Combinator.
No, I have both.
You have both. Oh, I don't know. The thing is just a mess. The problem is that whoever... I cannot understand why the decision to have the same ID was insane. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah.
Why would you take a unique ID and make it non-unique? It makes no sense.
No, I got nothing. I got nothing.
And then, like, the source of... I'm pretty sure... It's so funny, because, like, these Combinator card shop guys are getting fixed, like, one at a time. Just, like, make the unique ID unique again. And then all the problems go away. Like, it's baffling. It really is.
Yeah. I got nothing. All right. So, right. How many A's? We had no S's, and how many F's did we have? Oh, that's not good. I believe, 17 F's out of the 21 cards.
Well, let's see. How many non-Fs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Count them again.
No, seems right.
Yeah. What one for Millhouse? Two. All right. Okay, so look at our predictions. Did anyone hit the best card? No. Did anyone hit the worst card? We had 5 people hit the worst card. Caged Wisdom, James B., Lolo Orts, Leo Remus, and Wildcat Bandit. Caged Wisdom also hit the number of S's with 0. And nobody hit the 17 F's, but Caged Wisdom was closest. So Caged Wisdom gets 2 out of 4 and is today's winner with 2 points.
Well done.
Um,
I will say, yeah, Aaron Miles was 5 out of 6 is pretty good.
it was a pretty clear choice. I will admit.
Yeah,
It was a pretty clear choice.
Not great.
All right. Well, I think if we want to build a bronze roster, we could do that. Should we build a bronze roster?
Yeah, bronze or silver. I don't know. I think they were tied. I'm happy to do either one, I guess.
We're gonna build bronze. That's fine then. It's probably a little more accessible.
Sure.
Is there a draft to do? We did a draft. We could do an imperfect draft with people. We'll build a bronze roster first, then. That's fine.
The bronze roster. Yeah.
Roster builder. We have a bronze roster. I don't have a bronze roster, which says something about how little bronze I've played. Bronze.
Oh, there you go. It's a fresh format.
Bronze or lower DHS?
Yep. That sounds like bronze to me.
Bronze it is. All right. Here we go. So we can kind of go through, if you do pictures first?
Yeah, sure.
And the bronzes are set mostly modern now, is that right? And if anyone wants a slot, what we'll do is we'll run a bronze with this roster against everyone when we finish building it. You don't need a slot right this moment because we're going to finish building it first. So,
yeah.
All right, pitching. I assume we're going to want some non-live cards. And we're not going to max out chemistry or something here. We're just going to kind of roughly take our best cards. Is that the plan?
Yes, I think it's going to be a much more involved situation, and we're going to have some uncertainty about all kinds of stuff. So, yeah.
Okay, so we'll think about chemistry another day.
Yeah. It's just kind of a, PT24 style, exercise, I guess.
Sounds reasonable. All right. Who we got as our top starter? Well, this is a little bit awkward because my model says the number 1 starter in bronze. You know who I'm going to say, right?
Is it Johnny Vandermeer?
No. It's this guy.
I meant the worst starter in bronze. I'm sorry.
What?
The worst starter in bronze. Sorry.
It's this guy.
Fortunately, you can't actually get the game to put him in.
No, but if I could, I really want to run this card.
Oh, well.
I really want to run Davey Force if I could figure out how to get him to pitch. But
so much for that.
All right, let's try again. So realistically, if we did this with a quick screen, the key idea here is we're looking for cards that just sort of, aren't missing any of the key ratings. So particularly...
In other words, not Vandermeer. Vandermeer's really bad.
Yes.
I know he's like the most overstated bronze there is, but he's terrible.
Well, he's good except for he's missing a rating. It's an important rating.
It's an important rating.
Look, people are running Alex Reyes at the beginning, so all right. So we're looking. I can sort by like control or by the homer prevention, I guess, or something like that, or p-BABIP. I tend to just kind of go from the model. So maybe we should mention a few of the names from the model.
Sure.
So should we just each give our top 5 and start by seeing where they overlap?
Yeah, why not?
And this is now my new and improved model. So I haven't looked at this at all yet. All right.
Yeah.
I've got Bill Lee, but he only has 54 stamina. So is he a starter? I don't know. Then I've got Stripling with the 54 stamina. Strincevic, Raffensperger, Gullickson. And if I went past that, Bob Bruce and that live Dane Dunning that we drafted.
Oh, so I have a very different list because I'm not. I mean, my model is working differently, not entirely properly, but it's not running controls that way. So Strincevic is the only overlap in the top 5.
All right. Well, first off, we're definitely running Strincevic then.
But my list
put Strincevic up, which is, as we said, we're missing the 1 rating. All right.
Strincevic is good, so we agree on that one. My top 5 is Schoon, Strincevic, Maddox, Sherdell, and actually then Jack Warhop.
Warhop's good. So I have Schoon as one of the best VL. I'll put Schoon up. So I've been running Schoon in a bunch of things before I got my model fixed, for what it's worth. So I don't think it's like, where is Schoon? He's 68, isn't he? No, 66.
I think.
Yeah, so I have Schoon very good VL, but not quite as good VR now that my model is valuing p-BABIP hopefully a little better. But I think he's close.
Yeah.
So my list looked a lot more like yours until I put this patch in.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
we
could work from my list, but let's ask. So Bill Lee.
Of the ones you listed, I have Lee. So going down a little bit, I have some lives. Actually, not Dunning. I have a few other lives. I have Yarbrough, Irvin, and Brito.
I've got Brito right behind Dunning, and Singer. And the others are pretty close. Yeah.
I have Bill Lee in that second group, so I think that's a reasonable one.
Okay, so now he's got 54 stamina. Are we comfortable starting him?
Yeah, I think so. I like the relievers quite a lot better than the.
I do too.
Than the starters here, anyway.
It might be that we want to go 13 pitchers if we keep running low stamina guys. But one good thing about a card like this, he's going to be pretty efficient with his pitch count.
Yeah, I guess another thing to be aware of is, if we're building for the quick is a double elimination format for bronze. So our stamina will not be as stressed as it would be in a best of 7 or best of 9.
So I think I'm going to build just an open bronze and run it in the quick, just because it's sort of more,
Yeah, more even playing field.
But I think you're right that in the quick you'd probably run 12, whereas maybe an open bronze will try to run 13.
Yeah, I think it also depends on how many platoons we're going to want. We may care enough about it.
Yeah, Mr. Black, completely agree. He'll be economical. And actually, all these cards are going to kind of have that shape because we realize that that's the rating we're allowed to be missing. So Stripling is a card I haven't run in anything. So let me actually look at
I haven't even seen that card. I don't know that card at all.
Huh. Okay, well, I can see why the model's okay with it. It's the same thing where sort of... So the nice thing about this card is he has the big control, but he's not exactly missing a rating. He's also not as good at like a second rating. He's not quite missing a rating.
Right.
We could try it.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a card that
is a problem again.
Shows up really anywhere for me, but I mean, it's always an interesting card, so yeah.
The 54 stamina is a problem again.
Yeah, I think the other card I have some overlap with in that tier of the ones you listed was Raffensperger. I have him a little bit below some guys.
Let's definitely run Raffensperger then. Do I not own Raffensperger? See, when I said I haven't been running this, I meant it. All right. Here we go. We now own Raffensperger. We're playing Raffensperger.
Yeah, you can use the card shop in the builder now.
It's great.
We did it.
And, he's got a forkball, so,
I did, by the way, find another workaround in the meantime with the pack. You can also click on your perfect points. It'll take you to the buy point screen. That also gets you to the card shop. But
so K's Wisdom, I mean, he's a little bit missing. Stripling's a little bit missing a rating, but he's not missing stuff the way the others are, I guess is what I meant.
Yes. Yeah, almost all the other cards are missing stuff.
Like Shun's missing stuff. And Stripling isn't missing stuff. He just doesn't have a second rating.
So Bill Shardell is a card I'm running in a lot of caps in particular because he has 99 stamina.
That's another card that I was running until...
A lot of these other cards have no stamina.
But actually, I like this Gullickson idea because I wasn't thinking about it before, but it was pointed out in chat that Gullickson is going to have a lot of overlap with Cliff Lee.
Yeah, I don't have Gullickson or Stripling much that high, but again, it's this.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I had a list very similar to yours until like right before stream.
Yeah, my model is caring a lot more about PBAB than yours is at this point.
It's exactly the change that I just made. All right.
Yeah.
Let's try it. So here, so Gullickson's probably the 5. I guess we better go aggressive tiredness hook at a minimum on these, right?
Yeah, we definitely want to go to tiredness hook.
Maybe Gullickson as well at 72.
I mean, I actually pretty much just turn aggressive tiredness hook on for everybody all the time.
Yeah, we'll just do it for everybody.
No.
And yeah, see, we already get this chemistry bonus from Lee and Gullickson, so that's a good start.
Yep.
Is Arnie Stone missing too much stuff? Let's look at Stone.
No, Arnie Stone looks good to me. I mean, I think he's high PBAB, so you're probably not like him as much anymore, but.
I wish the PBAB were control. So if the PBAB were control, I'd have him really high. I had him as a card I would play until this recent update where I'm hopefully a little better with PBAB.
Yeah, it's a card that I want to play, but yeah, I suspect that he's not as good as I think he is.
All right, relievers. So we said the relievers were generally better than the starters. I've got my top 6 or so relievers better than the starters. And then I think I actually might want to run Bob Bruce or Dane Dunning as the last 2. But
so Quisenberry I think we're gonna agree on.
Quisenberry, so until my update was like best pitcher ever, I want to play him in Diamond. I don't think he's as good with my update, but I still have him as the best reliever in Bronze.
Yes, I do as well. The other ones I have in sort of what I'd call a top category: Quisenberry, Andy Hansen.
Andy Hansen's I've got number 2. Yeah.
I have Stone because I like PBAB still, and Danny Kolb. I don't know how to say that.
Kolb was the guy I had number 3. Yeah. So that looks a lot. Again, that looks almost identical to my. It's almost like we discussed this when we were fixing our models.
Wow,
so
amazing.
Kolb I have now all the way down to like 5 or 6, but definitely on the roster.
Okay.
Let's see. The other names I've got. Steve Reed now pops up. Brewster and Bueno from Iron.
I have Reed decent, but not the other 2. The thing wants Claudio because it doesn't care about the splits as much, but that's not a model, that's a split issue.
Okay, yeah, so looking at the splits, I have Claudio. So my best splitty cards, well, other than Hanson, Quisenberry, Reed is a little splitty VR, Simber, the live Simber. VL, Bueno, Mantiply, Cummings, Claudio are the splitty options.
Yeah.
So let's see.
We probably do want at least one lefty. I think we so far only put righties into our.
I definitely want Bueno. Let's go with Bueno then for sure.
Okay, I don't have Bueno as high, but yeah, he's good in Iron for sure. So
I've got him as the best VL, and he's like sort of survivable righties.
Yeah.
And is there any? There's no converted starter lefty we can find, right?
Not really.
Gabe Spire? Live Gabe Spire is probably the next best.
He's not a
option I
real
see,
starter,
but he's
though.
not great.
No, Gabe Steyer is not a real starter. He's listed as a starter, but
I just
reliever.
mean as a reliever. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying try to find a lefty to put in the pen.
No, I mean Scherzel is a lefty. I still like him, but no. I guess.
All right. So I think control's the one thing that kind of still is holding up. So I think I do want to run Brewster. I'm just thinking like.
I think Reed. I like Steve Reed. I'm happy with him, but he's another righty.
Reed, Brewster, and we definitely want to lead. So what do we got here? Okay, we definitely need at least one more lefty in the pen. What have I've got Spire. Let me see if there are any convertible starters. Maybe Scherzel is. Let me run the starters deeper.
I mean, we could just run Cummings and hope he gets righties or lefties. Like, he's very good.
Yeah. It's funny because if we had done this like a day ago, we'd have the same list.
Yes. Sounds like that.
And I bet like a day or two from now, when you finish kind of editing this, we'll have a similar list again.
Yeah, once I type everything in.
So we'll probably agree a lot more on the hitters, is my guess.
Yeah, probably.
Except that I'm going to want too much eye, and you're going to actually want people that like hit baseballs where fielders aren't.
I do want those kinds of cards sometimes, yes.
Can't imagine why.
or just, the Adam Dunns of the world. I like those kinds too.
Well, there aren't a lot of fielders in the bleachers.
Right.
Yeah,
we put Bueno in already. We're looking for another one.
Yeah, we'd really like a set. Yeah, good call on Bueno. We got him in.
Yes.
But I think we'd like to, especially if we're going to run an 8-man bullpen.
I mean, we could do live Ryan Yarbrough.
I'm just running my model a bit deeper now to see. Yeah, actually, Yarbrough. I've got Yarbrough as the top lefty starting option beyond what we have.
Yeah, I think Yarbrough is decent.
Let's do that. What's his overall again?
63, I believe. There's a live Cole Irvin also that looks okay.
I don't have him quite as high. All right, hold on. Alphabetize will. He's not listed as a reliever. That's why. He is 63. Good. So we'll run the live Yarbrough. And I think we probably do want an 8th, right? Just because of the low stamina?
I'd probably just leave 12 in for now and see how many platoons we have and then come back, I guess.
Is there anyone we have a ton of chemistry with? Like, is Bob Bruce a good overlap with some of these guys, or?
Who do we have in right now? Do we have any teams that are doubled up a lot?
Let's see.
We have these expos. There's 80s expos.
That's where Brewster actually overlaps with the 80s nicely. We've got him in. So the so the options I've got Simber and Spire for kind of splitty options. Or if we want to go with a converged starter, Bob Bruce, Dane Dunning.
I mean, Dunning will have some live chemistry, I guess, but not a lot. I do like Dunning.
I'd say it's Bruce or Dunning.
I'm trying to think if there's any just pure chemistry options. Especially if this is an 8th pitcher that we're sort of only going to hope pitches in bad situations.
Okay, let's come back and we'll fix them at the end.
It also could depend what hitters we put in. We may have chemistry with a hitter.
All right, let's do some catchers.
All right. So definitely want Bresnahan VL.
Right, and I've actually got Steve O'Neill now still as my VR option.
I unsurprisingly do not.
So we're definitely putting Bresnahan.
You've definitely Bresnahan. I have a few options close. I have Duke Sims.
Okay. So I've got Carlos Sims as my best. I've got Sims as my best bat.
Okay, I have Carlos Santana just as a giant hit with no
He's not a
defense,
catcher, yeah.
and John Cairns, who has the same like framing situation.
Okay, so I have Cairns as my second best catcher behind O'Neill. So maybe if we're doing like a joint roster, Cairns is a good one to put in then.
Right? Yeah, sure.
O'Neill, I guess, is a Boston player, so you get a tiny bit of chemistry, but it's only a tiny bit because he's 1920s Boston.
Right. They were the Red Sox at that point. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they must have been.
And here's Cairns. If you look at the ratings, he has 111 framing basically.
Yeah, this is just a framing play. This bat is terrible.
Helton's got a good bat. So we're going Cairns?
Yeah, Cairns looks decent.
All right, Cairns it is. First base. Well, now we got to go back to our discussion from last week.
Well, I think Stahl is always in because Stahl actually hits both ways.
So we're running two lefties now, correct? So Mr. Jehovah's asking Steve O'Neill. So for the record, I have O'Neill as my top VR catcher. But I have Cairns very close, so we're trying to, kind of build a joint roster. For the pitching, we were kind of realizing that isidafo is in the middle of updating his model, so I was leaning a little more toward mine. But here, I think our models are kind of both going to be reasonable, so we're looking for something that kind of both the models like.
Yeah, they're gonna. There's gonna be differences. Obviously, we value defense differently for sure. So, especially at particular positions. And some other stuff, but yeah, it's going to be a lot more. It's going to be a lot more kind of haggling between two cards that are similar than.
Yeah. So Stahl, I think we're running. Well, Stahl is running somewhere on the roster for sure.
Yeah, Stahl's definitely on the roster.
And Stahl maybe means we don't run a platoon with Milligan. Right?
I think Milligan is the odd.
We could have run a platoon with Milligan here. I'm just trying to show some of the cards. We could have run a platoon with Milligan. So the big platoon is you run Choi, who clobbers righties.
Well, I want Camille still, but we've done that one already.
No, but I thought the consensus we had last week was that Choi was slightly better than Camille, but that Camille actually is allowed to face lefties and Choi isn't.
I still like Camille a bit better at VR. They're pretty close, though. I don't know a huge difference.
And then there's also Lou Blue is also kind of an option like Lou there. As much.
No, so I have Stahl and Milligan very similar VL, but Stahl just hits righties and Milligan doesn't. So Milligan, I don't know if Milligan ever makes the roster.
I have Milligan kind of, a hair better than Stahl VL, but close.
Yeah.
But yeah, Stahl's much better VR.
Yeah.
So the fact that Stahl's that much better VR makes me think you could go with a card like Choi and just take the splits. Because he actually never has to face a lefty.
Yeah, I don't think you're... I work 13 pitchers, you're definitely not playing both Camille and Choi. I think probably you're just picking those two along with Stahl.
There's also, in principle, there's like a Gale Hopkins chemistry play in there. I think we're just giving up too much to do it, right?
Yeah.
So, Choi, Camille. I prefer Choi, you prefer Camille.
Yeah, I don't know that either one. Camille has very nice chemistry if you run that kind of gold Galen Fitzsimmons Tamulis stack. But with this roster, I don't think there's much. So either one doesn't really matter. They're about the same.
Quick poll in chat. Let's see what chat thinks. I'll put the cards up as well for comparison. And again, we're thinking about this as the VR side of the platoon. But it is clear that if they ever have to face a lefty, Camille's more survivable.
Yeah. And this is another place where, the fact that we're building for a general open format and not double elimination is going to be relevant, because in double elimination, we do not care about having to face the wrong side. It will never happen.
Correct. Yeah. That's a good point. Also, for the later rounds, you're going to probably face more of the kinds of cards we're talking about. So in the later rounds of a longer tournament, Camille's power and eye maybe get swallowed up a bit. But in the early rounds, he's going to feast on bad pitching. So Choi's maybe the late round play, and Camille's the a little bit.
Yeah. Which probably favors Camille in the double elimination thing and Choi in a longer thing.
I think so.
Um,
In chat has
no,
Camille.
he doesn't.
What?
It's too late. I was thinking we might end up putting Sean Rodriguez on our roster, and then Choi would have a small amount of chemistry with him, but it's very little.
All right. Well, chat's gone Camille, so let's go Camille.
Camille.
So just to be, Karen, we're thinking of as a catcher.
Yeah.
So I'll just start
throwing
this out as we go along.
It should be one of those two cards for sure, if not both.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Second base. All right.
And
this is one I'm guessing our models will start to disagree a bit.
Stahl is probably our DHVR most likely, but.
So Stahl is our DHVR. Maybe there's actually room for one more first baseman on the roster.
Well, I mean, it's a question of like with 13 we will not have room.
Yeah,
no
we'll see what we end up with.
Yeah.
So the funny thing is, my best second baseman is Steve Braun, but I want to run him at third.
I don't like him at third. I have Braun. I have Dick McAuliffe as a platoon hitter, very good at both second and third.
So I've got Braun and Mike Andrews, who are both atrocious defensively, and I kind of just want to run Andrews anyway because the bat's so good, and run Braun at third.
I definitely prefer Andrews.
Or even in left and run Tresh at third.
Yeah, I would definitely if I'm going to play Braun, I'm going to play him at third. I would pretty close.
Here's Andrews, by the way, now Andrews also has the advantage that he's a two-way player, right? Hold on. Tell me I didn't just crash. So, okay. Andrews has the advantage that he's a two-way player, right? Going to figure out why this thought about crashing, and we'll come back. But 1 second.
I did find the way to crash the game, by the way, while we've been discussing this. If you attempt to, so that like new content thing.
Yep.
If you click on the card, it'll take you to the card shop. If you attempt to click on that one in a draft, the game will crash.
Right. Oh, Doc is doing his ticket draw again. If anyone, he's doing a 5-second countdown. I just clicked.
Oh, you better be quick.
So I think I definitely want to run Braun somewhere, but I'm thinking
I would play Braun at third if we're going to play him.
I think it's Andrews, but the advantage of McAuliffe is that he actually knows what a glove is for.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's. I'm guessing we don't have much difference on the hitting here. It's probably a difference on the value of the glove. Like I have Andrews as a hitter than
yeah,
McAuliffe.
I think if you look at the glove, it's 4 points of range, but it's also 12 points of turn double play.
And I also like double play more than just about anyone else, it seems. So that's probably something to do with it.
So I have Andrews bat like 0.6 WAR or so better, and I have McAuliffe's glove a little under half a WAR better. So I have Andrews just slightly ahead.
Yeah, this choice probably does depend somewhat on whether we're platooning here, because if we're not platooning, we definitely. Well, we don't even really want Andrews.
Well, there's actually one other option I want to bring up, just because if we're doing this as a what are the plausible options? I want to bring up Ron Theobald as well. This is
I have them
to me. This is the best. I want a real glove at second player.
Yeah, if only we could make the damn and avoid case switch, then it's like the best card ever. But
yeah, yeah. So.
Well, there's also.
I'm not going to run him because I think right now the bats are a lot better. But I just think if we're kind of going through, this is a card that you should be aware of.
Yeah, there is also Sean Rodriguez, who is
his overall
62.
Price don't own
the max defense. I think he's like 90 to 98 range. Not a lot of range.
90. But I like him. Theobald has more.
More.
Yeah, but this has 95 turn double play.
Oh, that's probably why I like him.
Yeah, so the difference here, Theobald's 94 range, but only 84 double play, and Diaz is 90 range, 95.
Yeah, I like shortstop, though. Rodriguez is my top shortstop, but I do offense a bit more at second, I guess.
All right, I'm going to suggest we'll go with Andrews for now, then, because
Yeah,
that's
and
just a platoon.
Yeah.
If you are going to have a platoon partner, putting Heller would make a lot of sense somewhere. Putting Blauser on the roster at second or short would make a ton of sense.
Yeah, Blauser would be my platoon choice.
Well,
Also,
I think both of them could be on the roster. It's just where Blauser I might rather put it short, and
Well, the thing is also shortstop. I was playing Rodriguez both ways, and so Blauser and Tresh actually are both useful because I didn't have to play a dedicated backup shortstop, which was nice.
Speaking of Tresh, so third base, because we brought this up earlier. I just want to I want to show the comparison. So let's just look VR right now to begin with. Here's Braun and Tresh. So defensively, neither of us is hammering third base defense, but for what it's worth, Tresh is a much better defensive third baseman. Like it's not close.
So of course I'm here to argue for the defensive third baseman. I will say there is actually another card that I have besides McAuliffe in the picture VR, which is Harlan Clift, who's even more defense.
Mr. Joe Hobo is asking about Barrett. So let's pull up Barrett. Bill Barrett, I assume you mean.
Yes.
Okay, so two things with Barrett. First off, the defense is worse than Andrews, so the bat actually has to be better, right?
I assume this is at third, not at second. I don't think.
Oh no, I think he was talking about second.
Oh, second. Oh, I'm not playing.
I thought he was talking about it second. Yeah, and then I don't think the bat. I think even with the 120 BABIP or so, it's singles and doubles, but he's not walking a lot, and the defense is even significantly worse than the other cards we were looking at.
No, I don't think this card is atrocious third base VL, but it's not in my top group, so yeah, not gonna play.
I want more eye than that, you know me.
Yeah. I'm actually looking at Cliff. I'm sort of surprised you don't like him because he's like 125 eye in defense and nothing else. But
yeah, but it's really nothing else is the problem.
It's nothing else.
Like to me that singles are actually things as well.
Yeah, singles are useful.
So I want someone that will get some, and the problem is his gap power is wasted. You know what I like though? He's got this nice rainbow.
Yes, it's true.
It's a rainbow rating. It's the first one of these I've seen that just you sorted his ratings and stuck him in there.
Yep. I don't know what you do with turn double play at third, but I ignore it entirely.
I believe I do too. Yeah.
I don't find any use in it. It doesn't show up. It's a correlation of nothing to anything.
It's good if you were allowed to overshift and he ends up kind of playing shortstop.
Sure.
Oh, except that's not the way you do it, right?
Well, some teams did that.
Some teams did, but I think the way you should do it is the third baseman should actually go between the second baseman and the third baseman.
Yeah, it depends.
Shortstop, right? Like
the Jays with Chapman, just move Chapman to short because Chapman is a shortstop.
Okay, that's true. If you have a guy that, and actually, that's the thing I wanted to tell you about Tresh, because I do love Tom Tresh. But you know what I want to do with Tom Tresh?
Play him at short. I don't know. I have number 2 at short, so I don't think it's crazy.
With the 81 range, 90 arm, but not so good turn double play is too bad. But with the 81 range, I kind of just want to make Tresh a shortstop instead, and then run Braun at third.
Yeah, a lot of the times what I was doing was I was playing Rodriguez at short and then using Tresh as a backup shortstop and third baseman VR.
So maybe we should take the positions together then. So at short, so my model, I just hate this because it says Dick McAuliffe's bat's so good you can play him at short. I'm not willing to believe that. The two reasonable options I have VR are Tresh, and a little bit better defensive option is this Mike Fischlin. And Fischlin, actually, the reason I picked up this card is there's a bronze cap that's 1922. This is a great 1922 shape.
Huh, I don't have this guy anywhere. Got a bunch of random stuff out of him.
He's got 85 range and he gets on base a little bit.
Yeah, I mean the other cards I've got Ron Hansen. There's just a lot of defense. My model just wants defense basically, except for Tresh.
Okay,
Tresh
yeah, it's
really
funny.
good.
Shortstop is the one. I mean, I was playing Jeter last year, right?
Yeah.
All right. How about Tresh as a compromise then?
Yeah, I think Tresh is reasonable.
So let's run Tresh at short, which means
and then we probably
run Braun at third, I guess.
And then we definitely want to platoon Braun.
So yeah, definitely platoon right. Braun at third.
Probably
now
with
Blauser probably has to be on the roster for one of them. And
yes.
Do we actually need a second platoon? So one thing to consider is you can run Braun in left as well.
We do need another infielder of some kind. We only have 4 infielders right now, so we that's not enough infielders.
Okay, so all right, I'll give you one option here, which is the one I would kind of look at. What do you think about Brown? This Jerry Brown. So he's listed at third base. He's listed at third base, but he's really an outfielder.
I think we're kind of like, what are we doing?
So with 95 range, this is really on as like our center fielder, at least DL. But he also can be a back infielder.
I think we're running into trouble then. Our defense is going to be really bad at backup infielder when he comes. Like he's going to have to play third, which, like our second baseman then is moving only Blauser to second, and like we're going to have these just bizarre
Tresh
infields.
So Tresh, for what it's worth, certainly is allowed to play VL. So I think at this point, Braun's the one that platoons, right? Tresh would stay at short. Blauser would play third.
Sound kind of weird. I almost want to run Kaz Matsui as a VLDH.
Just in backup short.
And backup short.
Let's see where we get. Let's see where we get to in the outfield, but that's not completely nuts.
Yeah.
So Mr. Joe, I understand that for PT25, anyone that even is in place is considered fully trained in tournaments.
Yeah, training exists to begin with. I don't understand, but so.
Hey, it exists in Pokemon, so
Pokemon's a good game, so yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, field. I've got my best left fielder, VR. So another option is that we could run Braun in left, and we could put another third baseman on the roster.
So I have Adam Dunn, but I also have Adam Dunn in right field.
You're gonna make me buy Adam Dunn, aren't you?
Adam Dunn is good. I've heard.
Well, I don't own one yet, so it sounds like it's time to, time to get her done.
Yeah.
All right. Adam Dunn. I now own Adam Dunn.
And actually, Dunn. We're probably just going to play both ways. I think.
I think so. So he'll play either right or left. I'm not sure which yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so some other options VR. Algie McBride. I really like the bat.
I think McBride is decent. Another option, I guess, for trying to help this infield situation is to run Enrique Hernandez.
He doesn't fit anywhere, though, really, right?
Not really. I mean, he's okay, like right field VL.
Yeah.
But I think I'd rather just run Renicky. I like Renicky quite a lot. If we're going to do that.
Okay, another card that I want to talk about is Brago Roth at some point, but let's come back to the VL side.
Yeah, I like Brago Roth, but I think Matsui, if we're going to do Matsui, you can't do Roth. Anyway.
I agree. Okay. The Jerry Brown I really want somewhere on the roster. because he's actually, with 95 range, he's a legitimately good defensive center fielder, and he's a VL guy that can play VR if need be.
Yeah, my model is just giving DiMaggio. It just wants DiMaggio in center, both ways.
Yeah, mine has nowhere close. I think we discussed this one earlier.
Yeah. It's there's clearly differences on defense.
You know how big of an effect team chemistry has. We've been starting to speculate. I at least don't have a solid answer, though, that I can prove. I don't know where you're at.
Don't either. My best guess at the moment, which is backed up by no data at all and just on what I thought would be a sensible way to implement it, is that most of the time it's going to be in the range of somewhere between a 0 and 5% boost
Across the
rating.
Board. Across the board.
Which is going to be, let's say, anywhere from a quarter of a win to probably a win and a half?
Yeah. Something like that. So potentially significant.
Potentially significant, though it depends how you build your roster and in which way your chemistry is distributed and all that stuff. So it's not easy to give a clean answer to that question.
All right. I think I really want Jerry Brown somewhere. I know he's got 127 avoid Ks VL, but darn it.
I mean, if we're playing what's only in center, there's no reason to play Scott anywhere but center, I don't think.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I think so. I'm happy to just hand him center field and not have to think about it.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, I have him in the group behind DiMaggio, but
okay. Algie McBride, we said we like, but probably not in center. Probably in a corner.
No, definitely not in center.
VR.
Yes, we probably our outfield VL is probably going to be Dunn, Brown, and some platooning guy. I like Renicky. Most of those, I think.
Okay, so VR, we're probably still running Brown in center. Dunn, I guess now is in left with McBride and right. Is that your thinking?
Probably doesn't matter much who goes where, but sure.
Well, here let's look at the shape.
I think they're pretty similar defensively, as I recall. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Here, so actually, Dunn's shape is more a right field shape.
Okay.
Looking at this.
Sure. Yeah.
So, okay, actually, so Dunn should be the right fielder. Okay, and the other way, it's still definitely Brown. And now I'm thinking it's Dunn. So we have room for 2 more players, right?
If we're doing 13, yes.
Yeah, so what I'd kind of like to do was Brago Roth, but you know who I'm going to ask for, right? I'm going to ask to put Burt Daniels on the roster.
No, we can't do that. That's so not bad.
He's got defense and eye and nothing else. But he's got defense and eye. And did I mention the defense and the eye?
Well, so I guess the other thing that I'm a little... I guess we have to then... So Daniels has to be our backup center fielder, which I guess is fine.
Yeah, he can play center.
Are we okay with him VR in center if we think it's going to be mostly righties? It's really not great.
Not a big fan. Okay, another option is Rasty Wright, who we talked about earlier. No, not that Rasty Wright, the other Rasty Wright.
The other Rasty Wright.
Rasty Wright the 4th or whatever, right? You said there are 4 of them?
At least. I mean, apparently they just spawn.
Okay, actually, there's another option I want to bring up that just fits with the bat somehow for me. Okay, so there are 2 bats that I seem to end up with on rosters I want to bring up. The one I know you're going to veto, but, I mean, how can I not bring him up, is Matt Joyce.
I don't hate Joyce, but I think with Stahl, Stahl's just better, so I don't have a place for Joyce, basically.
Okay, but the more seriously, the one that I think actually could fit here is this Richie Scheinblum. It's just this big bat versus right that kind of can play left and right in a pinch and can play versus lefties if you're really stuck because he's technically, because he's a switch hitter. He's just a bad one.
I guess now we have an issue with center field though.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, is there any possibility we let Bresnahan back up center field and find a third catcher eligible guy?
The third catcher eligible guy probably has to be starting someplace.
Can we find a catcher eligible DH? Like Santana's bat's not good enough, but
no, Santana's bad. Santana's the best hitter, but he's not as bad. Isn't good enough. I don't think so. I don't see one.
Because technically, Cairns is a outfielder backup.
We're not putting Cairns in the outfield.
No, we're not. All right, that's a non-starter. I mean, I see the Kazmatsui thing, but it just doesn't look right.
No, it's not great. It's definitely not great. But this is why 13 is it can be so troubling, so difficult sometimes. Like it becomes hard to actually get everyone in.
How about Estelea?
Are we okay with him playing center?
You and your needing people that can play centers. It's like you think we need 2 center fielders on a roster.
I know, it's crazy. Oh, we could do maybe Bob Allison.
Well, actually, why don't we go back to the Brago Roth we were talking about?
He still
has. He's a center fielder.
He brings his bat to center field with him.
Yes. Rasty right.
I mean, maybe we should just play Rasty right. We had a long conversation about him. I mean, he's not a good center fielder.
This is why you end up with Renicky, is what happens.
Yeah, this is why I end up with Renicky. I mean, at least.
All right, let me see what I'm going to just read you the list of cards my model wants to put out there and see what you think. Bresnahan, VL, Jerry Brown, which is the starter we're running. Burt Daniels. Yes, I still have him number 3, darn it. Sammy Bird. Oh, God. Bernie Williams. Brago Roth, Estelea, Ivar Swanson. Okay, Rodney Scott actually is an interesting idea because he plays a lot of stuff. And then Kike.
How much defense can Rodney Scott possibly have in center? Not much.
Actually, he's got 76 range.
Yeah, I'd still rather. I mean, also, we're not looking at him as a VL, which is a little weird. Like, I don't know.
It is, but well, I mean, no, but he's kind of a flat two-way player, so he's just a multi-position backup.
Yeah, so who's our starting? Our starting outfield VL right now is Dunn, Brown, and no one else.
McBride.
No, VL.
Oh, VL.
We're not playing McBride VL, are we?
Yeah, no, we're not playing McBride VL.
Not.
Dunn, Brown, and blank. Okay, this is why Burt Daniels is the answer. No, I mean, because Burt Daniels, he gets on base, he plays defense, he has 87 range, he's a little better VL, and
Yeah, I mean, I like Renicky better, but Daniels might actually be my number 2 choice for this specific job.
I think this is why I end up with Daniels all the time.
No, I don't mind Kike Hernandez either for doing this. I think one of those 3 is probably on the roster. I mean, I would say Renicky and then Hernandez and Daniels.
Is there any chance it is Sammy Bird? Like, I hadn't looked at this card before the stream, but actually, now that I pull this card up...
No, it doesn't look terrible.
Isn't this actually sort of what we want?
He doesn't look terrible. Oh, I guess another card is Tom Brown. It's a bit
I
of
don't
a
have him
weird
as
one
high. Yeah.
because it's just giant BABIP, and he's a lefty.
You know what?
Uh,
The more I look at this, I think Sammy Bird's the answer.
Sammy Bird is not terrible. I mean, it's still on a little bit.
The arm is, yeah, as you point
Not
out,
thrilled with it
Mortal
from
Omega,
center.
the arm is not, well, okay, just to be clear, they didn't call him Babe Ruth's arm.
I mean, the nickname is not, that speed rating and the nickname do not align.
Well,
Or base running or
all
whatever.
that means is that he pinch ran for Ruth, okay? He was a better runner than Ruth.
Well, that's true. Though probably someone running backwards was a better runner than Ruth at some points.
All right, let's put Bird on the roster. Let's try it.
Sure,
Let's try it.
Bird.
I like this.
Let's try Bird.
And now we still have a DH spot, both ways.
Well, I think Stahl is our DHVR, I'm pretty sure.
Well, then we need a first baseman, unless you're going to run Camilli.
No, we have Choi, right? So Stahl is our DHVR and Choi's our first baseman.
We went Camilli.
Oh, Camilli, sure.
We can go Choi if you prefer. I think the vote was Camilli, so
Yeah, that's either one, doesn't matter.
Well, we could even run both, but then you've got to run one of them.
Yeah, it's fine. Just put one of them first. It's not a big deal.
Anyone can play. It's easy to learn first, right? Tell them, Wash.
Yeah, anyone can do it.
Okay, so just looking to see, like, if I put a depth chart in. Let's say we ran Choi as well.
We can't run Choi. There's no way we just can't run Choi. We have no infielders. It will just die.
Well, right now our backup infielder. Okay, our backups would be Bresnahan, Bird 3-position outfielder, Blauser, third short, Stahl at first. So we need a second baseman.
We need an infielder. Yeah, we need an infielder. We can't run Choi. If we're gonna do 14, we can run Choi. If we're gonna do 13, we can't run Choi.
You want to do 14?
I mean, like, it depends how much of an upgrade
I'm just worried we're going to blow out our bullpen.
Like, how much of an upgrade do you think we're getting from Stahl to Choi, basically?
From Stahl to Choi, which way?
VR.
Oh, I see. I mean, you're just thinking DH Stahl both ways.
Yeah.
I've got a huge upgrade. I've got like 3.2 wins.
That much? Okay, I don't have that much.
I've got Stahl at about a 790 OPS and Choi 864, if you want to think about it that way.
Yeah.
And Choi is also an OBP heavier one, so the WOBA difference is even
bigger. Yeah, I mean, it's just,
let's run Choi and we'll just,
Yeah, no, GG Sundown, we don't have a DH VL right now. That's the last spot we need to fill still. But we need to be someone who completely...
we were discussing it would be Stahl, but then, all right, so
it needs
out
to be
of Choi and
Camilli,
Choi is also really a DH, so...
the thing is, this DH VL has to be someone who can play infield. It has, like... They don't have to be great at it, but they have to be able to do it.
Okay, so let's find who is our best. You know what? It's probably Kaz Matsui then.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of that idea because we are going to have to expose him to righties sometimes, but.
And he's going to cost me 5,000 points. So on the other hand, Kaz Matsui is a silly place.
Yeah. Let's not go there.
Let's not go there.
So we quit DH.
Actually, I got a stupid answer. If we're actually using the spot, so actually, I've got two stupid answers. The not so stupid answer is Ron Theobald because he just plays good defense and that's what he does.
I mean, just DH Andrew. I was going to say actually Hunts for that, but
I'm going to give you the more aggressive answer because why not? Let's go Hal Luby. He plays second, he plays third, he mashes lefties.
Really not great to me.
Well, you've probably got him as the best second baseman DL.
I definitely don't.
Well, Blauser, but...
I don't know. I'm like in the top 15, but...
Whoa. Okay. All right. Hold on. I got another card I haven't even looked at. What if we? What does he play? Have you looked at Keith Moreland?
Yes, he plays catcher in third.
And left and right.
Yeah, but it does.
And he mashes lefties.
Yeah, I don't mind Keith Moreland. I like the card. Just it always felt awkward to put on the roster somehow.
No, but the idea is now because Blauser does play second short. So Blauser's the second and short backup. Moreland platoons at third. How about that?
Sure. I guess that's fine.
And he's even he's even like a swing outfielder.
Yeah, well, it's probably he's at catcher and removing Brestan on the outfield, I'm guessing, but yeah.
That's true. He does catch. Let's try that.
All right. I mean, yeah, it's a card I've looked at and never found a spot for in our roster. So.
Okay, so now we're actually running Moreland at third, and we're running Blauser at
second, and Andrews is DHing, I assume.
Install at first. Andrews DH. Actually, well, the other option is okay. Is this better defensively? Because Stahl's a lousy defensive first baseman. He's got 20 range. Or
we just played Moreland at first.
Or we play Moreland at first.
Yeah, just Moreland at first. It's definitely better.
Maybe it's Moreland at first.
Definitely better, but it's probably better.
It's close because Andrews is a bad second baseman, but this feels a little
better. Yeah,
but
it's not like Blauser's not great.
We made it. Kind of.
Okay, our backups DL are really ugly, but that's okay. We probably won't face enough of them for it to matter.
I think this came out okay, actually.
That looks decent. What does our chemistry end up at? Curiosity.
Not great. But Brewster was good for chemistry.
We should switch Bresnahan and Moreland as catcher. We don't really want Moreland to ever play.
Which way? Oh.
It had Moreland as our backup catcher VR because I don't know why the manager doesn't know what it's doing.
Pitching staff. This was the auto set. What we actually want, we want Quisenberry. It's going to be mostly middle relief, I guess, right?
Yeah.
We're thinking Quisenberry will close.
When in doubt, do middle relief.
We're thinking Quisenberry will close, and probably Kolb is like a setup, high leverage.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I very often just put everyone middle relief and change like sliders or the usage or whatever secondaries.
Yeah,
so
that's fine too. Hansen is the other. Excuse me, Hansen, Kolb. Actually, even let's just go mainly Hansen.
Okay.
All right, I think we did okay. Which means, I think the last thing we should do is issue a little challenge to chat. So now, if you've got a slot ready.
Oh, you're almost running out.
Yeah, I'd really like more than 25.
Yeah. Or just have the ability to, use the local ones for the drop down. That would also fix it.
That would also work.
Though I suspect
actually, you know what? I can run this in the late bronze too. Then. All right, everyone, we're going to jump in the next bronze double elimination to open. I'm going to assume it'll be 3802.
Seems like a reasonable assumption.
And I'm going to offer a special prize. Here, you can jump on. You throw your roster in too if you got one. Is it
know that I have a recently filled roster.
Don't worry about that. But as a special prize, we're going to offer the winner. If you win this tournament, courtesy of OOTP, you will get 3 standard packs, and we'll throw in 1 standard pack if you finish second.
Amazing. That's really just
that generous or what?
No.
You don't even have to give us your username. It'll just automatically be given to your account.
Yeah, we'll just know.
Yeah. So sorry again to show you 3802. If you want to come in and take on the team we just put together, see how we do. We'll let this fire. It'll fire anyway because it's a quick. Let's do something for a couple minutes and we'll come back and check, and then we can raid into Doc, who's apparently getting enough subs that he's still going.
Oh, good for him.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good.
You know what we can do in the meantime? We could do a draft? Let's do a draft. I've got some drafts to do. What do you want to do? Amateur, lap, or 25?
I don't know. Oh, TPR, just amateurs. Oh, sure.
What do you? We can do.
I guess we do lap one.
We can do lap because we got a fellow streamer. We can have a little fun with it. If we do it quick, we can do a second one before it fires. We'll see how we do.
No, those fell pretty quickly, I think. I'm not sure why.
All right, what do we got? 1976, Montreal. Fairly flat park, but a little bit lefty favored and a little bit batter heavy. 1976, so we're probably running 9 or 10 pitchers. And only bronze and iron cards.
All right.
We good?
Let's do it. Yep.
20 minutes. That's no problem. Well, I like Biff. And you're going to talk me into Vince, right?
I like Vince.
You like Biff?
Yeah, Biff is probably good for the era.
Yeah.
That Joe Copy, I don't know how to say that, is actually a pretty good defensive shortstop, but
he is 95 range. I kind of like Biff. And should we go Biff?
Yeah,
Vince?
I think that's fine. Yeah. Well.
All right. I'll make the first pick. You make the second one.
I think actually, Gabriel Arias.
He does a little of everything. Like literally a little bit of everything, right?
A lot of defense.
I don't completely hate that, right? Is there because there's no one else we really like here, right?
No, I mean both Arias and Crawford. I've played in live bronze.
All right, we'll go Arias. Let's do it. All right.
We got Sammy Bird.
I was gonna say I get to make the first pick again. All right. No, you can make the first pick.
You're gonna take Nettleton.
You know who I'm taking with the second pick, right?
And we could probably use a starter at some point, but that's all right.
I know.
We don't have one offer to us, though.
You know who I'm taking with the second pick.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh,
There's
yeah.
no chance I'm not taking Nettleton. Let's see. All right. Is Stoneman playable? Not really.
I don't think so. This is not a very good round.
Okay, the Shin-Soo Kim is actually not as dreadful a shape in this era.
Well, he's a decent-looking DH.
Let's do it. All right, I made my pick.
Do I have to?
Well, are we actually going to intentionally pick AJ Smith-Shawver for the first time on stream?
It's not very good.
It probably is this Bill Stoneman. Is Assad better? Maybe Assad is better.
Yeah, maybe Assad is better.
51 stamina, but maybe that's okay for the era?
Yeah, I'm not too... Oh, it's no DH. I didn't realize it was no DH. Okay, fair point. Maybe Kim is not so good then.
See, this is what we get for not checking the rules of the... There's some people that play the 5L every day. I just signed up for whatever was open and it happened to hit it.
Maybe we shouldn't take Kim. That's a good call.
Well, he can play left.
We already have 3 outfielders that can only play the outfield.
He can play... Um,
So it's not
he's our
Stoneman then.
backup outfielder. He's
It's like we're taking Asad and Stoneman.
no, we can't take us. It can't be Assad and Stoneman, right? I think it. I think it's still Kim because at least it's a better card, right?
I mean, it was, I don't know. I guess the question is Stoneman better than Random Irons?
I don't think so.
I mean, it's certainly worse than some irons. There's some really bad irons, though. No, this Dunn doesn't play first base, unfortunately. It would somehow make the card even better. Not that it really needed the help.
I think just Kim is like, he'll get half the games backing up left and right.
All right.
Well, we got some outfield options again. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'd say Jordan Hicks is a good shape, right?
Jordan Hicks is that's a shape. Yes, that is a shape. Of the various shapes we've looked at, that is one.
There is.
Takahashi is dead flat. That looks like our number 2 starter to me.
I guess so. It's interesting. He has 114 hold runners. I wonder what happened
and no
there.
stamina, but I guess that's okay in the 70s.
And then
Wisner is wow, that's a profile.
that's probably not very good. I guess in the 70s maybe it's okay, but probably not.
How about okay? Is there any chance we can run Ed Andrews at second base? Look at those defensive ratings. This is a nice outfielder.
It's a very nice outfielder. It's a less nice second baseman. Much less nice second baseman.
Yeah. Well then. Wow, this is just rough. Okay, how about Austin Gomber?
Sure, that doesn't look awful, actually.
Because, if there's anything I've learned from watching opening day, it's if you have a chance to take a live Rockies pitcher, you got to do it.
Oh, yeah. Who wouldn't want them after that performance?
They're due.
You're right. Yes.
This ain't getting better.
Max West is actually not that bad of an outfielder. We don't really need more outfielders.
He technically plays first.
I guess.
I think Max West is our first baseman.
I guess so.
One way, of course, because, Tettleton's our first baseman one way unless you want to put him in right field.
Do we have what is Trevor Wilson?
Okay, how about, I got it. How about we just do the Max West, Rudy York platoon at first?
Okay.
That's actually, here, I'll show you. This is actually a pretty good platoon.
Not bad.
See?
Yeah. It could be worse.
Well, we could play Tettleton. All right, Raffensperger. We got one.
Halduz is
is actually pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
We got 2. And we need 2. All right. Easy decision.
Yep.
Oh, we forgot to check. Remind me after this to check the chemistry thing we were going to with the trade.
Oh, right. Okay, Frank Tavares is a pretty decent iron shortstop. He's not great.
Actually, he is. It's a weird splits, but 98 range is fine.
Yeah.
Pumpsy Green has I kind of want a pitcher. I don't hate Reddick, actually. Except, was the outfield thing.
Yeah, we don't need any more. What is that Frank Carpin? That's terrible. Okay.
We could take this James McCann and free Tettleton to play right.
Not really sure that's the main concern at this moment.
You don't think so?
No. How many pitchers do we
Carpin
have?
has control issues, but
Yeah, Carpin's
I
bad.
like the home run suppression.
Yeah, Carpin's bad. There's no way that card's good.
No.
What is Bob? Whatever.
Is
No,
it
it's bad. Okay.
is it just Pumpsy Green is like an infield, like doesn't play any defense but has like iron gap power backup?
I guess. I mean, I will say these 50s, 60s Red Sox seem to be the best way to get chemistry onto an iron build. Like a lot of it.
All right, let's do it.
So maybe we can hit the other cards for it. But
Well, actually, we do have some Red
Yeah, Bill
Sox.
Campbell.
We have Campbell. Although, okay, the thing is, this Greg Garcia is actually like usable.
so I mean, Campbell, I don't think was terrible when I was trying to do that. It was like
Yeah, I mean, it's
one of the more
actually
playable ones.
the rating he's missing is P BABIP, which is not as bad as the other ratings we're missing.
Yeah, especially and this is probably a decent era.
Yeah, I like
maybe
Campbell. The question
Campbell's
is,
fine.
do you want Billy C, who kind of has these few years in Boston?
Well, I guess the problem is Pumpsy Green and Campbell were on the opposite sides of that like Red Sox thing I was building, so they're not going to overlap too much with each other.
I think it's just Greg Garcia then, who's actually good.
Okay,
Um,
we don't need infielders, so yeah, that's fine.
we could use a couple pitchers somewhere.
Oh, I like that Steve Yeager card
Okay. Well,
and Hal Luby.
we're definitely taking. You're not talking me out of Hal Luby. So
We did get Bucky Brandon, who's another one of that from that Red Sox team.
Yeah, you know
He's
what? Why
much
not? I mean, we have a couple extra slots, right?
Yeah, he should have a lot of overlap with Green in particular.
All right, let's do it. Well, we're taking Dietrich, I suppose. We'd like a pitcher.
More Red Sox. That Mike Nagy's really bad though. It's really bad.
See how many years of overlap do we get out of him?
Not a lot, I don't think. I think he's too late, if I remember.
69, 70, 71, 72.
Oh, I thought it was in the 80s for some reason. Okay, it's gonna be like 3 or 4 then, probably with Green.
Should we just do it? Just do it and bench him?
Yeah, if we're going for it, we're going for it. I mean, yeah, I guess we don't have any good we don't really have any good cards. So.
All right, but we noticed we do need like at least 2 playable pitchers.
Yeah. I mean, you can just put them as model or whatever.
All right, but can you find 2 playable pitchers? That's the big thing.
The Rogan Burke is okay.
It's a card I've never seen before. Which is a bad.
No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad VL.
It's not that bad VL. Barrios is actually I don't hate Barrios of the horrible shapes.
Ken McMullen is also okay, but really splitty, I think.
Just to check where we're at. Okay, we don't need any more position players necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I like Barrios.
All right.
And then you said you like Rogenberg.
Rogan Burke is okay. I think McMullen is also okay. We don't really need him.
Is this Jose Hernandez playable? Well, not really.
Don't believe so. Rogan Burke is he's a specialist probably, but
All right. I'd like at least one more pitcher, I think.
probably, yeah. Especially, I mean, if we're just basically doing a bench Nagy.
I think we are. Bergson is at least from the 70s, but everything else is bad.
Yeah.
Yuri Rodriguez is bad.
Probably better than the other guy, though.
How about Fujinami? No.
He's no way has control.
Well, actually, we run through all 3 options.
So probably it's Yari Rodriguez then. He looked the best of those 3.
Unless it's both. Do we want a 15th hitter?
Are any of them useful to us? Catcher might be useful, but Maldonado is not really good.
No.
No,
it's the wrong catcher shape.
Yeah, it is.
So So
I
just
guess
go Trogston, I guess, where at least you get some
Is-
70s bonus.
Trojan even better than Nagy? I'm not sure.
Well, you get some 70s bonus, at least, if you're going to...
Well, I mean, if we're going to do that, we should just take out Janfrin.
All right,
we'll
let's
just
take Hal
bench it,
Janvin
yeah.
then. I like that. Take Hal Janvin. All right, should we do it?
We're
We'll do
pretty
it.
all in on this Red Sox stuff. I don't know that's going to be good, but
I don't think we actually got much chemistry in the end. That's the problem.
I bet Pumpsy's been a decent amount, and
We didn't.
we didn't.
This is not much chemistry.
No, that did not work out. Not at all.
All right, well, we ain't winning this 5L.
I guess because the thing is that it really snowballs. You need you probably need to have 5 or 6 of them before it gets big.
Yeah.
Because I got there's an iron roster. I got those Red Sox up to 65 or something. But I had 20 of them from that era.
I'm trying to just fix a little bit of the craziness here, but you know what? We just want. Yeah, it's probably fine. I'm not going to worry too much about this. I think we.
No, it was a failed chemistry experiment.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Turns out that even when you try very hard and you get a good chemistry option, it's still you can't really do it in drafts.
No.
No. Oh,
All
well.
right, but most importantly, let's see how we're doing in the a challenge. We are taking on the Junk Wax Jokers.
Okay. Well, they have some cards we have.
Yeah.
I see Andrews, Stahl.
Fairly different card.
Solate is okay, but I like
I
him
don't
much
hate
worse than
Hershiser.
Chameleon Choi.
We can lose
Yeah.
to this. We can lose to this team, no problem.
Ute-Ni has an unbelievably large amount of pitcher rabbit BL, but not much else. Oh, that Jerry Don Gleaton is actually interesting because he has a lot of overlap with Quisenberry. It's 6 or 7 years or something.
Yeah.
And the card is not atrocious.
Except for control.
Except the control. But it's 31. It's a lot better than 10.
Oh, no, it looks like it's only 3 years with Quisenberry.
I thought it was more. Oh, okay, never mind.
Unless did they overlap outside KC? I think
No,
Quisenberry is only a Royal, but
Yeah, I was probably thinking of a different card then. I'm not probably thinking of. I don't know. Maybe it was Solita. I don't know. Or Herboski. Might have been Herboski.
yeah.
Oh, whatever. No, definitely, I don't see Quisenberry on that roster, so that doesn't make any sense.
Solita might have good chemistry, yeah. Hey, we got one.
Alrighty.
And who else is in this? We can take a look at how we did.
We should stop here now. I mean, this is what you do, right? You say, "Oh, we're undefeated. We have the best roster.
Yeah,
That's it.
we win.
We win."
All right. Now we got to wait a full 20 minutes for our next one to fire.
Yeah, I think probably that's.
Should we call it? We could do one more draft or call it.
I think it's probably we've gone on long enough.
All right. We'll have to check it out
other
later.
things people wanna ask about.
Here, I'll put this in one more if anyone wants to take us on.
It's as good a quick as any. Well, except for Gold Double a Limb.
All right. All right. You know what? We'll do one more draft. We'll get one draft better. How about that? We can do that.
All right.
Is amateur astronomy? Is that? I'll actually read the rules this time.
Last year, amateur astronomy was single round robin best of 3, so it was like coin flip central.
This is 1995 best of 9.
Well, that's a lot less coin flipping than single round robin best of three.
And high offense.
Okay. All right. Let's do
High
it.
offense flat.
Offense flat. All right.
So is it
Oh,
King
it's
Kelly or
95.
is it King Kelly?
It's 95. We just want power. Well, George Bradley's actually a pretty good pitcher, but it's King
George
Kelly.
Bradley is a good pitcher, and Aaron Judge has power. So is it King Kelly or is it King Kelly?
Yes. Yeah.
I do have George Bradley as the best pitcher in Open.
Oh, I have Maddox a little better.
I have them very close, yeah. But it's King Kelly, right?
Yeah, I think so.
These guys all have chemistry with each other from that era, too. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, we watched a lot of Devo guys here.
So Tom House, I actually have really highly rated.
I do
I'm
too,
not
but it's a
taking him,
really
but, you know.
yeah. Probably it's just Burkett, I guess.
Just Burkett, he doesn't. I wish there should be like a decade bonus for 1879 and 1895. Come on. It is Burkett.
I just wish they would actually tell you which teams the guys are on. It makes it so difficult.
Especially VR, it's Burkett, right? Because we can get a lot of writers in this.
I think he was on the St. Louis Cardinals, is what they were called, but it's a different abbreviation.
So now it says it. It says it here. It's the Cleveland Spiders.
It's the Cleveland Spiders. Okay.
It says it here, but it doesn't say it in the other.
Right. There's no way to. Yeah.
All right.
It's very annoying.
Tommy Thomas.
He's not very good. I actually pulled that one and did not play it.
So you know he's not very good then. Babe Herman fits the meta a little bit here. Guardado is actually good. I wonder if it's Guardado.
He's a reliever, though.
He is, but we don't have another great option, right?
Is that Rich Hill? No, he doesn't know. It's not. It's not. Yeah,
I think it's either Herman or Guardado. I'm leaning Guardado, actually.
I'll take Guardado. That's fine. I mean, I'd probably take Herman, but
let's see if we get submission cards later.
Yeah, that's true. We do get a lot of mission. Stuff. We have King Kelly, I guess, already.
Yeah. Oh, Kilroy was here. It's a really old reference.
That Chris Spire is okay.
Yeah, I was just looking at him. He's not
great,
but
he's okay.
He's not.
Yeah, he's probably fine.
Well, the question is, does Amos Strunk have like chemistry with Deacon White or something?
No, Amos Strunk is really bad.
Never mind. We have like no starters. We have all relievers here. We have 5 relievers. Matt Kilroy is the one starter. Is he?
I don't remember him being all that good. Dick Hyde is a ton of P-Babbitt. We won reliever.
We took one of the. I feel like maybe it is Kilroy. Just
he's so bad, but I guess yeah.
It's not great, but
I think it's always Spire. Right? Spire seems like the most playable of this mess. I mean, not that it's good, but you know, it's like okay.
All right, Spire Kilroy.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, well, now we got an interesting discussion from 2 points of view. First off, this Shohei is a two-way player. He's not good either way. And he has to DH.
I mean, it's like a bronze pitcher and a silver hitter. It seems like a waste of a gold pick.
So, well, the question is, what do we do instead? Because it's a rough round. Okay, the other discussion, we've got Tony C., who gives us the mission card chemistry bonus. The homers, I guess, fit the park.
Yeah, I don't mind him, especially if we have Burkett, who's already very heavy. The other, actually, he's less split than I remember. Okay, LaFleur has a ton of BABIP and defense, but not much beyond that.
Which does not fit the park.
No.
And the problem is we really need a starter. Beatty actually has some homer. Maybe it's Beatty.
I mean, it doesn't look great, but sure.
It's either Beatty or it's like the Ohtani, and we just.
No, Ohtani, there's no way. It's not. It's definitely not.
All right.
I like Beatty better. I mean, we're just not like we're just taking 2 bad cards instead of.
We are. All right. So Ken Boyer is not wonderful, but we're clearly stacking mission cards, so I think we're just taking him, right?
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. I just have to play King Kelly at first, but that's fine.
This Buddy Meyer, I like the bat.
Yeah,
Not
the
for the
defense
era,
is so
but
bad.
well, he doesn't make errors. It's because he never gets to the ball.
Yeah, that's the problem. We had no pitchers, right? There were no starters in that round.
No, and then we've seen 8 out of 26 starters and 17 out of 32 relievers, which is exactly what you want to see at the end of Gold.
Yes, of course.
Bob Locker's our one starting option. Actually, you know what? I'm fine with this.
Locker's
shit.
Locker's a reliever. Locker's a reliever.
Oh, sorry. He's a. Never mind.
I mean, I don't mind the card.
Right. Frank Fennelly, and then we move Spire to second.
The Euclid is not terrible, but we don't really have a place to put it.
So how about Fennelly? How about Fennelly, and we just move?
Yeah, Fennelly looks okay. I mean, maybe it randomly has some chemistry bones with one of our other dead ball guys. Who knows? We have no way to find that out. So.
Yeah, Fennelly is also a Cincinnati Red. Hold on, he might be. This is CN2, CN1.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean they're not the same.
But one's a CN1 and one's a CN2, so I think they may not.
Well, they could be. We don't know.
All right, Grabarkowicz is fine, right?
Grabarkowicz is actually a good card. Yeah.
I've never seen this Berberet, but it's a catcher with a crap ton of eye and 95 framing, so.
Sure.
I feel like I'm supposed to like the card.
Why not?
What else do you like here?
Nothing. I like Grabarkowicz and nothing else. Ian Hamilton is an okay live.
All right, we'll do it. Oh boy, okay. Yingling we're taking. Let's start with that.
I think we're taking Granderson.
I was gonna say I think we're gonna have to take Granderson, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean he's a good hitter, and hopefully he doesn't. He remembers he should bring his glove to the outfield.
I keep forgetting that. It's all the cricket I play.
Yeah. It's a mistake. It's clouding your thinking.
So, all right, we'll go Granderson.
Yeah, Granderson's definitely better. Than
well, we're clearly stacking mission cards, even if Morris isn't one of the good ones.
No, he's not.
I think it's Nielsen who's maybe our starting catcher, right?
Yeah. Well, we can just platoon them maybe. I don't remember what the splits look like on Bergeret, but
he doesn't have splits because he doesn't really have anything but eye.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm saying that like it's a bad thing.
Nielsen is fairly splitty, so I guess in theory we could also catch King Kelly if we needed to.
That's true. We still have not found starters, and we still are not finding starters, but
we're going to take Austin Lambert again? Oh, it's Peter Lambert. That's not... Oh, Gombert. I'm just confused.
Worthington, do you like Worthington or James? I like James even less.
I like none of them. Christian Yelich is
as well.
Pretty good live. And he plays every position because he's alive.
Who you say Peter Lambert you want me to look at?
No, Yelich. Yelich actually
I don't
is
hate
a good
Lambert
live.
out of the pen, actually.
Okay, I mean, we really need starters very badly. But yeah, Lambert
and those are exactly the kinds of starters we're getting. Very bad.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 3 star. Okay, the good news is we're still going to get starting off. All right, so we got Bolton, Cahill, Anderson. Are any of these good? Bolton?
Yeah, Anderson I remember being like mediocre.
Marrero? No. Anderson? Yeah, Anderson's perfectly cromulent.
Yeah,
Cahill.
Jose Leclerc is not a bad live, as lives go.
Why not? Why not? We also need like a first baseman and stuff.
No, it's Kelly. Kelly's fine first. And Yelich can also play first, actually, because of the live
So that's true. All right, we got
Raffensperger.
Raffensperger. There we go. We got our
Right.
starters.
And
We
we
got
probably
we probably go with the win. He's awful, but it's probably win.
He is awful. Probably.
All right.
That friendship
We gotta stop
Daggery
doing
is
drafts on stream. We're just getting clobbered.
Friendship Daggery is a nice chemistry card.
Hi,
if you're
Bithorn. I assume this is the stadium namesake, right?
I guess probably, yeah. I hadn't thought of that before, but probably yes. It's weird. Some of these cards are like the random, like live, not player not found thing.
Okay, Cub Stricker. No, we didn't. I was hoping he would happen to have played for.
Does he get a Cubs bonus because he's Cub? Is it?
No,
or is that because it's just the name that's all that matters?
Doesn't look like it. What do we need? We want a couple pitchers.
We got nothing in terms of pitchers. This is ugly pitchers.
Okay, Bithorn.
I don't. Ottavino probably has like 5 control.
Buck Farmer is not good.
Oh, but if our opponent is Babe Ruth, then Ottavino will be great.
You know what? Let's go Ottavino. He's missing P. BABIP. We don't need that anymore.
He actually has control? What happened?
We don't need P. BABIP.
That's surprising.
And now what do we want? We want probably is Cub Stricker.
What is Deb's Garms?
Garms for
usually
sure.
Usually is a lot of BABIP and not much else, but
yeah, it's Garms and
we actually saw this time.
And who?
What is Dan Meyer or Matt Adams?
Meyer, it's a horrendous profile.
Okay, yeah, not great.
Matt Adams is not a lot better, but a little better.
Oh, but that's a good. Our opponent might draft the new Kershaw, and then Adams will be great.
You sold me. You sold me.
It's also, drafts technically count as playoffs, right? So it'll be even better.
We did not get a lot of chemistry.
Oh well. Remember those mission cards actually?
Yeah, but the mission cards had no other overlap apparently.
Just so hard to build up in drafts unless you get really lucky.
You know what? I think Earl Yingling's our ace.
Boy.
Raffensperger's probably a starter.
Yeah, Windhurst needs to get out of there.
And this is, you know what? This isn't all that fixable, but I'm just curious how crazily they did this. Well, I kind of like that they went Berberet. Okay, Nelson.
Wait, we're not playing Nelson? We need to play Nelson. Also, it's playing Boyer at D8.
So VR, we're definitely playing Nelson somewhere.
Okay, so Yelich can only play VR. Yelich's VL is really, really bad.
Yeah.
So we're definitely playing Nelson VR, and then probably we should switch Kelly and Boyer. And then it's fine.
We'll start VR. So VR, Boyer, Boyer's gonna play at third.
Yeah, Boyer third. Nelson at catcher.
Will we stick Kelly in right?
We could put Kelly in. Well, I guess Kelly in right and VR at DH, and then Yelich first. Yelich is actually a fine first baseman for some reason, even though he never played the position in his life.
I think that's fine. And Nelson, I think we start Nelson at catcher then.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. And then the other way, we can start Berberet, Yelich, just can't.
No, Yelich has to go now. Yelich is really, really bad for you.
It's probably Nelson by default. No, it can't be Nelson.
Nelson's really bad. We can play Kelly at first, right? Oh no, he's not in at first.
Kelly doesn't play first.
Right. Forgot about that. Does Grabarkowitz play first? No, he doesn't. He's second, third short.
Second, third short.
Who plays first?
Fennelly. Oh, I think we want to start Fennelly. Not
Spire.
We want to start. No, Spire's fine.
Yeah, put Boyer in center.
It, it,
What? He's even worse than Granderson.
okay, now technically he is eligible to play center.
See,
Well,
there
not
was a
only
thing.
that, it DH'd Frag Fennelly.
There was a thing in the last patch notes that said like adjust AI roster thing to take into account defense more. Yeah, I don't think that worked. I'm just gonna go on a limb here.
Well, okay, so the problem is our legal center fielders.
No, Granderson. It has to be Granderson. Granderson's fine.
Even
he's
VL?
fine. Yeah, he's not that bad. Like, he has a lot of power, and he's actually our best defender. So
So Kelly, do you DH him? You can also catch Kelly.
I promise us we don't have a first baseman.
Nilsson is our first baseman then, because
I guess, yeah.
whatever, lefties don't exist, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're not winning this draft.
Right. So now the AI in its I don't know what happened is decided that Boyer is our starter, but not good enough to be the backup. Debs Garms has to be the backup because that makes sense.
Let's check how we're doing in the bronze.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Trouble. Drafting for chemistry is tough. I thought maybe we could do it with
we tried that before. Oh, we're taking on Sam Bam and the Hammond Hammers. And Dane Dunning, who's actually pretty good. But I like our lineup better than theirs.
Oh, they've got Stahl. They've got Stahl.
They got Arias. You liked Arias?
I liked him in live. Yeah. I like Parker Meadows in live.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really about all I got. Yeah, an entirely too high percentage on this stream on GT Sundown of drafts where we leave thinking we have no chance, and usually we're right. We really. It's not like a lot of these are like we think they're going to be bad and they turn out to be good.
And by the way, I swear we do have decent results off stream.
Usually, not always.
Not always, because drafts are hard. There's luck, but
yeah, I think
we have had playable drafts before.
Yes.
What's the PT Live rollover actually? Okay, 12 hours. 12 hours, plenty of time now.
Yeah.
Because I realized I should probably. I don't really have the right cards anyway at this point yet, but
Yeah.
Who are the starters tomorrow? It's what? Gilbert? Probably fine. I don't know.
Just for tomorrow already?
It's good later.
I assume Bybee against Oakland is a good idea.
That sounds
because it's
good.
Oakland.
That does sound
good. Gilbert is probably reasonable. But the Red Sox offense is not horrible. It's like mediocre, I guess.
And we got blown out. So we are facing that same team again with Alan Anderson. All right. Cutter Crawford. Maybe just go for a low scoring. Is that the way to do it?
And Seattle's offense is also solid.
Tommy Henry against Colorado.
It's just beat up on Colorado. It could be Joe Ryan against the Royals. But the Royals offense should be better than last year, I guess.
I actually really like Crawford. Like the pitch stuff we were doing really likes him.
Interesting.
Now I got to get rid of a.
And probably AJ Puck needs to go because that was
Yeah. Yes.
That was yesterday's Garrett Crochet.
Were there any starting relievers? No.
Oh, what a shame.
So, any cheap Who are the cheap closers here?
There's Carlos Estevez for the Angels, but It's the Angels. You have to bank on the Angels winning, which is a little tough.
He might get mop-up duty.
Otherwise, Griffin Jacks for the Twins is sort of I think a shared closer situation, but he's pretty good.
That's fine. Because I was kind of going matchups, but today, there weren't as many games.
Yeah.
So I should figure out who's actually good here. I mean, Murphy's fine. What do we got? Actually, this isn't a horrible lineup in general, is it?
No.
Maybe I don't like Jordan Walker and right.
Yeah, right field is
How about
the
we just go
toughest.
Fraley beating up on Washington?
Sure. When in doubt, play people who are facing Oakland or Washington. That seems like a solid approach.
Yeah,
Or
who
Colorado.
else is facing Washington here? Kind of like Austin Riley there. This isn't awful, right?
If they're facing Oakland or Washington, it can't be that awful.
I don't like Justin Turner anymore. I also just sort of stuck him in to have somebody who's facing.
Yeah.
What?
It could be anybody. It could be any. It's a.
All right. Who's facing
blank.
Washington? Let's try it that. Ellie's facing Washington.
Oh, Corbin's pitching also. Oh yeah, then you really got to go to the Reds.
What?
Patrick Corbin is pitching. Patrick Corbin is pitching. GT
Right, you know
says for
You know what?
for the Nationals.
I got a different plan.
Just all Reds.
We're stacking Reds here. Stacking Reds. Why not? Bailey can play in right. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, we're just stacking Reds here. Candelario for Austin Riley. It can't be awful, right? Maybe we'll keep Austin Riley in. Who else should go in this stack? Encarnacion maybe is fine as well, right?
I
don't want to take.
I would still play. I would still play Austin Riley. I think Austin Riley is a good hitter. And the Braves.
This looks pretty good, actually. Maybe this is pretty good. All right, I think we did all right.
Yeah, this looks fine. I mean, okay, it would be nice if Freeman and Betts and whatnot, but
no, GT7. I don't think there's a limit because I think the limit is just based on level, and the Reds don't have like enough perfects or something to trigger it.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the really good hitters are still going to be better than the Reds.
Okay, so actually, I guess the thing I could do if I wanted to run Logan Gilbert, then I could take Riley or Murphy or someone else.
You can just switch Gilbert in right now because I think it's 2 perfects, 3 diamonds, but since you don't have a second perfect, you get 4 diamonds. I think that's how it works. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, it is okay. All right. So maybe do we go Gilbert instead? All right, we'll go Gilbert. I'm wrong submit team. Submitted the wrong team.
Oh yeah, I wish they would move those 2 buttons a little further from each other. It's
all right. Clearly, I'm not enough of a real Red Sox fan.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, what did we get? Silver packs. All right, and I'll check the other one. All right, maybe there's a good point to wrap up. Anything else people want us to go over on stream?
Oh, apparently not.
Hey, we beat. All right. I think that's probably most of what we wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
Suggestions on player strategies. You're thinking like the sliders, or what kind of thing are you thinking, Beckdog? Like what exactly?
I mean, I've said this a lot of times on sliders. If you don't know what the slider does, leave it in the middle. It's much easier to make a mistake by moving a slider that you don't understand than to do something well when a slider you don't understand.
That makes sense. But otherwise, I mean, we could talk about some examples of sliders, but I think,
The one that has the most tangible impact is the stolen base slider.
I think there are two.
You-
I think the other one that I think has a big impact is pitch around.
Yeah, sometimes. I think I'm pretty convinced. I'm less convinced on pitch around than I am on stolen base. Stolen base is basically an on-off switch for the guys that should be stealing, which is at this point looks like 95 to 100 plus.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
It was a little higher last year, but it seems like they made it a little easier to steal this year. But yeah, I think pitch around it can be important for some pitchers. Yes, speed is an ability. Yeah, aggressiveness is sort of what it does in yeah. You should be looking at ability for moving the stolen base slider, because what you care about is what the success rate will be when they try, not so much how often they're going to try. The aggressiveness is just telling you how often they will steal if you don't do anything with the slider or relative to the slider. So ability is the relevant one for moving for how to move the slider for the most part, to me at least.
Sounds about right. All right. Well, maybe this is a good point to wrap up, and we can raid into Doc, who is still going with his streamathon.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So sounds good. Thanks, and let's see what else.
No, GT Sundown, that was never the case. That was a lot of confusion about that, but ability was the only. So the thing is that the slider can't. Aggressiveness will still matter, because this, even if you boost the slider all the way to the right, player with the higher aggressiveness will still steal more than player with lower aggressiveness. So the aggressiveness tells you kind of how they steal relative to the slider you've set. But the success rate is kind of the thing that you were thinking about where you want to move the slider independent of the aggressiveness, which will boost the slider in some direction, move the slider in some direction. That's the way I think about it, at least.
Yeah. I think we got a good plan. So we're raiding to Doc, and yeah, see you all next week. And I'm happy to keep the discussion going about whether we should, build lineups like this on stream, whether that's helpful, whether that's not. I actually kind of like the idea of doing it this way because it's available on stream, but we're not kind of handing it to 1,000 people to copy paste something either.
Yeah, and then also, there's definitely, people can ask questions and, some more discussion of kind of the reasoning and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good plan. So, sounds reasonable. And then I still have to remember to actually upload some of the VODs. But if I don't, then it I guess gives you even that much more incentive to catch it while it's up, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it will go out of date anyway in a few weeks. I see you put the modeling one up, right? Because that was the one that was the most.
I did, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
All right, sounds good. All right, thanks everyone. That was fun. We will raid into Doc, and we'll catch you all later.
Yeah. See you next week.
See you. And hey, because I'm sure this is the last time we're going to say it, I just want to point out, undefeated first place Red Sox.
Well, tied first place,
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, you take what you can get.
Yeah, that may be over tonight, but
Possibly. All right, see you. Actually, hold on. See, I do the whole thing and then I forget how long it takes the raid to go. You do the goodbye everything, and then wait a minute.
I don't know why it needs to wait such a long time. Like, what is it? What is the reason for that?
I don't know. All right, we're trying again. Goodbye, everyone. See y'all next week. We're raiding into Doc. I mean it this time.